Chapter 154. This was not good. When Nangong Lu came in, Madame Wang, Xueming, and Xue Jingyong immediately stood up and greeted him politely. But Chu Wanning was not in the mood, so he still stood by the window. As for Mo Ran, in his previous life, Confucian Wind sect was just a shabby sect that he flattened. Even if it looked beautiful on the outside, he knew that underneath it was only a plate of loose sand, and there was nothing to be afraid of. But he really did not mean to embarrass Nangong Lu. He was just used to it, so he did not even think about standing up. This scene was a little strange. As the host and elder, Nangong Lu stood there with a pleasant smile. He was not angry, and his face was still full of warm familiarity. But as a guest and a junior, Mo Ran's lazy sitting posture was caught red-handed. He crossed his legs and leaned against the chair, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. Xue Jingyong did not notice Mo Ran's movements just now, so when he turned around, he could not help but feel embarrassed. This Mo Ran was too unruly. This is the famous Grandmaster Mo in recent years, right? Mo Ran did not drink his tea. He closed the lid and looked up, saying, "Yes, heroes really do come from." Mo Ran interrupted him and said with a smile, "Emperor Nangong, heroes come from the youth. You have already used this phrase on my cousin, so don't use it on me, okay?" His tone was gentle, and his smile was gentle, as if he was very polite. But the content of his words was not the least bit polite. He did not even stand up. After saying this, he picked up the teacup again, scraped the edge of the cup with the small celadone lid, and then blew away the mist that curled up in spirals. He lowered his thick and long eyelashes, closed his eyes, and unhurriedly took a sip of tea. He was young, handsome, tall, and calm. His bearing made it seem as if he was the true master of the Confucian Wind sect, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the entire cultivation world, and Nangong Lu was nothing more than a dog beneath him. "Haha, you're right, Grandmaster Mo. It's just that I can't think of a better way to put it, so, what are you saying?" Mo Ran put down his teacup and looked up with a smile. Ever since Emperor Nangong entered this room, he has said a lot of good things. If the immortal emperor doesn't know how to speak, who can claim to know how to speak? I dare not accept Grandmaster Mo's praise. Who said I was praising you? Mo Ran looked at him with his bright black eyes and smiled. Sometimes, it's not necessarily a good thing to be too good with words. Xue Jingyong couldn't take it anymore. He lowered his voice and said, "Ran-er." In his opinion, it was excusable for Chu Wanning and Nangong Lu to turn against each other. At least Chu Wanning had the right to do so, but Mo Ran ignored Xue Jingyong and said to Nangong Lu, "Emperor Nangong, save these compliments for the other juniors. I'm a rough man, so I don't understand and I don't want to hear it." Xue Jingyong was speechless. Mo Ran certainly knew that his uncle would be unhappy with his words, but he didn't regret it. There were too many disgusting things in the world. Chu Wanning had a fiery temper and was always willing to be the first one to stand out. A long time ago, when he was killing demons in Luo Xianxian's residence, Chu Wanning disregarded his own reputation and beat up Minister Chen, who was the client, because the Chen family bullied a weak woman. Chu Wanning didn't do anything wrong, but he was always criticized by others, saying that he was cold-blooded, reckless, and unreasonable. Mo Ran didn't want others to say that his master was impolite. Therefore, he would rather do more than Chu Wanning. He could only use such a stupid method to protect Chu Wanning behind him. Therefore, in this room, the three of them accepted Nangong Lu's flattery and kindness out of courtesy, but Mo Ran didn't. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Ever since he knew that it was Chu Wanning who carried him back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he had crawled back. Ever since he saw the wisp of human soul in the Ming Palabi and the bowl of wontons. Ever since he went to the depths of hell and rescued Chu Wanning, he swore. As long as Chu Wanning was willing, he would stand together with Chu Wanning from now on. Nangong Lu touched the wall twice in a row. If it were another sect's leader, he would have flipped the table in anger and driven the guests away. But Nangong Lu didn't. He just acted as if nothing had happened. He happily said a few words to Xue Jingyong, which made Xue Jingyong feel very embarrassed. He pulled Nangong Lu aside and apologized in a low voice, saying that he didn't discipline his nephew well. Nangong Lu laughed and said, "Oh, young people, who doesn't have some courage? I think Grandmaster Imo is really a man of character. He's very good. After meeting with Nangong Lu, the disciples of Confucian Wind sect led the group to another courtyard to rest. Imo Ran sneezed all the way. Xueming turned to look at him. Don't tell me you were cursed by sect leader Nangong because of your bad mouth just now. Go away, you're the one who's cursed. Imo Ran's eyes were filled with tears. I achoo. I can't smell the incense, that's too strong. That room just now achoo. The smell of the incense was too achoo. Too. It smelled too bad. Ah, master, achoo, Zun. Chu Wanning handed him a handkerchief and frowned in disgust. Wipe it. It doesn't look good. With tears in his eyes, Imo Ran took the handkerchief embroidered with begonias with a smile. Master still cares about me. Thank you, master. Chu Wanning was a little embarrassed by his words. Who cares about you? That's right. Xuemeng was unconvinced. Who cares about you? Master clearly cares about me the most. Imo Ran was a little disdainful. You're already so old, yet you're still comparing yourself with others. He turned to the handkerchief in his hand and said seriously, Look, Master promised to embroider an identical one for me. Do you have one? Chu Wanning snatched the handkerchief and said sternly, Imo Wei you. Xuemeng was stunned at first, then he became angry. Only a fool would believe that Master would embroider a handkerchief for you. Even in your dreams, you wouldn't do that. You're so shameless. As the group chatted, they arrived at the side courtyard that Nangong Lu had arranged for them. The side courtyard had 4 entrances. Shui Jingyong and Madame Wang entered, while the other 3 each entered. The winding paths led to a secluded place, with the shadows of flowers dancing and the sound of running water ceaselessly echoing. It was elegant and unique. Imo Ran had been fine just a moment ago, but when he saw that he was going to live in this courtyard, his entire body froze. As he hesitated, his eyes unconsciously became clouded with a layer of gray. When he followed the group into the side courtyard and saw the bricks, tiles, grass, trees, and rocks, his mood became increasingly gloomy. This was one of the places that had left a deep impression on him in his previous life's Confucian Wind sect. Now that he was here again, he couldn't help but think that if Chu Wanning hadn't exchanged his life for his in this life, perhaps he would still have taken his old path and become the Emperor Ta. Then, by this time, he would have led his millions of precious chess pieces and raised a generation of famous sects to the ground. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. For a moment, thousands of thoughts surged into his chest. Imo Ran closed his eyes. He was able to control his emotions. He was no longer the sharp youth of the past, so no one could see the haze shrouding his heart. They all returned to their rooms to rest. Imo Ran stood in front of the side courtyard that had been left for him. He stood there for a while with his hands behind his back, but he didn't push the door open to enter. The maid in the courtyard was a bit uneasy. She cautiously asked, Is a mortal master not satisfied with this room? Oh no. Imo Ran returned to his senses and smiled. I feel that this courtyard is very similar to a place I used to live in, so I was reminded of the place. That's really a coincidence. This servant thought that a mortal master didn't like this place. If a mortal master has other requests, you only need to tell this servant. This servant will do my best to do it for a mortal master. Imo Ran smiled. I don't have anything to do. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the 100-year-old cassia tree in the courtyard. The tree's shadow was like a ghost from his previous life brushing past his eyelashes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he felt a chill in his heart. Suddenly, he turned around and called out to the maid who was about to leave. Wait, does a mortal master have any other orders? I want to ask you about someone. Imo Ran paused, then raised his eyes. His gaze was like a torch. Do you know there's a... What? Forget it. Let's not ask about this. Ask another question. Imo Ran said, Do you know where Yu Wangshi is? The maid said, Young Master Yi is Elder Su's direct disciple. He lives in the same courtyard as Elder Su. If a mortal master wants to see him, you can go there. When Imo Ran heard this, he secretly sighed in relief. The last time he met Yu Wangshi was at the restaurant. Yu Wangshi begged Nangong Si to go back with him, but Nangong Si refused. Yi Wangshi said. If it's because of me, and you don't want to go back to the Confucian Wind sect, then I'll go. He actually missed Yi Wangshi. He felt that Yi Wangshi had suffered enough in his previous life. Yi Wangshi and Chu Wanning were actually very similar. They were both gentlemen who would die 9 deaths without regret. It was just that one was reserved, while the other was passionate. However, neither of them had a good ending. Immerse felt regret for his past actions, so he hoped that Yi Wangshi could have a better life in this life. He couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Nangong Si wasn't so heartless as to drive Yi Wangshi away. Elder Su's courtyard was called the Three Lives Courtyard. It was said that it was named after the meaning of drinking Meng Po's water, forgetting 3 lives. Elder Su wanted to express how long a person could live in this world. The things that should be forgotten as early as possible. Don't let it add to your worries. In any case, after you die, you won't remember anything when you reach the bridge of helplessness. He sounded like a very pessimistic person. No wonder he taught Yi Wangshi, a taciturn gourd who couldn't even fart after being beaten with 3 sticks. Interesting. This parrot is really clever. Come, carry it a bit more. A bowl of food, a ladle of drink, in a shabby alley. He asked the guard to report the purpose of his visit. Before he could go around the screen wall, he heard a man's lazy laughter coming from the courtyard. Immerse took a few steps forward and saw a man in his early 30s standing in the middle of the courtyard full of sunlight. That man was wearing plain clothes with several patches on the corners of his robe. It was a cold day, but he didn't wear shoes. He stood barefoot on the cold stone floor, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand. He was playing with a snow-white, blue-eyed parrot with a long tail. The parrot flapped its wings left and right, swaying back and forth on the shelf. It seemed very proud of itself. It sang loudly, "A bowl of food, a ladle of drink in a shabby alley. Good, not bad. You are smarter than Xiao Yezi. When Xiao Yezi was little, he wasn't as good as you. He won't be able to recite this verse no matter how hard he tried." The man fed the parrot a handful of nuts. "Come, your lousy will reward you." This man called himself lousy with a bird. Does that mean he is a birdman? The man turned his head and saw Immerse standing next to the screen wall. He first cracked a melon seed, then ate it. Then he suddenly smiled. His smile was brilliant, but there was also a hint of wilting. Under the bright sunlight, his whole person looked very confident. Immerse, Grandmaster Immerse? He smiled. "Nice to meet you." Immerse smiled and said, "Nice to meet you." After he smiled, he seriously looked at the man's face. He felt that he seemed familiar. When he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, he seemed to have seen this person. He was, "Foster father, why are you running around without shoes again?" Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. It was obviously a light sentence, but it sounded like thunder in his ears. Immerse suddenly turned his head and saw Yi Wangshi coming out from behind the half-moon arch. He was still tall and slender, with gentle eyes. He was carrying a pair of bright yellow satin shoes. He walked in front of the youth and bent down to put them down. "Father?" Yi Wangshi's father. The blood in his heart rushed like a wolf and a boar. He could almost hear the cries and shouts from the other world, hear the clashing of swords and drums. "Father!" A blood-stained face suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Yi Wangshi. Yi Wangshi was crying and shouting, his voice splitting the 9 heavens. Back when he was slaughtering the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Lu ran away. The 72 cities were like a dragon without a leader, instantly falling into chaos. Later, the Confucian Wind sect's first protector, Elder Su, stepped forward bravely and organized the scattered sand. He gathered the disorderly soldiers that Immerse could have destroyed in an instant and resisted together with Yi Wangshi. He was clearly not surnamed Nangong, but he did what a Nangong sect leader should do. As an elder, he lived and died with the Confucian Wind sect's 72 cities. He was clearly not Yi Wangshi's biological father, but when the sharp blade filled with spiritual energy was about to pierce Yi Wangshi's back, he stood in front of Yi Wangshi and used his flesh and blood to protect the child that he had raised with his own hands. At that time, Immerse was standing on the city wall and looking down. When he saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curved into a twisted smile. Heavens knew how jealous he was at that time. They were not related by blood, but there was actually someone in this world who was willing to die for another person. His narrow-minded heart was shocked and pained. He was so jealous that it was like he was about to go crazy. His eyes were bloodshot. He was thinking, good, very good. Yu Wangshi is really lucky. I am Wei. If in this boundless world, other than my mother, there is another person who is willing to die for me, Wei, then how could I have reached this step today? The heavens were good to everyone, but they were so stingy and vicious to him. He wanted to destroy all the people he was jealous of, and let these people who huddled together for warmth all roll to hell. Why was he the only one who didn't have a good day and didn't have a moment of warmth? The only person who was gentle to him was already dead. He only had that little bit of warmth left. Who was she to take it away from him? He hated it. Thinking back, Ran only felt that he had been so foolish back then. In this world of mortals, there was clearly someone who was willing to die for him. He was the one who missed it. He was the one who let her down. He was the one who didn't know. Ran closed his eyes and calmed the surging emotions in his heart. Only then did he look up again. He knew who this man was. He was Yi Wangshi's teacher and also Yi Wangshi's adoptive father, Su Shuangli. On the second day after the slaughter of Roughing Min, he died in the flames of war while trying to save Yi Wangshi. Ran turned his head. His heart was bitter. He couldn't bear to look at that confident and carefree person under the sun. He went to greet Yi Wangshi. Young Master Yi. Only then did Yi Wangshi realize that Ran was standing in the distance. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Ah, Brother Imo is also here. Long time no see." Long time no see. In fact, Yi Wangshi had only met Ran a few times in his life. He wasn't very familiar with him, so he continued to smile and said, "Are you here to look for my adoptive father?" Ran glanced at Su Shuangli. He was a little embarrassed. He shook his head and said, "No, I'm here to look for you. Little Yi, how long has it been since someone came to this courtyard looking for you? It's really not easy." Su Shuanglin smiled lazily and stuffed another melon seed into his mouth. "Where did you meet Grandmaster Imo?" "I met him in the Peach Blossom Spring." "That's very good. That's very good." Su Shuanglin smiled and threw the rest of the melon seeds into the bird food bowl. He said, "You young people can chat. I'll go somewhere else first." Yi Wangshi pulled him back. "Adoptive father, why aren't you wearing shoes again?" "Oh, I forgot." Su Shuanglin put on his shoes with a smile. He said, "This should be fine, right?" But Ran saw from the corner of his eye that this man leisurely walked to a corner. Then he bent down and took off his shoes. He actually put them into his clothes and walked away leisurely. This father and son pair's appearance and temperament were really very incompatible. Because of his cultivation technique, Su Shuanglin looked very young. His face stayed at the age of 30 and wouldn't age. He looked like Yi Wangshi's brother. If one looked at his temperament, this person was somewhat willful and mischievous. He didn't look like an older brother, but more like Yi Wangshi's younger brother. So that dignified plaque outside the door, 3 Lives Courtyard, was it just for fun? Yi Wangshi and Ran walked side by side along the shaded path. This courtyard was planted with many flowers and fruit trees, but it was currently the middle of winter. Thousands of trees had withered, and only a few withered leaves hung on the treetops. When the wind blew, they swayed falteringly. "My apologies. Last time at the restaurant, I made a fool of myself." "It's nothing," Ran said. "How have you been these days?" As soon as he said this, he felt a bit of regret. Because people like Yi Wangshi, even if they weren't doing well, they wouldn't say anything. As expected, Yi Wangshi smiled and said, "I'm all right. How about you?" "I'm pretty good." The two of them were actually not that close. Ran came to find him only because he thought of the enmity in his past life. He felt bad, so he wanted to see Yi Wangshi, who was still alive. Now that he was really alone with Yi Wangshi, he didn't know what to say. Ran knew Yi Wangshi's many secrets, but these secrets couldn't be said. He really didn't have anything to talk about. The two of them strolled for a while. Yi Wangshi asked, "How's Xiaxi and I?" Ran was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "You still remember this name? That's amazing." His name is especially easy to remember. Haha, that's true. Xiaxi and I also came this time. You'll be able to see him later. Yu Wangshi was slightly surprised. He also came? But the sect leader didn't invite him. You still don't know who Xiaxi and I is, right? Mo Ran said with a smile. Let me tell you, this is a long story. Thus, he explained the cause and effect of Chu wanting being Xiaxi and I. After Yu Wangshi heard this, he was stunned for a while. He sighed and said, How lucky is young Master Mo to have this person as your teacher? Mo Ran said, How lucky is the Confucian Wind sect to have young Master Yi as your disciple? Yu Wangshi was a bit embarrassed. He smiled slightly and said, Young Master Mo is too kind. They walked to a small pontoon bridge painted with redwood. Along the way, there were only a few withered branches and withered leaves. Only this place was verdant and bright. The bamboo trees were proudly standing in the wind, their integrity unchanged. The Confucian Wind sect's water was infused with spiritual energy, so it wouldn't freeze. Thus, standing at the head of the bridge, there was a gurgling stream under their feet. Mo Ran turned around and saw Yu Wangshi looking down at the sparkling stream. His black eyes were constantly flickering. He was still the same person, but his face was haggard. In fact, anyone could see it. Nangongxi's marriage was really too cruel to him. Suddenly, he couldn't bear to see it. It was as if he saw Chu Wanning, who had sacrificed so much but didn't receive a single glance from others. Mo Ran asked him, Young Master Yi, why don't you come to the peak of life and death? What? He felt that his words were rash, but he also knew how Yu Wangshi would respond. Mo Ran sighed. I was just asking casually. Young Master, you don't have to take it to heart. Yu Wangshi smiled. Originally, his smile was handsome, 70% heroic, and 30% elegant. But now, he was the same person. He still had the same smile, but his cheekbones were slightly sunken. He was still 70% heroic, but 30% elegant had withered away. Only 2 pools of sadness remained. He wanted to hide it, but that sadness was too deep. He used all his strength, but still couldn't hide it well. He smiled and said, So Brother Mo is here to poach people on behalf of the peak of life and death? Haha, that's right, that's right. However, young Master, you probably won't come, so it's just a joke. My adoptive father is still here, so I won't leave. What does young Master plan to do from now on? Yu Wangshi's expression seemed to be pained, but he couldn't immediately answer. What did he plan to do from now on? He also didn't know. He felt like he was a moth, and Nangongxi was the light. He always wanted to follow the light, even if the consequences were to shatter into pieces. But Nangongxi didn't want him. That's right. I'm still doing what I should do in the Confucian Wind sect. Yu Wangshi smiled and said, assisting the sect leader, assisting adoptive father, and in the future, assisting young master. He paused. His hands clenched into fists. His knuckles were as white as jade. Mo Ran was shocked that Yu Wangshi was actually able to calmly say the last half of the sentence. He was actually able to say it. Assisting young madam. He finished speaking. As if he couldn't bear it any longer, he lowered his eyes. But only for a moment. He raised his head again to look at Mo Ran respectfully and gracefully. His face was still smiling, and his entire person was like a slender bamboo standing in the cold winter. Suddenly, a west wind blew, blowing up the snow that had accumulated in the bamboo forest. It fluttered in all directions like reeds. In that instant, Mo Ran thought, no, Nangongxi can't marry Song Qiudong. Chapter 155. The wedding day of the Confucian Wind sect's young master was getting closer and closer, but suddenly, a rumor began to spread among the guests of the various sections. Young Master Zhang, I heard of a matter recently. It sounds ridiculous, but if you think about it carefully, it's most likely true. Do you want to hear it? What a coincidence. I also have a secret about the Confucian Wind sect. It's also shocking. Don't tell me it's the same thing you want to talk about? The other party raised his eyebrows meaningfully. Young Master Zhang, are the secrets you know only related to 2 people? Indeed. The 2 exchanged glances. One of them lowered his voice and said, Let's talk about me first. I heard that Yu Wangshi of the Confucian Wind sect and When the other person heard this, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't even care about his demeanor as he burst out laughing. He slapped his thigh fiercely and said excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. That's it. The Confucian Wind sects Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong have an affair. It's true that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news spreads for 1,000 miles. I didn't expect that even someone like young master who doesn't like to listen to gossip would know. But when talking about this matter, you have to lower your voice. This is Lini. Wherever you go, you'll run into people from the Confucian Wind sect. I'm afraid the walls have ears." Whether the walls had ears or not was hard to say, but it was true that 3 people became a tiger. This matter was like cotton wool soaked in water, gradually expanding. Even if no one saw it with their own eyes, the more it spread, the more erotic it became. In the end, even the common people in the small villages outside Lini City who didn't cultivate knew about it. It was spreading in the fields. "Elder brother Gooden, I'll tell you a secret. You can't tell anyone." "What secret? Why are you so cautious? Tell me. You know how I talk, so I won't leak it out." "Then you better listen carefully. The Confucian Wind sect has a shocking scandal. That Song Qiutong, you know her, right? She's the woman who's about to marry Nangong Si. She's really a slut. Brother Gooden, you don't know, but she's already been with Yi Wangxi behind her fiancé's back." "How is this possible? Why not? Don't you know that back then, when Song Qiutong was auctioned off at the Xinyuan Assembly, it was Yi Wangxi who thought that she was pretty and had those dirty thoughts of buying her back for dual cultivation?" Li Gooden was very shocked. His mouth was wide open, and only after a long time did he stutter, "Heavens, heavens! How could such a thing happen?" Li Gooden's understanding of the world had been overturned. When he was sleeping at night, he hugged his wife and chatted. He said emotionally, "Spring flower, you're still the best." The villager, Zhao Chunhua, blinked. "What's the matter? Why are you suddenly talking about this?" "Look, although you're a bit ugly, a bit fat, and a bit short, you're hardworking and can give birth. You're not like some women who have an affair behind their husbands' backs." Zhao Chunhua was a bit annoyed. "How am I ugly? Isn't my face just a bit yellow?" Then she asked curiously, "Which family's wife has a broken shoe? How come I didn't know?" "It's not a villager. It's a group of Taoist nuns and Taoist masters who fly around on their swords all day long." Zhao Chunhua was shocked. "Who is it?" Li Gooden said, "It's whoever's getting married recently." Zhao Chunhua subconsciously didn't think about Nangong Si. She stared blankly for a long time before suddenly understanding. She shot up from the bed. "Heavens, this is incredible. There's actually such a thing? Don't talk nonsense, right?" "Why would I talk nonsense?" Li Gooden puffed up his chest. "In order to make his wife believe him more," he said solemnly. "A friend of mine saw it with his own eyes." The Confucian Wind sects Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong were having an affair. The 2 of them were carrying Nangong Si and had already slept with each other. Love between a man and a woman was often one of the fastest things in the world. Whether they were rich or poor, whether they were cultivators or not, everyone was happy to talk about it. In the blink of an eye, the guests gathered at the Confucian Wind sect more or less knew about this scandal. By the time it reached Chu Wannings's ears, the contents were already extravagant. Even Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong's secret rendezvous were described clearly. It even said that Song Qiutong married Nangong Si at this time because she already had Yi Wangxi's child. However, Yi Wangxi was fickle and heartless. For the sake of her own future, she was unwilling to acknowledge the mother and child. "If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Let's see if that child looks like Nangong Si or Yi Wangxi." Chu Wanning understood Nangong Si, but he didn't understand Yi Wangxi and Qiutong. Thus, he wasn't sure whether it was true or false. He only felt very angry. However, for someone like him, although he was good at dealing with that kind of evil, when it came to this kind of erratic matter, he was helpless and didn't know what to do. On this day, Nangong Si came to visit him at the side courtyard. Chu Wanning faintly gave her a warning, but Nangong Si didn't hear anything between the lines. She was still very happy to tell Grandmaster Chu about the interesting story of him raising the demon wolf, Neo Beijing. "A few days ago, I mated with her, and everything went quite smoothly. That female demon wolf is due to give birth next month. I don't know how many pups she'll be able to give birth to in this litter. Nangongsi smiled and said, if she gives birth to a pup that looks good, I'll ask my father to send one to the peak of life and death. When Chu Wanning heard this, he felt that this was a good opportunity. He said, yes, but I'm afraid that the pup's bloodline isn't pure. How could it not be pure? Neobajan and that female demon wolf are both from the Snow Wolf clan. They're very pure. Are you sure that the female demon wolf hasn't mated with another demon wolf before? Nangongsi was stunned for a moment. How could that be? That female demon wolf is raised by the Jade Pool Manor. There's only one in the entire manor. Even if she wanted to mate with another, she couldn't. She had to rely on our Neobajan. Chu Wanning felt that his hint was very obvious. He compared humans to wolves and hinted to Nangongsi to pay attention to the rumors. How could Nangongsi not understand? Chu Wanning thought for a moment and felt that maybe he didn't make it clear enough. He thought for a moment and said, although she's the only demon wolf in the Jade Pool Manor, when you bring her over to mate with Neobajan, she'll have to stay in the Confucian Wind sect for a while, right? You've raised so many demon wolves, do you think? No. Nangongsi laughed heartily. So that's what the Grandmaster is worried about? That female demon wolf and Neobajan are in the same cage. If they're locked in the same cage, how could other demon wolves have a chance? I'll let you die from your stupidity. Nangongsi didn't see Chu Wanning's gloominess at all. He stood up and invited Chu Wanning, Grandmaster, when you left, the Howling Moon drill ground hadn't been built yet. Now, it's been expanded twice. I'll take you there to take a look. Why don't you ride Neobajan? Chu Wanning said, no. Nangongsi seemed a little disappointed. Why not? Other than horses, I don't know how to ride anything else. Chu Wanning said, you're going to be a husband soon. Don't be so playful. If you're not raising a wolf cub, you're messing around in the drill ground. If you have time, you should go back and accompany Miss Song. Humans and animals are the same. If you don't accompany her, you'll become estranged. No, Chodong treats me very well. She's also very obedient. Then, if the Grandmaster feels that I'm neglecting her, I'll call her over as well. I've often mentioned you to her. She should be very willing to meet you. Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning thought that he didn't know much about Song Chiotong. How much of the rumors were true and how much was false, he didn't know. Before Nangongsi's wedding, it might be a good thing to know more about this young couple. Thus, he nodded and stood up. Okay, then you go find her. I'll wait for you at the Howling Moon drill ground. Nangongsi left. When he left the courtyard, he coincidentally bumped into Mo Ran. The two of them bowed in front of the screen. Mo Ran entered the courtyard and saw Chu Wanning standing under the osmanthus tree. In front of him was a small red clay stove that was steaming. On the stone table were 2 half-drunk cups of 8 treasures tea. Shizun, Nangongsi is looking for you? Yes, he wants me to go to the Howling Moon drill ground to take a look at his demon wolf. Chu Wanning said and turned to go back into the house. This set of clothes is not suitable for riding. I'll go change. Demon wolves are fierce. Even though Mo Ran knew Chu Wanning's abilities, he didn't feel at ease leaving him alone. Thus, he said, I'll go with Shizun. Chu Wanning stopped and glanced at him. Do you know how to ride a wolf? Mo Ran smiled, his black eyes very bright. Why wouldn't I? My horsemanship is good. Don't mention riding a wolf. I'm good at riding anything. Chu Wanning was just about to open his mouth to mock him when he suddenly felt that the words good at riding anything were a bit moist and ambiguous. He couldn't help but think of the scene that appeared in his dream. He thought of the two people's positions in the dream, thought of the sweat that gathered on Mo Ran's firm abdomen, and thought of himself lying on the bed powerlessly. It was as if he had really become a plaything under Mo Ran's body, being galloped by him. Chu Wanning's face suddenly turned red. He cursed in a low voice, shameless. He didn't know if he was cursing Mo Ran or himself. He turned around and slammed the door, leaving only the half-drawn curtain outside the door swaying. It was like the heart of the person hiding in the room, trembling. The Howling Moon drill ground was a vast and boundless grassland. Now that the weather was cold, the grass and trees were bleak, and the green and yellow fields were covered with a thin layer of frost. The winter sun hung in the sky, but because of the cover of the clouds, it seemed a bit cold. The sunlight that sprinkled down was even more perfunctory and lifeless. At the end of the field was the Confucian Wind sect's dense private hunting forest. The pine and cypress trees were luxuriant, and the needles were fluffy. From a distance, it was suffused with a layer of golden yellow, like the fluffy and soft feathers of a baby bird. Nangong-si stood in front of the wooden fence, talking with Song Chiotong. Suddenly, he saw two people coming out of the thin fog. It was Chu Wanning and Imo Ran. He couldn't help but be startled at first. Then he smiled and said, "Grandmaster Imo, are you worried about leaving your Shizun with me? So you also came?" "That's not it." Imo Ran also smiled. "I came because I was afraid that Shizun would get angry at Nangong Gongzi if he encountered something that didn't go his way. That would be so unfair to Nangong Gongzi. That's why I'm here to be a doormat." Chu Wanning glanced at him and said coldly, "I think you're here to be a flaming knife and flint." Buffed. When Song Chiotong, who was standing behind Nangong-si, heard this, she let out a low laugh. She lifted her two feathery eyelashes and gracefully walked out from behind her fiancé. She was truly lovely and moving, and her face was as beautiful as a flower. She looked at Imo Ran and Chu Wanning and smiled gently. "I've long heard that Grandmaster Chu and Grandmaster Imo have a deep relationship. Today, it seems that it is indeed so." Chapter 156. Chu Wanning looked her up and down. Previously at the Xian Yuan Pavilion, he already felt that this person had a beauty that could topple countries. Now that he looked at her up close, he felt that she was as delicate as a lotus flower, as beautiful as the sun. Her ebony hair seemed to be able to illuminate the surroundings. She was indeed a peerless beauty. No wonder Nangong-si liked her. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but quietly look at Imo Ran, wanting to know what Imo Ran's reaction would be. Unexpectedly, when he looked over, his line of sight met with Imo Ran's. Imo Ran didn't even look at Song Chiotong, as if Nangong-si was standing next to him. Instead, he was staring at him. When their eyes met, Imo Ran gently smiled. Chu Wanning felt numb from his gaze, but he still pretended to be calm. He and Imo Ran looked at each other for a moment, then turned their gazes away. The howling moon drill ground raises many demon wolves. The bravest one is Neo Bajan. I also like it the most. Nangong-si led everyone to the center of the empty field. She took out the jade flute at her waist and whistled 3 times. After a moment of silence, a demonic wind blew from the forest in the distance. A snow-white shadow leaped out of the forest like a whirlwind. Almost in the blink of an eye, a demon wolf with sparkling fur and golden claws leaped into the air, its body drawing a smooth arc. It let out a howl, its back reflecting the cold winter sun. Then it leaned forward and steadily stopped in front of Nangong-si. "Oh, whoa." Nangong-si stepped forward and stroked its fluffy neck. She turned her head and smiled. "Great master, look, it's already grown so big. The year you left, it was still a little cub. The year I left, it was already as tall as a grown man." Chu Wanning said expressionlessly, "Ha ha ha ha, is that so? I always thought it was small, still a cub. Great master, why don't you try riding it?" Nangong-si said and blew her flute again, summoning 2 more snow-white demon wolves from the forest. "Great Master Imo, do you want to play too?" The 3 of them flipped onto the back of the demon wolves. Nangong-si said, "Hold on to the rope or the neck fur. You also need to clamp your legs. It's not much different from riding a horse." After he finished speaking, he looked down at Xiong and said, "Xiong, you ride with me. I'll take you." Chu Wanning originally thought that she didn't know how to do it, but after climbing onto the back of the demon wolf and trying to walk a few steps, she felt that it wasn't difficult at all. In fact, because the demon wolf's intelligence was quite high, it could clearly understand the rider's thoughts, so riding it was much easier than riding an ordinary horse. "Run a lap?" "Where?" Imo Ran smiled. "Is this a competition? Let's have a round." Chu Wanning glanced at Nangong-si, who was riding a demon wolf with Song Chiong. He thought that this was a good opportunity to improve the relationship between the couple, so he gladly agreed. Nangong-si smiled as he untied a spirit stone bracelet from his wrist, saying, "Since that's the case, We'll first run to the Lake Gongquan, which is north of the forest park. We'll catch 5 groupers there, and the first person to return here will be the winner. This bracelet will be the prize. How about it? 7-star Spirit Stone Bracelet. Young Master Nangong is too generous. No amount of gold can buy my happiness. Nangong Si tightened the rope and lowered his head to Cheong, saying, "Sit tight, don't fall. If you run too fast, tell me." Imo Ran glanced at Song Cheong and smiled. "I'm afraid that young Master Nangong's bracelet will be taken out early. Ha, don't look down on me. I grew up on the back of a wolf. Don't mention one more person. Even if I brought one more, it would be a piece of cake. Let's go. I'll count to 3 and we'll start. 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, 3 snow-white silhouettes pierced through the air like arrows piercing through the forest. Stepping on the desolate grassland, they instantly leaped to the end of the hunting park and disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. At first, Chu Wanning slowed down and followed behind Nangong Si and Cheong. But later on, Cheong's screams would hit him from time to time. After listening for a long time, his ears would inevitably become tired. In addition to the girl's coquettish complaints, he really couldn't bear it, so he couldn't help but increase his speed and overtook them. As the screams of "Young Master, slow down" behind him gradually faded away, Chu Wanning also gradually felt some pleasure from riding the demon wolf. This kind of spirit beast was extremely intelligent. He only needed to slightly move his fingertips, and Neobajan would understand his intentions and immediately respond. It was no wonder that Nangong Si was so fond of these animals. The winter wind brushed past his face, but he didn't feel cold. Chu Wanning raised his head and looked at the scattered and mottled sunlight in front of him. It stretched out endlessly, passing under his feet, and then like a torrent, rolling away into the distance. He couldn't help but smile, feeling that this galloping could be said to be delightful. So he urged Neobajan to run wildly, the wolf's claws stepping on the thick coniferous forest, raising clouds of dust. And behind him, Imo Ran rode the black-clawed demon wolf, following closely from beginning to end. In that instant, Chu Wanning's heart gave birth to a trace of indescribable pleasure and peace of mind. He suddenly felt that he finally had the power to willfully move forward. It was as if no matter where he ran, there would be such footsteps behind him, such a person, constantly echoing and never separating. Chu Wanning arrived at Lake Gongquan at almost the same time as Imo Ran. There were ripples, the lake water was clear as a mirror, and the spiritual energy of the water was extremely rich. Because of the nourishment of the spiritual energy on both sides of the lake, the flowers and fruit trees were not affected by the 4 seasons. Even in the middle of winter, the orange trees were still lush with branches and leaves. Behind the dark green leaves hid countless golden fruits, and the wind also filled the air with a sweet citrus fragrance. Steadily landing on the ground, Chu Wanning looked around and said, "This is a good place for spiritual energy." Imo Ran led the black-clawed demon wolf, walked over, and asked with a smile, "If Shizun likes it, when we go back, we'll plant many fruit trees at the peak of life and death. We'll use spiritual energy to nourish them all year round. If we want to eat them, we can pick them." Chu Wanning snorted, but didn't comment. He walked to the lakeside and raised his hand to summon Heaven's Inquisition. Imo Ran saw that something was wrong and stopped him. "What are you doing?" "Catching fish." "Don't tell me that Shizun wants to turn on the wind and catch all the fish in the lake." "What are you thinking about?" Chu Wanning glared at him, swung his hand, and threw the golden vine into the lake. "Then," he said lightly to the lake, "which one of you is tired of living? Those who are willing to take the bait." After saying this 3 times, Chu Wanning took back Heaven's Inquisition. On the golden leaf, there really were a few fat-headed fishes rolling their eyes and looking at the sky helplessly while spitting out bubbles. Chu Wanning looked and turned to ask Imo Ran, "Did he say that he wanted groupers?" "Yes." "Do you know what groupers look like?" After Chu Wanning finished speaking, he felt that this question might be too roundabout, so he simply picked up Heaven's Inquisition and showed the few fish that he caught to Imo Ran. "Are there any among these? Let me catch them for Shizun." Imo Ran caught 10 fish, and put them into the chinkuan pouch on the necks of the two demon wolves. Chu Wanning put the few fishes that didn't want to live back into the water and said lightly, "Life is short, please bear with it for a while." Hearing this sentence, Immerse only felt that this man was funny and cute. He put away the last grouper, turned around, and saw Chu Wanning walking towards the shore from the edge of the icy jade lake. The lake water behind him rippled, soaking his white figure, making it soft and hazy. All at once he felt a strong desire to stride over to Chu Wanning, to take her in his arms, to kiss her, to caress her with the utmost tenderness, to crush her, to drag her into the orange grove, to press her against the tree, to lift her legs, and to invade her with infinite violence. He watched as Chu Wanning walked closer and closer, and was shocked to find that his desire was so contradictory and so strong. The softest and the roughest were both born from fate. Ah, love, love. Isn't it like this? Hard heat is the fiery blade that cuts you open. Warm and soft is the tenderness of spring water that wraps you up. Nangongsi is really too much. Chu Wanning didn't see the uncertainty in Immerse's eyes. He walked in front of Immerse and checked the chinkuan pouch on Neobajan's neck. "You're running so slowly with a girl. Maybe you're doing something else." Immerse's head was a little hot. He stared at Chu Wanning's exposed neck like a wolf's eyes and felt a burst of heat in his abdomen. Without thinking, he muttered in a low voice. Chu Wanning was stunned for a moment. "What are you doing?" Immerse finally reacted. He felt that he had said something wrong, so he coughed dryly and turned his head away. "Nothing." Chu Wanning, on the other hand, understood. His eyes suddenly widened, and then narrowed dangerously. He appeared to be very angry. "What are you thinking about? Get on the horse and go back." Immerse's lips moved. He wanted to say, not get on the horse, but get on the wolf. But when he saw Chu Wanning's gloomy face and flushed ears, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He watched with some regret as Chu Wanning mounted Neobajan swiftly and fiercely. He was really outstanding and handsome. He didn't have a narrow desire. He thought that if only Chu Wanning was his person, then he would make him soft. He wouldn't be able to get on the horse's back, and he wouldn't be able to get on the wolf's back. He would only be able to get into his arms. He immediately felt shocked and guilty at this thought. He subconsciously shook his head. This movement was coincidentally seen by Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked him, "What's wrong? Why are you shaking your head? Did I say something wrong about you?" No. Shizun's teachings are all correct. I'm thinking too much." But he wasn't thinking about Nangongsi and Song Chiotong. "The person I'm thinking about is you," then Immerse thought. Sigh. If only he could break Neobajan's legs. That way, even if Chu Wanning doesn't have a wolf to ride, he might still give him face and be willing to get on his black claw. He really wanted to hug him again. Like a person on the verge of dying of thirst, he missed the sweet dew that he had once wasted. Immerse couldn't get rid of these random thoughts as he followed closely behind Chu Wanning. When they returned to the Howling Moon drill ground, they saw that Chiotong and Nangongsi were already waiting there. Song Chiotong was sitting on the ground. Her sparkling jade-like ankle was stretched out. There were bloodstains on it. It turned out that in the middle of running, she had forgotten that Nangongsi had warned her to tighten her legs, so her skin was cut by the thorns. Although it was a small injury, Nangongsi wouldn't leave it unattended. He brought her back in advance to have her wound bandaged. Immerse glanced at her legs. Those legs could be considered good-looking, but compared to Chu Wanning, they were far inferior. To think that he had liked Chiotong's legs so much in his previous life. He was really blind. He now felt that everything about Chu Wanning was good. It didn't matter if he looked at him horizontally or vertically. Even that pair of cold, unfeeling, and disdainful eyes, he felt that was arrogance, that was temperament. Chu Wanning should be like that. He was really very good-looking, very good-looking. He was so good-looking that when he glared at him, when he scolded him, when he rolled his eyes at him, he would feel elated. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Nangongsi was very happy. He casually handed the 1,000 gold chain to Chu Wanning. "This is for the Grandmaster." Chu Wanning looked at the chain and said, 7-star spirit stones are good for nurturing spiritual cores. I really do need it. Thank you." Imo Ran didn't feel good when he heard this. He muttered to himself, next time, I'll buy you a better one. What? Chu Wanning didn't hear clearly and turned to look at him. Imo Ran saw that his pair of phoenix eyes were so close to his own. His own face was clearly reflected in those eyes. That kind of distance made the bitterness in his heart fade slightly. Imo Ran smiled and said, I said, next time I see something more suitable for Shizun, I'll buy it for Shizun. Okay. Chu Wanning's straightforward answer made Imo Ran even happier. He even peeked at the Nangong Sea, but the Nangong Sea didn't care about that at all. He even competed with the Nangong Sea, proudly wanting to let the Nangong Sea know that when Shizun received something from him, he would politely say thank you. But when he received something from him, he wouldn't. You see, he didn't regard me as an outsider at all. Chu Wanning said, remember to ask the boss to write a receipt. I'll give you the money when the time comes. Imo Ran. 10 freshwater groupers were taken out from the Chinkuan back. Nangong Sea took them to the hunting cabin at the edge of the Howling Moon drill ground. Outside the cabin was a gray-black stove with pots, bowls, ladles, and basins. However, the cabin looked mottled and old. Compared to the magnificent grassland, it didn't look like it was built at the same time. Chu Wanning's fingertips brushed the fence and stopped in front of a bunch of rope tied to the fence. The rope had weathered countless storms and was no longer as gorgeous as it used to be. Nangong Sea came out of the cabin with seasonings. Seeing Chu Wanning looking at the rope, he smiled and said, that was the year the Grandmaster left. The rope I tied here is almost all rotted away. Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He just sighed softly and sat down on a stool made of wood. When he was working for the Confucian Wind sect, Nangong Sea was still a child. He would often bring him to the Howling Moon drill ground. This hunting cabin was left behind from that time. The fire was quickly lit. The grouper was skewered on a fruit tree branch and roasted. The fatty fish fat sizzled from the crispy skin and flesh, emitting a rich meaty aroma. Nangong Sea gave 6 to the demon wolves squatting by the wooden fence. The remaining 4 were sprinkled with salt and distributed to everyone. Chodong only ate a few mouthfuls before passing the roasted fish to Nangong Sea, who had already eaten a whole fish. She said, I don't want to eat anymore. Gongzi, please share some for me. Chu Wanning glanced at them. He saw Nangong Sea take the roasted fish and happily eat a second one. He thought to himself, this Chodong looks like an obedient and gentle person. He's very considerate. He's completely different from the rumored woman who's unfaithful. Rumors really can't be taken seriously. Just as he was thinking, a lotus leaf was passed over. The fish meat on it was carefully divided. The main bones were all removed, and the tender white meat was emitting steam and a charred aroma. Chu Wanning was slightly surprised. He turned his head and saw Imo Ran putting away the short silver dagger that he always wore. He smiled and said, Shizun, eat this. Where did you get the lotus leaf? I picked it when I was catching fish by the lake. Imo ran past the fish meat to him. Eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good when it's cold. Chu Wanning took the lotus leaf. Ripples appeared in his heart as he said, thank you. He really didn't like to eat fish bones. The processed grouper melted in his mouth. Chu Wanning ate it piece by piece without feeling tired. After he finished eating, the tea on the fire also boiled. Song Chodong stood up and took down the iron pot. She poured a cup for everyone and offered it with both hands. Grandmaster Chu, please have some tea. Her slender jade hand held the small white porcelain cup. Her arm was like the moon, and there was a dot of cinnabar on her wrist. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered that during the auction at the Xian Yuan Pavilion, the pavilion master said that she had a dot of chastity sand on her wrist. Presumably, it was this dot. Since there was a dot of chastity sand on her wrist, then the matter of Song Chotong and Yi Wangshi having an affair was even more ridiculous. Thinking of this, Chu Wanning finally heaved a sigh of relief. Nangong Si was a pure and simple-minded person. He was like a wild horse in the grassland, like a lone wolf that insisted on going his own way. He was simple and handsome. Chu Wanning didn't dislike such a person. Therefore, she didn't want Nangong Si to meet someone unworthy of him. Song Chodong's tea was offered to Imo Ran. Imo Ran took it, but didn't drink it. He put it aside and said with a smile, Miss Song, I have something to give you. Chapter 157. While speaking, he took out a thin bracelet. The bracelet shone brightly, made of mother-of-pearl from the East Sea and Shiha crystal from the Zhurong Mountain. It was obviously an expensive item. You wrote a letter asking for the carp crystal, but unfortunately, that crystal has already been taken by my cousin to make a sword. I didn't prepare any other gift, so I bought this waterfire bracelet. It should fit you. This is too expensive. I'm afraid Shodong can't accept it. How can you not accept a gift? Immerse smiled. Besides, the waterfire bracelet can also suppress firepower, but it's only suitable for women. You can wear it and accompany Prince Nangong in the future, more or less. It can calm his spirit flow. It's a practical item. Song Chiotong turned around and looked at Nangong Si. After getting the nod, he took the bracelet with both hands, bowed respectfully and said gently, "Thank you, Grandmaster Imo." The four drank tea, then sat and chatted for a while. Chu Wanning was concerned about Nangong Si's marriage, so he asked him to pay more attention to the details of the wedding ceremony, to make sure that everything was arranged properly, so that there wouldn't be any problems. Nangong Si finished his tea in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, then played with the empty cup in his hand, then smiled and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry, I go every night. I'm not the same as when I was young anymore. I know that there are some things that should be taken care of. Yesterday, I found that Chiotong's dress was missing a pearl, so I immediately asked someone to redo it." When talking about the wedding ceremony, his usually unruly face actually showed some shyness. He glanced at Chiotong, then smiled and said, "Chiotong will be very beautiful." When these words fell into the ears of Chiotong's husband in her previous life, Imo ran absent-mindedly poured himself another cup of tea. Of course, he knew that Chiotong was an outstanding beauty, but so what? That year at Shuiying Peak, the Emperor Ta married the first empress of the Shizun world. On the wedding night, the phoenix candles were shining brightly, but he did not stay in the bridal chamber. That night he drank too much, and when the red candles were burning and the veil was falling down, he lifted the bride's blushing face and stared at it for a while. Before the important ceremony of life, it was always easy for people to feel the vicissitudes of life. Even the Emperor Ta was no exception. He suddenly felt that it was so unreal. His gaze seemed to pierce through the charming red in front of him and fall into the snowy sky many years ago. When he was naked in the cold wind, when he was about to die of hunger and thirst, he was pitied and licked the rice soup that person brought to him. When he first came to the peak of life and death, he was anxious. When he stood on tiptoe to pick begonias under the moonlight. When he knelt in front of Chu Wanning and was touched by the willow vines. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would trample over all the immortals and become the ruler of the world. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Her red lips slightly opened, her eyes focused, and the breath she exhaled was sweet and extravagant, just like his high status today. He seemed to have everything: beauty, status, power. What was there to be dissatisfied with? He couldn't think of anything to be dissatisfied with, but he felt very empty. His whole person seemed to be standing on the peak of a steep mountain, surrounded by only a few faces, blurred and indistinct. He walked through these flattering faces. They praised him. They knelt in front of him. They fawned over him. They all had the same face. He heard someone calling him charmingly. Her voice was soft like peony petals. "Husband, husband." He felt disgusted. He felt disgusted. He wanted to get away from this tide of fans, but this sweet voice wrapped around him like sugar water. He suddenly pushed Song Chiotong away. The charming bride couldn't resist the force. She fell on the scarlet-red bed of the bridal chamber, her head full of gold and silver ornaments trembling, her footsteps swaying. In the illusion of jewelry, Immerse felt that everything was so distorted, so unreal. The golden light was like a will-o'-the-wisp. The bright red candles were like tears of blood. He felt so disgusted. But he didn't know who he was disgusted with, Song Chiotong? Or did he become like this? He rushed out of the door. In his previous life, few people in the world knew that on the day of the Emperor Ta's wedding, Empress Song Chiotong was neglected. Immerse, dressed in a red and gold robe, pushed open the door of the Red Lotus Water Pavilion. He walked in, and after a while, the candles in the pavilion were extinguished. Song Chiotong's new husband stayed in there for the entire night. until the evening of the second day, when Xue Ming rushed to the peak of life and death to cause trouble. Imo ran lazily open the door, tidied up his messy clothes, and walked to the front hall with a satisfied face. What happened in the Red Lotus Water Pavilion that night was completely unknown to outsiders. After saying goodbye to Nangong Si, Chu Wanning and Imo Ran returned to the courtyard where they were staying. Chu Wanning suddenly asked, "Just now, Nangong said that Shotong was beautiful. Why were you staring at her in a daze?" Imo Ran said, "I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding dress." Chu Wanning suddenly felt a burst of jealousy. He flicked his sleeve, and his expression was extremely cold. "Don't think about indecent things. She is someone else's fiancée. What do you have to think about?" Imo Ran smiled. "Who said I was thinking about her? I was thinking about how she would look in her wedding gown. I'm not even half as good as Master." She had a stomach full of anger and wanted to vent, but she was caught off guard and had her palm licked by the little wolf dog. Chu Wanning's face alternated between red and white. For a long time, he couldn't say a single decent word. Finally, he waved his sleeve and said, "Ghost MC's illusion is a ridiculous matter. From now on, don't mention it again." Imo Ran sighed in his heart. "I didn't want to mention it, but you asked me. I didn't want to lie to you. I praised you for your good looks, but you still scolded me. But being yelled at by you makes me feel very sweet. When I think about how I lost you, I feel like being scolded by you for the rest of my life is like being soaked in a jar of sugar. Chu Wanning, what should I do? I can't stop myself from longing for you." The days passed very quickly. There was only one more day before Nangong Si's wedding. The Confucian Wind sect was already filled with guests from all over the world. Regardless of whether it was the sect masters or the young masters of the large sects, the individual cultivators of the Jianghu, or even some rich merchants without spiritual power, everyone who didn't arrive early was in front of the main city of Shinji on this day. For a time, there were luxurious canopies, carriages, and horses. There was an endless stream of men and women dressed in splendid attire. The silks and pearls on their bodies reflected the light of the Confucian Wind sect. Xue Ming was dragged by her father to greet the female cultivators around her age. "Master Wang Xian, long time no see. Nice to meet you." "Oh, isn't this little Montua? You've already grown up. You're so beautiful. Come, Xue Ming, come and say hello to your Uncle Wang." Xue Ming moved over unwillingly and said, "Hello, Uncle Wang." Xue Jingyong slapped the back of his head. He smiled, but gritted his teeth and said, "It's Uncle Wang, not Uncle Wang. Ha ha ha, you're the same. You're the same. You're really handsome. Old Xue, you're so lucky." After a while, Xue Ming was pushed to stroll in the garden with little Montua. Little Montua was 16 years old this year. She was 16 years old, but she seemed a little cold. After walking side by side with Xue Ming for a while, she said, "Young Master Xue, I'm sure you understand why the elders pushed us out together." "Yes, but I'll say this first. We can take a stroll, but I don't like young Master Xue's temperament, so don't think about anything else." "Oh, Xue Ming was shocked. He suddenly stopped and waited for little Montua with a dark expression. Little Montua raised her chin arrogantly. She looked at Xue Ming's face and said coldly, "I already have someone in my heart. Even if you're in love with me, are you crazy?" Xue Ming exploded. "Me?" He pointed at himself with his finger, his face full of shock. "Fall in love with you? Otherwise, why did you pull me along a deserted path? Don't tell me you're not guilty? Why don't you say you're the one with a hole in your brain?" Xue Ming's temper flared up. He was furious, and his eyes were burning with anger. He kept repeating, "I like you? I like you? Why did you say you like me so many times? You lecher." Little Montua was very unyielding. She stomped her foot, raised her head, and slapped Xue Ming's face. Xue Ming was already so angry that he felt dizzy. After being slapped by this little hand for no reason, he almost vomited blood. If Madame Wang hadn't taught him to be courteous to women, he probably would have pressed little Montua to the ground and beaten her into a flower. At this time, a man with light eyes and a high nose came from the distance. When little Montua saw him, she was stunned at first. Then, tears filled her eyes. She said, "Young Master Mei." She ran towards the man. The man who came was Mei Hanshue. He didn't expect that he would meet someone else on such a remote path. He was obviously stunned for a moment. However, he saw little Montua flying towards him. He raised his hand, and a barrier fell from the sky. With a bang, the girl was blocked outside. The girl was caught off guard and hit the barrier with the power of thunder and lightning. She cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. Mei Hanshue didn't plan to help her. He looked down at her and frowned. "Girl, you've got the wrong person." "How could it be wrong? How could it be wrong? That year, you promised me a golden sachet and said that you would never forget it after seeing me. When I was 18, you would marry me. Have you forgotten?" "Mei Hanshue, young Master Mei, you've really got the wrong person." Mei Hanshue didn't say anything more. He just shook his head and left such a sentence. He walked past the girl with tears in her eyes. When Xueming saw this scene, he felt both angry and relieved. He was angry because of Mei Hanshue, this romantic seed. He really didn't recognize people when he put on his pants. It was no wonder that he only dared to walk on this kind of occasion. It was good to vent his anger because he didn't expect that little Montua would actually like Mei Hanshue. Mei Hanshue was the same as his name, flowery and heartless. It was said that before and after hooking up with a woman, they were two completely different faces. Little Montua fell in love with him. That was really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Mei Hanshue walked in front of him, narrowed his light-colored glass-like eyes, and looked at him sideways for a moment. Xueming thought to himself, "What are you looking at? You actually dare to look at me like that? You're famous all over the world. My name is famous in the 9 regions. I can't lose in momentum." So he proudly raised his head and swept Mei Hanshue with the tail of his eyes like an idiot. He was prepared to let out a rather dignified and disdainful snort when the two of them completely crossed shoulders. "Why is your face swollen?" Unexpectedly, Mei Hanshue walked halfway and stopped. Her footsteps stopped and she stood in front of him. She looked at him indifferently from a distance. "It's quite swollen." Xueming couldn't catch his breath, but he still couldn't stop the car. He proudly snorted. "Mei Hanshue." Xueming's face quickly turned red. He fiercely turned his head and murderously said, "Why do you care about me? I accidentally fell when I was walking." "Then you should watch when you walk in the future." Mei Hanshue calmly said, "It's not easy to fall like this." After saying that, she left, leaving Xueming standing in place for a long time. Then she angrily stomped her feet and said, "Mei Hanshue, you dog-hair grandson. You just wait for me. You and I are irreconcilable." After suffering a stomach full of grievances, Xueming ran out of the garden with red eyes. He ran too fast and unexpectedly bumped into a person's chest. Xueming was furious and scolded, "What the hell? Don't you have eyes when you walk?" When she looked up, she saw a tall and confident man dressed in green. His clothes were embroidered with the pattern of Du Rua embroidered with golden silk thread. His head was tied with a green jade crown of lone moon night. His 2 curtains of long and soft eyelashes covered his eyes. When he looked up, there was a hazy Jiangnan drizzle. What a captivating face. The man pushed Xueming away and straightened his clothes. He seemed to be in a bad mood. His slender fingers smoothed out the wrinkles in front of his lapel. Xueming saw the black tortoise-back patterned silver ring on his index finger. He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he was shocked. Jiangxi? Lo Moon Knight's head, the richest person in the world, Jiangxi. This person's age was about the same as Shuijingyong's, but his mental cultivation method was different. Jiangxi's appearance was also in his 20s. This person was rich and noble, and his appearance was also extremely beautiful. He was truly the darling of the heavens. During the Soul Mountain Conference, Jiangxi was absent from the 10 heads. At that time, Xueming was still thinking about it. He wondered what this absent fellow looked like. Today, when he saw him, he couldn't help but be shocked. He stared at him fiercely. Jiangxi's face was calm, but he didn't have a good temper. Is the name of the head of a sect something you can call? Ridiculous. When Xueming heard this, he only felt that the humiliation was 100 times worse than what Mei Hanshue had just suffered. He immediately said angrily, "What's wrong? You're old, and you don't allow others to call you by your name? Do I have to call you sect master immortal monarch? Nangong Lu isn't as arrogant as you are." "How unruly," Jiangshi said coldly. "Whose disciple are you? Why should I answer when you ask? Who do you think you are? Those monkeys in the lonely moon night listen to your orders. Do you think I have to pay you? I won't tell you. I think you're just a Meng-er." Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded. Shueming suddenly shut his mouth. He moved away from Jiangshi and looked behind him. At some point, Madame Wang had come over. She probably heard Shueming's unruly words just now, so her face was pale and anxious. She quickly stopped him and said, "Meng-er, don't talk anymore. Come here. Come to mother's side." Shueming fiercely glared at Jiangshi again. He shook his hand and walked toward Madame Wang. He respectfully bowed his head and said, "Mother." Jiangshi stood in place for a while, then slowly turned around and narrowed her eyes. That pair of beautiful eyes, however, flashed with a malicious light. He looked at the mother and son beside the white wall and said coldly, "Oh, this is God's favored one, Shui Jingyong's good son, Shueming, right?" Madame Wang was speechless. Jiangshi's eyelashes trembled for a moment. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were full of mockery. As expected of Shui Jingyong's son, how well-mannered. "Don't insult my father, Meng-er." Madame Wang immediately grabbed him and pulled him behind her. Then, with a pale face, she curtsied to Jiangshi. "My son, Shueming, is used to being willful. Please don't take offense, Sect Master Jiang." "Ha, Sect Master Jiang." Jiangshi was like a poisonous snake. He slowly swallowed the words between his wet lips and teeth. Then, he said, "It's okay. He has at least half of your blood in him. Based on seniority, I can take him as my godnephew." "Who wants to be your godnephew? Why don't you take a look at your ugly face?" Scram. "Meng-er." Jiangshi smiled coldly. He stared at Shueming for a moment. Then, his eyes slowly moved to Madame Wang. Madame Wang lowered her eyes and said, "Please don't joke with me, Sect Master. I am no longer Lonmun's disciple. How can I still talk about seniority with you?" "Okay." Jiangshi nodded and said coldly, "Good, very good. Today, I have seen an old friend and her son. It's really an eye-opener for me. I don't know how people are raised in this filthy place at the peak of life and death. How can a good magnolia be stained with mud?" "Jiangshi, King say that again. I'll tear your mouth apart." When Shueming heard this person insult his mother in front of him, blood immediately rushed to his head. He wanted to charge forward without a care for anything else. Madame Wang couldn't hold him back. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. A bright firework exploded, and bells and drums rumbled. The Confucian Wind sect's singing official used a sound amplification technique to spread a sentence across the 72 cities in an instant. The 100 Families Welcome Banquet will begin at the Hall of Poetry in the evening. We respectfully invite all distinguished guests to attend. Jiangshi glanced coldly at Shueming, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and left. Chapter 158. When a big sect got married, the banquet would be held for 3 days. The first day was the welcoming banquet, which was held the night before the wedding. As the name suggested, it was a welcoming banquet for the guests. But that night, the most lively event was not at the banquet table, but at the hunting ground. According to the rules, in the evening, before the sun set, there would be an elder of virtue and prestige who would release 3 spirit antlers tied with red silk into the garden. Then, the father of the groom would select 22 unmarried men and women and let them compete for the deer in the garden. There were 3 spirit antlers, and if a guest could hunt one, they would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. In the end, this was just a gimmick played by rich sects like the Confucian Wind sect and the Lone Moon Knight. The Hall of Poetry was high up in the air, its tiles flying. Looking down from the hall, not far away, the hunting forest was shrouded in the afterglow of the setting sun. The guests arrived one after another and congratulated Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu, no matter how high or low the guests were, politely returned their greetings and respectfully invited them to the banquet table. After bustling for an hour, all the guests were finally seated. With the chime of the Silu Pavilion, the banquet officially began. I wonder which guest's sect leader Nangong will let go down to the garden to compete for the deer. Didn't they say they would draw lots? If it were up to me, those who were chosen would be especially lucky. Think about it. The person who hunted the spirit antler would be rewarded with 10 million gold coins. The others who didn't hunt the spirit antler would also be rewarded with other spirit beasts or immortal fruits. How could there be anything better in this world? While the lively discussion was going on, the door of the hall suddenly opened. Nangong Si and Song Chodong walked up the stairs together. The two of them, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, walked hand in hand to the sect leader. Nangong Lu stood up and nodded with a smile. In a clear voice, he said, "Honored guests come from all over the world, from all the big immortal sects and mansions. To be able to take time out of your busy schedule to come to the Confucian Wind sect and participate in my son's wedding, it is truly a great honor." The guests below all flattered. Sect leader is really too polite. Young master and young madam are a perfect match. They are really a rare couple. Yes, yes. These flattering words were almost exactly the same as what his fans had said to him on his wedding day in his previous life. Ran felt a wave of irritation as he listened. His gaze subconsciously swept through the crowd, and soon found Yi Wangshi sitting next to Elder Shuang Lin. Yi Wangshi's eyes were downcast. She was still dressed simply and focused on eating the food in her bowl. She did not raise her head to look at Nangong Si. Whether it was his expression or his actions, everything was the same as usual, or even calmer than usual. Perhaps it was because he had always lived a very difficult life, so this kind of person already knew very well that he was powerless to fight for his life. Ran looked at him and suddenly remembered a pagoda lantern that he liked very much when he was young. The lantern was exquisitely made, and every tile was outlined. However, the price of the old artist was not low, so even though the lantern was good, it could not be sold. Of course, Ran could not afford it, but almost every night after the night market opened, he would go to the stall to look for a while. The shadow of the pagoda lantern flowed, and the solemn light illuminated the dark eyes of the child. Until one day, a young man and a young woman came. They were dressed in silk and satin. The young woman took a fancy to this pagoda lantern at first glance. She only said that she liked it in a spoiled manner, and the man beside her took out money to sell the lantern. The pagoda was taken away. Ran looked up and watched the old artist take it down from the wooden shelf that had been hanging for a long time. He handed it to the young girl with both hands. The flickering light finally illuminated Ran's longing face, and then disappeared with the pair at the end of the night market. Ran felt very uncomfortable at that time, but he was obedient and calm. He was the same as Yi Wangshi now. In fact, when they first saw the pagoda lantern, they knew that such a luxurious thing was destined to not belong to them. In fact, every night when they were illuminated by the pagoda lantern, they had already rehearsed the scene of losing this light thousands of times in their hearts. It was not that they could let it go or feel relieved. Rather, from the beginning, they knew very clearly what the ending would be, so they never dared to pick it up. Come, 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 draw lots, draw lots. The manager of the Confucian Wind sect came to the front of the seat of honor with a big smile on his face. He held it over his head and presented it in front of Nangong Lu. Sect leader, the auspicious time has come. Please draw lots. Good. Come. Sect leader Nangong, come and catch one. Nangong Lu smiled and said, "Then I will respectfully accept. Draw 22 lots. The young heroes who are chosen, please do me the honor and participate in the night hunt. If there is anyone who does not want to go, please tell me in advance. Many thanks, many thanks." After waiting for a while, a few girls from small sects with low cultivation and timid courage asked their parents to go up and ask sect leader Nangong to remove their names from the lantern in advance. Su Shuangling glanced at Yi Wangshi and asked with a lazy smile, "Little Yi, do you want to go and play? If you want to go, I will do something for you and open a secret door." "I'm not going," Yi Wangshi said. "Adoptive father. I'll have to trouble you to tell sect leader to remove my name from the lantern as well." "How can that be?" What if you win and get 10 million gold? Yiwangshi. Su Shuanglin's temper was far more unruly than his adopted son's. He thought for a while, then the corners of his mouth curled up into a withered smile. He said, "If you don't want to go, then I will go." Adoptive father, you are already in your 40s this year. What do you think? I look young. Wait until I catch those 3 deer. Then I will get 30 million gold. If I don't take the windfall, the earth will destroy me and the heavens will punish me. Su Shuanglin stubbornly insisted on going his own way. He didn't see his adopted son's depression at all. He tugged on his shoes and went to find Nangong Lu with a smile. He whispered a few words into Nangong Lu's ear. Other people would only think that he wanted to take Yiwangshi's lot. Who would have thought that he loved money as much as his life? He also wanted to go in and play. Nangong Lu quickly picked out the guests who were going to compete for the deer. Shen Feng, Lin Sheng, Chu Yanran. Elder Shuanglin stood to the side and took the lot from sect leader's hand. He reported the names one by one in a leisurely manner. Oh, this is quite impressive. The favored one, Xueming. Soon, all 21 people were chosen. There was only one left. Elder Shuanglin was extremely thick-skinned. He raised his hand with a smile and said, "The last person is me. I am already an old bag of bones. Please advise me." Nangong Lu knew his sect elder's temperament and didn't stop him. He only smiled helplessly and gave each person a signal. "Deer chaser, the signal will be used as proof. After the signal rings 3 times, it means that all 3 spiritual horn deer have been caught. The hunt will be over." Nangong Lu said, "At that time, we will personally welcome you back at the Howling Moon Drill Ground. The winner will be rewarded with 10 million gold." Everyone heard the commotion and applauded. They were all cheering for their acquaintances. Nangong Lu smiled and said, "In addition, my son asked me to add another rule. The winner will be rewarded with 10 demonic wolves. They will form a blood contract and bring them home." Demonic wolves. Such precious spiritual beasts were hard to find even on the black market. 10 of them. The hall boiled over. Someone couldn't help but stand up and shout to the selected fellow disciple, "Senior Marshal brother, we're counting on you. If you get first place, I'll give you a year's worth of boots." The hall burst into laughter. A female cultivator wasn't convinced. She shouted, "Senior Marshal brother, beat them all. If you win, I'll agree to dual cultivate with you." Wow, this is good. This is amazing. Ha ha ha, which fairy is so spicy? For a moment, the hall of poems was filled with laughter. Those who were originally uninterested had some expectations in their eyes. They held their wine cups and watched this grand bustle. Mo Ran left the banquet amidst the laughter. He said to Chu Wanning, "Shizun, I'll accompany Xueming to the hunting ground first. You sit down and eat well. Wait for me to come back." Chu Wanning said, "Go. Remind Xueming to be careful. He's too reckless." Okay. Mo Ran and the other 20 people walked down the brightly lit hall together. Chu Wanning watched the handsome and tall figures of the young men and women disappear into the boundless night. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp. He felt that he would have enough money to build a spiritual stone road in the lower cultivation world after he returned from the peak of life and death. He had the most confidence in his disciple. 30 million taels of gold was within his reach. In the blink of an eye, Mo Ran had sent off Xueming. Before he could return, the first bright red firework exploded in the sky. Nangong Lu clicked his tongue in wonder. He sighed and said, "Truly amazing. I haven't even finished my cup of tea, but someone has already hunted the first deer. I wonder whose disciple it is? Such divine bravery is admirable." Bitten Village's Li Wuxin was sitting next to Nangong Lu. Hearing this, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, "If everyone is in the mood, why don't we make a bet? Among these 22 young talents, who will emerge victorious?" Li Wuxin will bet 50,000 taels of gold to liven things up for sect leader Nangong. Everybody seconded his suggestion. Thereupon 22 wooden sticks with names written on them were placed on the long table. Under the sticks were red handkerchiefs. Those who wanted to place their bets came forward one after another to write down their chips and sign their names. Shuai Jingyong turned his head to Chu Wanning and muttered, Why did Bitten Village only bet 50,000 taels? That's so little. Could it be that the old man's surname is very poor? Chu Wanning said, small bets are fun. Big bets are harmful to the body. Shui Jingyong chuckled and asked Chu Wanning, then why don't we also have some fun? Chu Wanning looked at him with a sharp gaze, but didn't say anything. Shui Jingyong felt the hair on his neck stand on end under his stare. He shrank back and said, fine, fine, fine. I know you don't like it. Then, what's fun? Elder Yu Hong took off his money pouch and slapped it on the table. He said expressionlessly, if you want to bet, then it's harmful to the body. Shui Jingyong stared at him for a long time as if he had seen a ghost. Then he asked, how much? 300,000 taels. So much? What if you lose? You can't lose. Chu Wanning said, didn't you want to build the Spirit Stone Road? If you can gather more money, you can build more roads in those villages with especially bad miasma. Shui Jingyong said, are we really going? What if Shui Ming loses? He won't lose. You should know your son better than I do. Seeing that Shui Jingyong was still on tenterhooks, Chu Wanning said straightforwardly, if you lose, it's mine. If you win, it's yours. Go. The handkerchief was filled with names one after another. The small sects that originally didn't want to bet felt their hearts itch. They couldn't help but spend some money to try their luck. Nangongsi also felt that it was fun. He got up and wanted to bet. Song Chodong called out to him, husband, why are you going? I'll win some money to buy you some jewelry. Song Chodong didn't say anything. She lowered her lustrous face, and a few strands of black hair fell in front of her forehead. She looked particularly shy and pitiful. Chu Wanning inadvertently glanced in that direction. Seeing the sweet appearance of the newlyweds, he felt awkward and quickly turned his head back. Thus, he didn't see the faint uneasiness on Song Chodong's face. Nangongsi smiled as he picked up the brush and walked around the long table. He was just about to pick a candidate and write down a wager when he suddenly heard a sharp sound behind him. In a split second, Nangongsi's reaction was as quick as a wolf's. He suddenly leaned to the side and dodged backwards. A streak of snow-white light brushed past his cheek. With a pung! It fiercely pierced into the main pillar of the great hall made of Phoebe Jinan wood. Powder flew everywhere and pierced into the wood. Who's there? Assassin! Be on guard. Blow the martial law whistle. The sharp sound of the whistle instantly resounded throughout the 72 imperial residences. The Hall of Poems, which was still filled with the sound of the karaoke, was suddenly in chaos. Swords were drawn everywhere. Nangongsi's eyes were dark and gloomy, faintly flowing with a fierce light. He fiercely wiped away the traces of blood on his cheek and strode to the front of the pillar. He raised his head to look. It was just an ordinary arrow, but it actually pierced into the depths of the hard cedar. There was a small bamboo tube attached to the arrow. Nangongsi pulled the bamboo tube out with a sullen face. He bit down on the wax seal with his ferocious fangs, and a letter fell out. Nangongsi opened the letter and read the first paragraph with a straight face. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly. He clenched his fingers and read it again in disbelief. This time, his whole body trembled slightly and his fingertips even tore through the letter. Seer, what's wrong? Nangongsi raised his head. His nose wrinkled and his face ferocious, almost transforming into a leopard. This is simply a rumor. As he spoke, he was about to destroy the letter. Nangong Lu was one step faster than him. He raised his hand and trapped his son with his spiritual power. He said in a low voice, "What's going on? Give me the letter." "Father, there's no need to read it. It's just a piece of nonsense." Nangong Lu didn't listen. He waved his hand and asked his men to take the letter from Nangong Si, who couldn't move. He took the letter and lowered his head to read it. He quickly glanced at Chodong, and the color of his face instantly became extremely ugly. Before anyone could react, he raised the letter to the fire and burned it into ashes. He then laughed dryly and said, "My son is right. It's really full of nonsense. I don't know who did it, but they actually made such a crude joke. This is really... What is it?" A low and hoarse voice suddenly came from the corner of the eaves. Everyone's expression changed. Yi Wangxi pulled out his sword and stood in front of Nangong Si. Chu Wanning also stood up and stared at the place where the voice came from. It must be known that when the Confucian Wind sect organized such a grand event, the disciples in charge of the martial law were all high-level disciples. This person unexpectedly came to the top of the Hall of Poems without anyone noticing. Moreover, when he spoke, no one noticed. Obviously, he was not an ordinary person and couldn't be underestimated. Sect leader Nangong, I kindly reminded you not to let your son marry a fickle woman for no reason. Not only did you not listen, but you also said that I'm full of nonsense. This is really an eye-opener. Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed. When the others saw him clearly, he was already standing in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. He was standing in the middle of the crowd. Run! Run quickly! The people who were close to him turned pale with fright. Like a tide, they suddenly fell down and formed a circle around him. The senior brothers protected their junior brothers and junior sisters. The sect leader protected his disciples, and the strong men protected the young. The man in black was wearing a ferocious bronze mask and an ink-black cloak. He said indifferently, "Why are you running? If I wanted to hurt you, this hall would have been filled with blood by now. Just stand still." Chapter 159. Nangong Lu looked calm, but beads of sweat had appeared on his forehead. He estimated this person's strength in his mind and felt that what he said was true. He couldn't help but become more and more flustered. However, because of the face of the number one sect in the world, he braced himself and said, "Who are you? Why are you breaking into the Confucian Wind sect at night?" "I already said, I just want to remind you not to let your son marry someone he shouldn't marry." As soon as he said this, the guests around couldn't help but secretly look at each other. The affair between Yi Wangxi and Song Qiutong of the Confucian Wind sect had already spread throughout the streets and alleys. Everyone knew about it. Perhaps only Nangong Si and Nangong Lu didn't know about it. However, the wedding invitation had been sent out and the marriage certificate had been issued. If they backed out now, what face would the Confucian Wind sect have left? Nangong Lu's lips trembled for a while before he let out a cold snort and said, "Who my son marries is fine as long as he likes her. Outsiders don't need to worry about it." The black-clothed man laughed and said, "Sect leader is very broad-minded. You don't care whether Song Qiutong's heart belongs to your Nangong clan or his Yi clan." Song Qiutong was shocked and angry. His face turned pale and his beautiful eyes opened wide. He shouted, "You're slandering me." "How am I slandering you? You and Yi Wangxi, don't you know what good things you two have done?" Yi Wangxi didn't expect to be mentioned. He was stunned for a while before he realized what the black-clothed man was talking about. However, his first reaction was not anger, but laughter. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense. I'm telling the truth. I saw it with my own eyes." The black-clothed man spoke clearly and logically. "You didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to rescue Qiutong from the Xian Yuan Pavilion. This is known to all cultivators in the world. You spent a lot of money to buy a beauty back. Young Master Yi, what is your intention?" "I saw her pitiful and couldn't bear to just stand by and watch. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep bringing her along with you? You even let her return to the Confucian Wind sect with you and took her as your attendant?" "That's right. You saved her and set her free. Why did you keep her by your side? Miss Song is one of the butterfly bone beauties. This is something that everyone knows. If I let her go, she will immediately become the target of evil people. Therefore, I brought her back to the Confucian Wind sect and gave her a place to stay." "What a good place to settle down. Young Master Yi is truly a virtuous person. You spend all day with such a beautiful woman, yet you don't overstep your boundaries at all." The black-clothed man's words were full of mockery, but Yi Wangxi was not ashamed at all. He said, "I have a clear conscience." Although he said so, no one believed him. Ordinary people were always willing to measure the breadth of mind of others with their own knowledge. Most of these people came from the upper cultivation world. If they obtained one of the butterfly bone beauties, even if they were badly injured, they would protect her in their arms for dual cultivation or stew her to eat. Who would believe that Yi Wangxi was innocent? Therefore, the group of people exchanged glances with each other. Their expressions couldn't help but be filled with disdain. In the originally anxious atmosphere, there was a clear sense of pleasure from prying into someone's privacy. Nangongsi gloomily said, "I see that you are purely looking for trouble. You are taking advantage of this time to smear the name of my Confucian Wind sect. What does it have to do with you who I marry? There's no need to say anything. Scram back to where you came from." Young Master Nangong, you really don't know how to appreciate good intentions. The black-clothed man paced back and forth in the main hall. He walked in a circle and suddenly stopped not far in front of Song Chiotong. He smiled at her and said, "Miss Song, your husband trusts you so blindly. No wonder you can stand in this place without blushing and without skipping a beat. You even consider yourself the wife of the Confucian Wind sect's young master." Song Chiotong was far from being as calm as the other two. She nervously said, "Don't insult my innocence. What innocence do you have with young Master Yi?" The black-clothed man spoke with assurance. "Not long after you were saved by him, you voluntarily served him. When the two of you met in secret, you thought that no one was around to see, but you didn't know that I was watching in the dark. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it." Song Chiotong suddenly shouted and interrupted him, "You're talking nonsense. If I'm talking nonsense, why are you trembling?" I'm being bullied. She looked at Nangongsi in panic. "Young master." Nangongsi returned to her side and protected her behind him. He stared at the black-clothed man with a pair of gloomy and cold eyes like a wolf. "Don't slander me. Whether I'm slandering you or not, I'll tell you one thing and you'll know." The black-clothed man smiled. "Young Master Nangong, your beauty song has a red mole on her left thigh, right?" Nangongsi was startled. It's about the size of a grain of rice. The color is bright. It's not dark red, but blood red. If I didn't see her and young Master Yi having fun with my own eyes, how could I know such details of her body?" "This, young master." Song Chiotong was at a loss. She pulled Nangongsi's sleeve and said with tears in her eyes, No, he wronged me. He must have taken advantage of me when I was bathing. What's so nice about you bathing?" The black-clothed man was somewhat unhappy and interrupted her. "Why don't you go to the peak of life and death to see Elder Yu Hong bathe and change clothes?" The matter of Elder Yu Hong being peeked at by a female disciple was also an anecdote that the cultivation world took delight in talking about. Now that it was mentioned, everyone felt it was a bit funny. Some of the braver ones even glanced at Chu Wanning but were shocked by the shocking killing intent on Chu Wanning's face and lowered their heads again. The black-clothed man circled around Nangongsi and Song Chiotong. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He rubbed his palms and said with a smile, "That's right, I suddenly remembered something. When young Master Yi bought Miss Song had the chastity cinnabar on her wrist. If Miss Song is truly as pure as ice and as pure as jade and I'm full of filthy words to slander her, then she definitely still has that cinnabar on her wrist." He paused and then smiled at the deathly pale and trembling Song Chiotong, saying, "Miss Song, if you really want to prove your innocence, why don't you show that chastity cinnabar for everyone to see?" Nangongsi suddenly understood and turned around to comfort Song Chiotong. "It's fine. You show it to everyone. But when he saw that Song Chiotong's lips had already lost all color and her entire face was as white as paper, she was trembling. He couldn't help but stare blankly. After a while, he asked with some doubt, What's wrong with you?" Song Chiotong let go of Nangongsi's hand and retreated a step. She clutched her sleeve and shook her head with tears in her eyes. "No, I can't." Nangongsi's eyes suddenly widened as if she already knew what had happened. She was actually unable to speak. The black-clothed man sneered. "What's wrong? You don't dare?" "No, it's not like that. I also don't know." Song Chiotong collapsed to the ground. In an instant, tears fell like rain. She mournfully said, "I don't know. I also don't know. I beg you. Let me go." She tightly clutched her sleeve so that no one could see clearly. But this kind of attempt to hide the truth was no different from telling everyone that the chastity cinnabar on her wrist had indeed disappeared as the black-clothed man said. She was a virgin but was not yet married, and the red mark on her hand had already disappeared. This time, even if she jumped into the Yellow River, she wouldn't be able to clear her name. The black-clothed man was about to say something when he suddenly heard a cold and stern voice from not far away. Under the light, Chu Wanning's tall and straight figure said, "The chastity cinnabar on Miss Song's wrist was still there a few days ago. It doesn't match with the date you said, Song, and you were having an affair. I'm afraid you deliberately harmed her." For some reason, the black-clothed man's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. That aggressive aura also inexplicably disappeared when he turned around to face Chu Wanning. After a while, the black-clothed man sighed. Some of the people present felt that they seemed to have heard wrongly. This man who just verbally threatened to force the black-clothed man to a dead end seemed to have some connivance in his tone. "Grandmaster Chu is right. But I did not say that, Song, and you were having an affair before. I only said that the two were having an affair. If we really want to talk about the time of the affair, it would only be a few days ago." Yi Wangshi muttered. "This is ridiculous." Chu Wanning's face was cold and his aura was dignified. "Empty words have no proof. Whether what you said is true or false, please allow me to verify." As he spoke, a golden light flashed from Chu Wanning's fingertip. The black-clothed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He dodged to the side and narrowly avoided the swift and fierce Shenwu Tianwen. "Grandmaster Chu, what are you doing?" The black-clothed man was both helpless and amused. His movement technique was extremely good. Chu Wanning's vine whip couldn't wrap around him for a while, and he didn't fight back either. Just like that, he was chased around by Chu Wanning's willow vines. The originally tense and treacherous atmosphere suddenly became somewhat comical, faintly revealing a bit of affection. "Don't hit me. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you want to complain, why don't you take off your mask first?" Chu Wanning frowned and said sternly, "If you want me to take it off, I will show you later. Not now." "Why not? I don't look good. Under the light, I will scare everyone." The black-clothed man had been hiding from Tianwen for a long time. Seeing that Chu Wanning's technique was getting fiercer and fiercer, he could not help but feel that something was wrong. He dodged to the back of the wooden pillar and dodged Tianwen's attack. He shouted, "Yi Wangshi, aren't you a gentleman? Today, I will let the world know your true colors. You bought a woman for dual cultivation and forced Song Qiutong to serve you. You disregarded human relations and bullied the Lord's wife. You are a beast in human clothes, with a human face and a beast heart." Yi Wangshi was furious. "Nonsense. What are you talking about? Did I say something wrong? How did Song Qiutong's chastity mark disappear? Don't you know?" The black-clothed man shouted while dodging. 2 days ago, she knelt in front of you and said that she was Nangong Si's fiancée. She asked you to give her a way out and stop pestering her, but you insisted on not listening. You even said Yi Wangshi's face was green with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "What else did I say? You made it up. You've already forgotten what you said, and you still need me to remind you." At that time, you said, the man in black cleared his throat and changed his tone, imitating Yi Wangshi's tone. "Miss Song, I threw away a lot of money, but I made clothes for others. Now that you've won the favor of young Master Nangong, you want to retreat from me unscathed and cut off all ties with me. You're thinking too much." In the end, he even laughed out loud 3 times. That tone was completely like that of a local ruffian. Yi Wangshi. Chapter 160. When the surrounding guests heard this, many of them revealed looks of disdain. Their gazes shifted between Yi Wangshi, Nangong Si, and Song Qiutong. Someone softly said, "What a scum! Young Master Nangong is actually not angry?" So Miss Song was forced to. "AI, you can't blame her. She's just a girl. What can she do in front of 2 young masters who are in the limelight?" The black-clothed man had learned to be unruffled and was unexpectedly hit by Heaven's Inquisition. Fortunately, he dodged in time and wasn't seriously injured. He also wasn't entangled, but his cloak was still torn and blood splattered. He groaned and didn't dare to be negligent. He dodged Chu Wanning's willow vines even more diligently, but his mouth still didn't let Yi Wangxi off. Young Master Yi, Miss Song didn't dare to admit what happened 2 days ago because she was worried that it would hurt your relationship with young Master Nangong. But the sky has eyes and a mirror hangs high above. Don't tell me you don't have the slightest bit of shame? Don't you plan to lower your head and apologize in front of everyone? Yi Wangxi was extremely angry, but also found it laughable. He said, "What crime did this Yi commit? If you didn't commit any crime, then could it be that Miss Song is the only one who committed the crime? Although she didn't resist, I think it was only because she was threatened by you. Don't tell me you want to say that she actively solicited you, and that you didn't force her?" At this time, Nangong Si, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned around and lowered his head to look at Song Qiutong. He reached out to help her up. Song Qiutong thought that he was reaching out to confirm the chastity mark on her wrist. When she woke up this morning, she discovered that the cinnabar on her wrist had disappeared. She was extremely flustered, but this kind of matter would only make things worse. She couldn't explain it clearly in a short period of time. She thought about how she and Nangong Si were going to consummate their marriage very soon. At that time, the cinnabar would disappear on its own. Thus, it was better to not say anything for the next 2 days to avoid causing misunderstandings. She didn't expect that someone would slander her like this. She thought about how she had indeed been saved by Yi Wangxi, and how she had once been Yi Wangxi's attendant. Then she thought about how her cinnabar had been used up, and how the red mole on her leg had been clearly pointed out by someone else. She had no way to defend herself. For a moment, her mind was buzzing, and she did not know what to do. Amidst the chaos, she raised her moist eyes and looked at the vast crowd, only to see those people looking at her with disdain and pity, whispering and discussing spiritedly. She then saw Yi Wangxi standing alone with a sullen face, being condemned by 1,000 people, spurned by the guests. The man in black was still being chased around by Grandmaster Chu's willow vines. He kept yelling, "Yi Wangxi, you and I have accumulated resentment for a long time. Today, I will expose you. You are a hypocrite. You secretly conspired with the young mistress and forced yourself on a good girl. How vicious." Song Qiutong was stunned, and she practically abruptly understood what she should do. It was already impossible for her to clear her name. Based on the black-clothed man's tone, that person seemed to have a deep enmity with Yi Wangxi, and he was using every possible means to destroy Yi Wangxi's noble reputation of being a gentleman. She couldn't bear the crime of having an affair, but if she followed the black-clothed man's words and said that she was forced by Yi Wangxi, then at least, she shouted almost hysterically, "He's the one who set me up." Nangong Si's hand suddenly froze. He stood in place and looked at her in shock. He didn't seem to believe that his fiancée was really defiled by his father's right-hand man. He was completely stunned. Song Qiutong covered her face and sobbed. She said in a choked voice, "Yes, it was Yi Gongzi who humiliated me. He forced me. I never agreed." Nangong Si stared at her. The candlelight flickered. His eyes were gloomy. After a long time, he put down his hand that was holding Qiutong's hand. His voice was hoarse and sparks flew everywhere. "Do you know what you're saying?" Seeing his anger, Song Qiutong became even more anxious. She cried and said, "Gongzi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that Gongzi wouldn't accept me, so I didn't dare to say it. I was even more afraid that if I said it, it would make Yi Gongzi and Gongzi become enemies. He's so important to the sect leader. If you two become enemies, how could the Confucian Wind sect be any better?" As she spoke, she lowered her body. Her long sleeves touched the ground. Her slender shoulders couldn't help but tremble. It was a sad and lamentable sight. Qiutong really didn't know what to do. "I didn't dare to ask the sect leader for help. I could only hide the humiliation I suffered. Gongzi, Qiutong is guilty to you. But she is sincere to you." Nangong Si's face was pale. He stepped back and shook his head. He repeated, Do you know what you're saying?" Song Qiutong's fine black hair spread over her shoulders. Under the shadow of the candlelight, it looked like silk. It made her look even more delicate and pitiful. She sobbed and said, "It's Qiutong's fault. I shouldn't have hidden it from Gongzi, but I'm lonely and helpless. I Nangong Si suddenly shouted, interrupting her. Do you know what you're saying? I. Song Chiodong's whole body trembled. She looked up, her beautiful face was wet. Her beautiful face was full of tears. Her lips were trembling. You actually did such a thing? You actually dared. You actually dared to do such a thing. When the crowd heard Nangong Si's words, they couldn't help but frown. They exchanged glances with each other. Some people couldn't help but whisper, I've long heard that the Confucian Wen sect values men above women, but I didn't expect that something like this would happen. Nangong Si didn't blame Yi Wangxi, but Miss Song, who was humiliated for no reason. It's really disappointing. That's right. He really can't distinguish between good and bad. Chu Wanning had already retracted his willow vine when he heard Xiutong admit it herself. At this time, seeing Nangong Si's reaction, he was also somewhat at a loss. In his memory, although Nangong Si was occasionally arrogant and willful, his conduct was upright. He definitely wasn't an unreasonable person. If this matter was true, then no matter what, he should blame Yi Wangxi and not Song Qiutong. But now, it seemed that Nangong Si's anger was all directed at Song Qiutong alone. How could this be? Among the guests, only Mei Hanxue was sitting peacefully at the table, drinking while watching the bustle. If Xueming was here at this time, he would find that Mei Hanxue was completely different from what he saw just now. At this time, he had the same attitude as the romantic seed in the peach blossom spring. The corners of his eyes held spring, and his every movement was very elegant. Qiutong was still sobbing and complaining, pushing all the ugly things to Yi Wangxi. Yi Wangxi was probably shocked by her accusation, but he couldn't say a word. He could only open his eyes wide and stare blankly at the woman he had bought from the Xian Yuan pavilion. It was Qiutong who was weak and didn't have the courage to prove her innocence before young Master Yi took advantage of her. Qiutong's duckweed body, everything she obtained was bestowed upon her by young Master. Now that I know I was wrong, I await young Master Ye's punishment. After Nangong Si finished listening to her sobs, he suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes. The originally lively and warm lantern light now shone on his face, but a dark shadow rolled over and over. His eyelashes trembled, as if he was suppressing something with all his might. His palms were clenched into fists, completely devoid of flesh. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, just like the stormy waves in his heart. He endured, his cheekbones cold, the veins on his forehead bulging. He endured, his bones trembling, his blood flowing like a raging fire burning his heart. He endured, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. With a furious curse, he stood up, pulled out his sword, and slashed the table in front of Song Qiutong in two. The cups and plates were a mess. Song Qiutong, do you know? In my life, what I hate, and cannot tolerate the most is lying. After he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Yi Wangxi! Young Master, Yi Wangxi, come here. He suddenly turned around, his eyes red and moist. Come here. Yi Wangxi walked over. The people watching the show felt that in the next moment, Nangong Si's sword would probably stab straight into Yi Wangxi's chest, directly cutting open the beast's stomach, pulling out his heart and throwing it on the ground. They held their breaths, nervously watching everything in front of them. Nangong Si gasped for breath, stared at Yi Wangxi for a while, and said in a hoarse voice, You, undo the voice-changing technique. Voice-changing technique? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other. What does this have to do with the voice-changing technique? Yes, sigh, but it's strange. Why does this Yi Wangxi want to use the voice-changing technique for? Is his original voice so scary that it will scare others? Or is there something shameful about his original voice? Yi Wangxi lowered his eyes and said, Young Master, it can't be undone. Nangong Si was stunned and stared at him. What did you say? Since this Yi was 13 years old, this Yi has been using the voice-changing technique all day long. This voice has been used for 10 years, and the voice-changing technique has been deeply ingrained in my spiritual core. Yi Wangxi paused and said calmly, I can't restore my original voice anymore. Nangong Si took a step back, greatly shocked. After a while, he looked up at the man sitting on the high seat with a cryptic expression. and muttered, "Father?" Nangong Lu finally spoke. "Seer, this is indeed a pity, but the voice-changing technique was done by Yi Wangshi willingly. Now that it has come to this, it is also unexpected. You don't have to think too much about it." But Nangong Lu walked down the high platform and stood behind the crowd of guards. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Father knows that you have a friendship with Yi Wangshi and that he has been loyal to his duty all these years, so I am very grateful. But this is a separate matter. He secretly colluded with Chodong Song, disregarded human relations, and bullied his superiors. This is a capital offense." Never would he have thought that Nangong Lu would say such words. Nangong Si said in shock, "Father." Nangong Lu waved his hand, and a blue light flashed. Nangong Si was immediately enveloped in a binding enchantment. At first, he was stunned, but then he angrily roared and smashed the enchantment. However, this enchantment was the Confucian Wind sect's enchantment, which had been passed down for generations. Because the Confucian Wind sect once had a case of patricide, the sect leader's son had signed a blood contract with his father when he was young. This enchantment was specially used by the father to detain his son. It could last for half an hour. Even if Nangong Si's martial arts were superior, he would not be able to break free. The words he shouted inside the enchantment were completely sealed, so he could not be transmitted to the outside world. Now that things had come to this, it was better to admit that Yi Wangshi and Song Chiotong had an affair than to reveal the other secrets of the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu arrived in front of the black-clothed man, cupped his hands, and said politely, "Although I don't know what kind of grudge Mr. has with Yi Wangshi, I am grateful for Mr.'s advice today. Otherwise, I would have really brought misfortune to my family." The black-clothed man said indifferently, "Sect leader Nangong is too courteous. Men, immediately take down Yi Wangshi. Wait." The black-clothed man suddenly stopped him, causing Nangong Lu to feel uneasy. However, his face was still smiling as he said, "Mister, what other advice do you have?" "I was thinking, your son only said a few words about the sound change technique. Why is sect leader Immortal in such a hurry to imprison young Master Yi? This is a private matter of my Confucian Wind sect, so it's not convenient to talk about it here." The black-clothed man smiled and said, "For the sake of the Confucian Wind sect's face, sect leader Immortal Monarch is really clear about what it means to abandon a pawn to protect a chariot. Poor Miss Yi has risked her life for your sect for more than 10 years. Now, in order to protect your family's dignity, you have implicated her innocently." As soon as these words were spoken, before the others could react, Nangong Lu's expression suddenly changed. Under the seat, Mei Hanshue smiled, poured another pot of wine, took a sip, and put it down again. Nangong Lu's face looked somewhat sallow under the candlelight. After a long while, he asked with a fake smile, "What miss ye?" "Mr. Yu." The black-clothed man's eyes were bright, and his voice echoed clearly and loudly in the hall. Every word was shocking. Yi Wangshi is not a man at all. Chapter 161. Yi Wangshi is not a man at all. After a few moments of silence, there was suddenly an uproar. All the guests in the hall turned pale. All of their gazes were focused on Yi Wangshi. Yi Wangshi lowered his head, closed his eyes, and did not make a sound. Not a man? This handsome and tall young man was actually a girl? This sentence was like a drop of water into a wok, instantly setting off a hot wave of heat. Some people gasped, and then the buzzing of words exploded like splashing hot oil in the wok. Yi Wangshi is a girl? Heavens! How could this be? No wonder Nangong Si didn't blame her just now. He obviously knew about this. Then just now, Song Chiotong. It's all for the sake of self-preservation and framing others. This is too sinister. It's fine if you didn't do it. Why do you have to accuse others just to clear your name? But I still don't believe it. How could Yi Wangshi be a woman? I can't tell at all. A cold light flashed in Nangong Lu's eyes. He stared at the man in black's dark eyes and said, "Mister, don't lie. Where did you get the evidence? If you don't feel guilty, then release the Nangong Si." The man in black said, "Fortunately, although your son is wild, he is still a gentleman. He is not as cold and heartless as you." Seeing that Nangong Lu's face was covered with a layer of greasy sweat, he clenched his fists and didn't say anything. The man in black coldly said, "What? You release it." Nangong Lu flicked his sleeves and said, "It's just disciplining an unfilial son. It's not up to an outsider like Mr. to tell us what to do." When he said this, although he did not admit that what the black-clothed man said was true, everyone's heart was as clear as a mirror. Those who originally did not believe the black-clothed man's words could not help but feel their hearts waver. They looked at Yu Wangshi's handsome face again, trying to find traces of him being a woman. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly said in a clear voice, "Sect leader Nangong, this is your fault." Everyone turned their heads. Mei Hanshue was wearing a fox fur coat, graceful and luxurious. She stood in the shadows of the lights with a smile and said, "Although Miss Ye's heroic spirit is compelling, she is a woman. As a man, sect leader immortal should have tender feelings for the fairer sex. As an elder, he should be magnanimous and benevolent. How could you bully a girl so as to not lose face for the Confucian Wind sect?" As he spoke, he slowly walked to the front of the hall and said with a smile, "Little nephew is not ashamed. I once met Miss Yi at the Peach Blossom Spring. At that time, I felt that she was valiant and heroic, different from Miss Yi. I liked her in my heart, but it was a pity that little nephew was not good with words and offended Miss Yi with my words, causing her to feel disgusted and reject me. After experiencing Miss Ye's skill, I couldn't help but sigh that Confucian Wind sect really does produce heroes in large numbers. The female cultivators also have extraordinary skills. I even secretly cheered for Miss Ye's sect. But today, seeing sect leader Immortal's actions, I feel that the brilliant Confucian Wind sect is not worthy of such a proud beauty. Mei Xianjun, you and Yu Wangshi have only met once. It's normal for you to be mistaken." Nangong Lu's face was dark and gloomy, but he still bit his lips and said, "For the sake of Kunlun's treading in Snow Palace, I won't argue with you. Don't make a mistake again." His words were no longer as calm and collected as before. The black-clothed man chuckled and said, "Young Master Mei's dissolute reputation is well known everywhere. If he can't tell whether a person is a man or a woman, I'm afraid no one else in the world can." When Nangong Lu heard him say this, he couldn't help but burn with anger. He said stiffly, "Mister, you just accused Yu Wangshi of humiliating Song Qiutong, but now you say Yu Wangshi is a woman. You're twisting the facts back and forth. You're simply trying to disturb our Confucian Wind sect's integrity and ruin our sect's reputation." The black-clothed man said, "If I didn't do this, how could I let young Master Nangong see Miss Song's true nature? If he marries the wrong person, he'll be disgusted for most of his life. But what you just said clearly makes sense. Besides, if Yu Wangshi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Qiutong's wrist disappear? Why don't you ask her yourself? Why are you asking me?" The black-clothed man sneered, "What's more, there are thousands of male disciples in your Confucian Wind sect. If sect leader Immortal has the time, he can interrogate them one by one. He'll definitely be able to find a satisfactory answer." This matter was related to the Confucian Wind sect's face, so everyone kept silent. No one spoke, but the contempt and curiosity in their eyes couldn't be hidden. Nangong Lu felt a prickling sensation in his back. He stood in place for a while, then suddenly turned to Yu Wangshi and shouted, "You, come here. Tell me yourself, did Miss Song wrongly accuse you or not?" Nangong Lu stared at Yu Wangshi's face. He was gambling, and he still held the most important chip in his hand. He knew that Yu Wangshi had deep feelings for his son, so he definitely didn't want the Confucian Wind sect's reputation to be ruined. "Tell everyone, what is your identity?" Yu Wangshi had always been very obedient. From childhood to adulthood, she had always been the most obedient chess piece on his chessboard. He even clearly remembered that when Yu Wangshi was 13 years old, she was ordered to come to the magnificent Confucian Wind sect's main hall. The hall's door was closed, and there were only the two of them inside. He sat on the ice-cold throne and looked down. The 13-year-old girl had yet to grow up. She was wearing a small green jacket, and her braids were tied with satin. She also had a small silver bracelet on her wrist. He smiled and said to her, Wangxi, you already know the reason why I called you here today. Yi Wangxi knelt down and kowtowed. Yes, Lord. Your adoptive father was seriously injured many times before, and his muscles and bones were damaged. He is no longer suitable to be the leader of the Shadow Guards. You are his adopted daughter, and also Er's childhood sweetheart. I don't trust the others, but I trust you. Yi Wangxi didn't get up. She was still quietly lying on the ground. Her slender neck was exposed under her hair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Nangong Lu said, You have outstanding talent, and your future is immeasurable. I have the intention of making you the leader of the Shadow Guards of the Confucian Wind Sect, and in the future, you will be in charge of one of the 72 cities. This way, you can not only share your adoptive father's burden, but also become Er's right-hand woman. From now on, he will be in the light, and you will be in the dark. Together, we will share the glory of the Confucian Wind Sect for 100 years. He paused for a moment. However, if you don't want to, then it's fine. Your adoptive father can still hold on for a while, and I will look for a more suitable candidate. In the end, this matter is too big of a sacrifice for you. I know what to do, so you don't need to force yourself. After Nangong Lu finished speaking, he changed his position on the high seat and waited calmly. This girl had no parents, and she had no one to rely on. He was completely confident in his heart. He waited for her to nod. Finally, Yi Wangxi straightened her back. She looked at him calmly. For a moment, Nangong Lu felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that his scheme and fake smile had been seen through by this girl. But in the next moment, Yi Wangxi said, My life was given to me by adoptive father. In order to repay his kindness, I have nothing to be unwilling to do. Nangong Lu was quiet for a moment. He sighed and said, In the end, we have wronged you. Yi Wangxi calmly and indifferently said, I should thank Venerable Lord for his favor. Nangong Lu changed the topic, however. In the Confucian Wind Sect, men have always been superior to women. As for women, they have always been weak and powerless, full of womanly benevolence. In this world, only men can convince the masses, and only men are fit to lead a city. Wangxi, you are so smart. You should know what to do. Yi Wangxi was silent for a moment. In front of Nangong Lu, with a cold expression, she took off the silver bracelet on her wrist and the ribbon on her braid. Then she took off her jacket, leaving only her white undergarment. After doing all this, she let her braid down, changed it into a ponytail, and tied it up high. The sun shone in and shone on her body. Her back was straight, and her expression was resolute. Although she still had the body of a young girl, her temperament was like pine and cypress. Not bad. Nangong Lu did not leak anything. He reminded her, in the future, you should dress like this. But don't forget, you still have a voice. Yi Wangxi lowered her eyelashes. When she came in, she had already noticed that in front of her seat, there was already a pair of golden scissors. She picked up the scissors and fiercely cut her throat. Blood dripped. The old voice vanishes, never to change. She slowly spat out these 8 words. Then she closed her eyes and threw the scissors in front of her seat. The scissors were mottled with blood. Nangong Lu stared at it for a while and said, Good, good. From now on, you will be the successor of the leader of Anqing City. You will be young Master Yi of Confucian Wind Sect. Even if it is Seer, I will ask him to give you some li. Yi Wangxi opened her mouth, but it was a different voice of a young man. Please, Lord, from now on, don't let my adoptive father suffer alone. I am willing to share his worries. Therefore, Nangong Lu knew Yi Wangxi too well. For 10 years, she had learned all the manners of a man. When she was young, she took secret medicine every day and endured the pain of the medicine alone. Only then did she grow into the figure and appearance of a man today. In his eyes, she was a dog raised by Confucian Wind Sect. In order to repay the kindness of raising her, she would never betray him. 10 years ago, she cut her throat and spilled blood, forever changing her voice. Today, she would not disappoint him. He bet that Yi Wangxi would help him. As long as Yi Wangxi personally said, I am not a woman, then even if everyone didn't believe it, What could they do? The black-clothed man obviously thought so. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Yuangshi. He raised his hand to block her way and said, Nangong Lu, Missy has already exhausted her heart and blood for your Confucian Wind sect. Now that you can't quibble, do you want to use the rest of her life as a sacrifice? Nangong Lu was about to open her mouth to argue again. Suddenly, in the distant night sky, an orange-red dot of light rose into the sky and suddenly exploded. Someone had caught the spirit horn deer again. However, in front of the secret of Confucian Wind sect, it didn't matter who the deer was. No one cared who got second place. Everyone's eyes were still firmly locked on the center of the main hall. There, tables and chairs were overturned. The table was broken in half. The mysterious black-clothed expert was between Nangong Lu and Yuangshi. Tonight's groom was trapped by his father inside the barrier, and the bride was kneeling on the ground, her face full of tears, sobbing silently. It was really too unexpected. From the accusation of adultery to the husband and wife turning against each other, to the fact that she was a woman, and now the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader refused to admit it. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, this would be a hot topic of conversation in the tea houses and wine shops. Who would care about those 3 pitiful deer? Therefore, no one noticed that a dark red hole was slowly opening in the sky above the dense forest. It was not until the sound of fireworks suddenly rose and fell, and the earth shook, that the forest was so quiet that the birds flew away in fright, squeaking as they fled into the depths of the night. It was not until 20 communication fireworks exploded at the same time, illuminating the night sky into a sea of azure blood. The people in the Hall of Poems suddenly realized that something was wrong. They rushed to the guardrail to see. What's going on? Why did everyone's fireworks explode at the same time? Look quickly. Above the sky. What's that? Heaven's fissure. It's a heaven's fissure. In a split second, the hall was deathly silent. Then, there was an uproar of cries and screams. A heaven's fissure in the ghost world. How could there be a heaven's fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world? It's above the hunting forest park. Senior Marshal brother. My senior Marshal brother is still there. Elder sister. The crowd was like fish in a pond, crowded together. Panic and shock were like bait thrown into the pond, stirring up waves of activity. At this time, they couldn't care less about the sect's scandal or the Jianghu secrets. Nangong Lu, probably in order to save face, used the sound amplification technique to shout, Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. It's just a heaven's fissure in the ghost world. Everyone is in the Confucian Wind sect. Nangong Lu definitely won't let the guests suffer the slightest harm. As he spoke, he waved his hand to summon his sword, stepped on the dazzling blue sword hilt, and stood on the sword in the whistling night wind. The Confucian Wind sect's 5 guards immediately follow me to the dense forest to investigate. The rest of the elders and disciples guard the poetry platform and ensure the safety of the guests. After he finished speaking, he led the 5 guards and hurried towards the direction of the Howling Moon drill ground, as if to escape from the black-clothed man's interrogation. He didn't even want to clean up the mess of the wedding banquet. Why did it suddenly become like this? Yeah, there has never been a heaven's fissure in the ghost world in the upper cultivation world. What's going on? On the pearl-studded balcony, everyone was anxious. These cultivators in the upper cultivation world were used to living like princes. In the face of a sudden heaven's fissure in the ghost world, they were more afraid than responsible. It would be fine if they had to kill a lone big demon, but a heaven's fissure was different. If it was the upper level of hell that cracked open and ordinary ghosts came out, then it would be fine. But if it was the same as 5 years ago in the colorful butterfly town, where the infernal hell cracked open, they shuddered, thinking that even a grandmaster like Chu Wanning died in that fierce battle. They couldn't help but feel insecure. They crowded by the vermilion railings and looked at the scarlet crack in the sky in the distance. Chu Wanning got up and said to Shizun Yong, My lord, the color of this crack is not right. After it cracks open, it's very likely to be the lower levels of hell. I'm worried about Shui Ming and the others, so I'll go and take a look. After he finished speaking, He jumped up in his white robe and went straight to the railings. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he jumped on the blue tile roof and quickly went away. Chu Wanning. Shui Jingyong was about to call him, but Chu Wanning had already disappeared in the dark night. He cursed inwardly and wanted to jump down as well, but his shoulder was grabbed by someone. When he turned around, he saw a grimacing bronze mask. The black-clothed man patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, "Uncle, you stay here and watch over Auntie. I'll follow Shizun, so don't worry." Shui Jingyong was shocked, ran. The black-clothed man raised his hand and gently pressed it to his lips, shaking his head. Shui Jingyong never thought that the black-clothed man would be Immerse, and Immerse didn't wait for him to ask any more questions. He held the railings with one hand and jumped into the darkness like an eagle. His cloak billowed like ink, and not long after, he disappeared behind the same arched roof as Chu Wanning. Shizun. Immerse ran along the roof with his qinggong. He felt that it was too slow, so he summoned a sword that had a contract with him. Riding the sword, he quickly caught up with Chu Wanning. He raised his hand and lifted his mask. The ferocious bronze mask was pushed to the side of his forehead, revealing a handsome face. "Wait for me." Chu Wanning's eyes widened. "How come it's you? Come up. I'll bring Shizun over with the sword. I'll tell Shizun the details on the way." Chu Wanning grabbed his outstretched hand and jumped up, landing firmly on the sword. He wanted to let go of Immerse, but that thick and rough hand held him even tighter. Immerse was standing behind him. When he spoke, the unique burning breath of a young man brushed against the back of his ear. In the cold night wind, it seemed even hotter. Immerse said, "This sword's momentum is too strong, and it's flying too fast. Shizun, hold on tight." The two rode on the sword. Chu Wanning asked, "Everything that happened in the hall just now, was it all calculated by you?" "Yes. I've wandered the Jianghu these past few years, and I've heard many things related to the song and Xiutong," Immerse said. "Although she doesn't have the guts to commit such evil deeds as killing people and slaughtering cities, she's definitely someone who hits people when they're down. If she really marries Nangong Si and becomes the wife of the young master of the Confucian Wind sect, I'm afraid that this sect will be much worse than it is now." Chu Wanning said, "The Confucian Wind sect won't be worse than it is now." After saying this, he frowned. He glanced at Immerse's black cloak, and his heart was filled with doubt. "Speaking of which, how did you know that Yi Wangxi is a girl?" Chapter 162. I won't hide what she said from Master. I already knew about it in the Peach Blossom Spring. In fact, she already knew about it in her previous life, but she couldn't tell Chu Wanning the truth. Immerse smiled and said, "When I was walking on the road, I heard Mei Hanxue and the people from the Treading Snow Palace talking about her. At that time, I believed that Mei Hanxue's eyes could not be wrong. After that, I carefully observed her and was even more certain that Miss Yi was not a man." "Why? Didn't Shizun notice that her collar is always pulled up high? They're all the kind that covers the neck, and the design is very strange. It's fine if an ordinary person has one or two, but she has all of them." "I wasn't paying attention." Immerse gestured at Chu Wanning with his empty hand. "Go to this position, more or less like this." As he spoke, his fingers inadvertently touched Chu Wanning's Adam's apple. That slightly protruding part was very fragile, and he couldn't help but rub it for a moment. He thought that his Shizun was so ruthless, so wild, and hard to tame. Yet he would expose such a weak part of his throat to his fingers and let him pinch it. This kind of feeling was too exciting. In a moment of absent-mindedness, he forgot to look at the road ahead. The sword was swift and fierce. He waited until he heard Chu Wanning shout, "Careful." It was too late to stop, and the heavy sword crashed straight into a towering tree. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Immerse was completely dumbfounded. He only remembered to hold Chu Wanning's hand tightly. Anxiously, he called out Wanning in a low voice. But because he was too anxious and the sound of the trees breaking was so loud, Chu Wanning didn't hear it clearly. Chu Wanning was so angry that he nearly fainted. "Sword control, Sword control. What sword control? Wouldn't it be better to run with your feet on the ground? Why did he have to be so smug? The two of them fell to the ground. Immerse hit the ground first, his back slamming into the rocky forest. Although he wasn't injured, it was definitely painful. But as he lay on his back and watched the stars twinkling through the branches, he suddenly felt very happy. Haha, fortunately, the person who fell below was him and not Chu Wanning. He couldn't help but laugh. Although Chu Wanning had bumped into his chest and caused his ribs to hurt, he couldn't help but want to laugh even if it hurt. He curved his eyes and grinned. His dimples were deep, and it was full of infatuation. Chu Wanning looked up and saw him laughing. He couldn't help but be furious. What are you laughing at? Did you become stupid from the fall? Immerse took the opportunity to hug him, pressing him into his embrace. Although it was not the right time, at this time, he just wanted to raise his hand to touch Chu Wanning's hair. He thought this way and really did it. Chu Wanning was right. He was probably stupid from the fall. Master. He rubbed Chu Wanning's hair. The Dark Knight seemed to have given him a key. The box that imprisoned his private love was opened. He couldn't control the intimacy in his words, and it overflowed. This call was too intimate, so intimate that Chu Wanning froze at first, then panicked. He hurriedly put away his fierce dignity. What are you shouting for? You can even fall while riding a sword. Good skill. Immerse sighed softly and finally rubbed his hair again. He cleared his throat and smiled bitterly. Master is right. Please get off of me. Although in his heart, he wanted to ask Shizun to lie in his arms for a while. But this kind of words obviously couldn't be said. Chu Wanning's face darkened. He stood up quickly and pulled Immerse up as well. How are you? He asked stiffly. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Immerse smiled. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. I can withstand a fall. Chu Wanning was about to say something when he suddenly saw a wilted flower on Immerse's head. It was probably knocked off when he fell, and it just happened to fall on top of his head. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. Your head. Is it hurt? Immerse raised his hand and touched it. It was fine. No, it bloomed. Chu Wanning casually plucked the flower and handed it to him expressionlessly. Immerse was a little embarrassed. He rubbed the back of his head shyly, and his smile was even brighter. Chu Wanning turned his head and coughed lightly. Since it's fine, let's go forward. Immerse said, You. No? Chu Wanning angrily turned his head and glared at him. Qinggong. Qinggong it is. Immerse waved his hand and reluctantly put the heavy sword back into his Qinkuan bag. But the deeper they went into the forest garden, the denser the trees became. The speed of sword riding was actually not as fast as Qinggong. Chu Wanning's leg martial arts were also good. He skimmed the ground and moved very quickly. A cool breeze brushed past his face, calming Immerse's heart that could not hold back earlier. Chu Wanning's voice suddenly came from the front. His tone was very calm, and he asked carelessly, Song Qiudong has a mole on her leg. How did you know? Immerse was stunned and was caught off guard. With a bang, the awe-inspiring Grandmaster Immerse once again hit his head on a pine tree. Chu Wanning. Are you night blind? Oh no, Immerse said. I'm sorry, I'm a little absent-minded today. Chu Wanning frowned slightly. Then, as if he had figured something out, he said angrily, Does the mole on Song Qiudong's leg make you absent-minded? It's most important for a cultivator to have a clear mind and few desires. If you're so shaken by a beauty, what's the point of cultivating? Immerse was speechless for a moment. He felt that Chu Wanning's words were very reasonable. But Chu Wanning had the wrong person. The beauty he was greedy for was not Qiudong, but the man in front of him who had a fierce temper and was roaring like a snow leopard. He sighed and looked at Chu Wanning with gentle eyes. Shizun, I don't like Miss Song's appearance. You're thinking too much. She has a mole on her leg. That's what I heard from the Xinyuan Pavilion auction house. I didn't see it with my own eyes. Shizun, please don't be angry. What's there to be angry about? Fine, let me ask you. Since Yi Wangxi is a woman, how did the cinnabar on Song Qiudong's hand disappear? This shouldn't be a coincidence. It really isn't a coincidence. Does Shizun still remember the bracelet I gave to Song Chiodong before? And there's a spell on that bracelet that I created. Mo Ran paused. It took me 4 days to create it. It's not very good, but in a short time, as long as Song Chiodong wears that bracelet, it can cover the cinnabar on her hand that fell from the cold scale sacred hand. Chu Wanning didn't speak, but his expression was somewhat ugly. He felt that Mo Ran was hiding something from him. Mo Ran had changed a lot these years. He had learned 70% of his own meddling nature, but the so-called meddling in other people's business was just helping out when he saw injustice on the road. To go through so much trouble, even to the point of creating a little spell to expose a certain person's true face and prevent her from marrying into the Confucian Wind sect, was really too much. Unless Song Chiodong and Mo Ran had a great grudge, or Yuangshi and Mo Ran had a great relationship, this guy shouldn't do such a thing. In this silence, Mo Ran also sensed Chu Wanning's mood. He flew a foot behind Chu Wanning and said, "Shizun, what's wrong?" Chu Wanning asked indifferently. Naturally, he couldn't talk about the matters of his previous life, but Mo Ran didn't want to make Chu Wanning feel uncomfortable. He thought about it, then decided to tell Chu Wanning half of his true feelings. "Shizun, Yuangshi is a very good person. She spent a lot of money in the Xinyuan Pavilion and saved a woman she didn't know. You also know this. But Yuangshi likes Nangong Si. Can Shizun see it?" "It's okay. I can see it tonight." It's good that Shizun can see it. Because I already knew Miss Ye's true identity, I've always understood her feelings. As for Song Chiodong, she didn't know that Yuangshi was a woman, so she only revered her and didn't have any evil intentions. But if she marries Nangong Si, then the Confucian Wind sect won't necessarily keep this secret from her. Given Chiodong's nature, she will certainly view any woman who also likes Nangong Si as a thorn in her side. Mo Ran paused. He thought of his previous life, when Song Chiodong sensed the secret love between him and Chu Wanning. She was so jealous that she took advantage of his absence from the palace to pull off all 10 of Chu Wanning's fingernails. What would happen if Yuangshi fell into her hands? The answer was self-evident. The evil deeds that Song Chiodong did were all like pulling off fingernails. They weren't so evil that they were sensational. It was enough for her to hide behind the greater evil deeds of others. It was enough for her to struggle at death's door behind the evil deeds of others. In this world, doing good and doing evil were the same. Both were things that fell from the sky. The tallest person would bear the brunt of the fall. First, the kindest person would be crushed to death. For example, Chu Sun would be pushed out by the hands of the weak. First, the most vicious person would be crushed to death. For example, the Emperor Ta. Then, the whole world would attack him, and he would be killed by 10,000 people. However, if it wasn't for the accumulation of one small evil after another, if it wasn't for the fact that in the torrent of time, if it wasn't for the fact that one after another, not considered extremely evil, left scars on Mo Ran's body after another, then, in this world, would there really be an Emperor Ta, Mo Weiyu? Chu Wanning said, meddling in this matter, "Aren't you afraid of inviting trouble to yourself?" Mo Ran also knew that this time, he had revealed too much of his ability. However, in his previous life, he had dragged Yuangshi into the sea of blood. In this life, even if the rise and fall of the Confucian Wind sect had nothing to do with him, he still owed Yuangshi a life. Therefore, even if he overstepped his boundaries, even if it would arouse suspicion, he still did this matter without any hesitation. Not only Chu Wanning, but he also wanted the people that he had treated unfairly in his previous life to have a better life. He still hoped that he could atone for his sins. "I'm afraid," Mo Ran said, "but since I know the truth, I want to have peace of mind." Although Chu Wanning still felt that Mo Ran's actions were too rash, after hearing him say this, he didn't think too much about it. Just at this time, a strong fishy sweet smell suddenly came from the wind. Along with it, there was also some kind of powerful spiritual current that suddenly appeared in front of them. Before Chu Wanning could react, Mo Ran's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Not good. It's the exquisite chess set. It's in that direction." In the thick night, a fishy wind filled the air. Ghosts and monsters were already crawling out from the crack in the sky. 5 pillars of light rose from the ground, respectively metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It was exactly the same as the incident at Colorful Butterfly Town. Chu Wanning's eyes were cold. It's him. Mo Ran naturally knew who he was talking about. Jin Chengqi, Peach Blossom Spring, Colorful Butterfly Town. After 5 years of silence, he had returned today. It was that person who had always been hiding behind the scenes, that fake North Pole. However, Mo Ran had a vague feeling that this exquisite chess set was completely different from the previous ones. There was no disguise or disguise. That person seemed to feel that victory was in his grasp and was determined to win. The birds in the forest were startled, flapping their wings and fleeing in all directions. Mo Ran sprinted with Chu Wanning towards the bottom of the Sky Fisher, one in front of the other. When they got closer and saw the ghosts and monsters surging out from the crack, Mo Ran muttered, "The abyss of hell." This time, it was actually the same as 5 years ago at Colorful Butterfly Town. It was still the abyss of hell. Mo Ran turned around in a panic and grabbed Chu Wanning's arm. "Shizun, don't go. Don't be silly." Mo Ran also knew that this was silly, but in his 2 lives, he had seen the abyss of heaven and earth twice. The consequences of those 2 abyss of heaven and earth were like nightmares that he couldn't forget. Now that he saw the 3rd one, how could he not be worried? But what was the use of saying don't go? It was extremely difficult to change a person's nature. For someone like Chu Wanning, even if he was given 1,000 or 10,000 chances to choose, he still wouldn't turn around and run away in the face of a disaster. Thus, Mo Ran looked at Chu Wanning, not knowing what to say. Chu Wanning glanced at him and said, "Don't worry, I will act cautiously." When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Golden light flowed between his slender fingers, and sparks flew in all directions. Mo Ran stared at Chu Wanning's eyes and finally sighed. A dazzling brilliance appeared in his hand. Ghost Sea broke through the air and was held at Mo Ran's fingertips. The fiery red brilliance and the golden light of Heaven's Inquisition reflected each other. When the 2 weapons met, they were both stable and powerful, unstoppable. "Okay, I understand. I won't persuade you. Whatever Shizun wants to do, I will accompany you." The bright spiritual light was reflected in their eyes. The fierce red light burned the flowing gold, and the flowing gold was dyed red. "I will go with Shizun." Chu Wanning looked at Mo Ran's foolish appearance of wanting to fight with him. He felt both warm and helpless. Mo Ran's eyes were filled with too many emotions. Some of them seemed to have gone beyond the feelings of master and disciple, but he couldn't be sure what the additional feelings were. So he raised his hand and poked Mo Ran's forehead, saying, "There is no reward." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. He pulled down Chu Wanning's hand and held it in his palm. He tried his best to restrain himself from kissing it. He smiled and said, "Well, if there is no reward, then there is no reward. Let's go." The divine martial spiritual light was like a celestial shadow in the night. The golden red light faded and swept to the core of the hunting jungle in an instant. Lake Gongquan. Chu Wanning and Mo Ran concealed their auras and hid in the orange grove, looking in that direction. The spiritual flow supplying the lake water was cut off. In the harsh cold night, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the lake. There were 4 formations drawn around the lake, and each of them had a shining weapon. Chu Wanning said in a low voice, 4 divine martial weapons of different attributes? Mo Ran was stunned at first and then said, the theft of the divine martial weapons in the past 5 years was indeed related to him, but in the colorful butterfly town, he clearly used a living person's heart. Why did he suddenly change the formations? Mo Ran wanted to say something, but Chu Wanning raised a finger and stopped him. Be quiet, look over there. Following his gaze, Mo Ran saw a group of guards of the Confucian Wind sect slowly walking on the lake in the distance. The young cultivators who went hunting in the jungle were also among them. A steady stream of spiritual energy was drawn out of their chests and gathered towards the divine martial weapons of different attributes. This powerful and pure spiritual energy made the divine martial weapons shine brighter and brighter. The light shot straight into the sky and tore open a huge crack in the night sky, crazily tearing open the infernal hell. Immerse opened his eyes wide. What are they doing? It seems that these guards have all lost their minds. It seems that they are being controlled by the exquisite Go game. Chu Wanning's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Her expression was gloomy. Her gaze swept over the crowd. Suddenly, she stopped. His face suddenly became pale, and unexpectedly, he tightly grasped Immerse's shoulder, his fingers trembling. What's wrong? Immerse turned his head. After a while, he saw a familiar figure walking in the crowd. He said in horror, Xueming. Chapter 163. As one of the 20 or so youths who were chasing the deer in the forest, Xueming also had a precious chess piece buried in his body. He was walking around the lake non-stop, his eyes empty. When ghosts fell from the sky, he and the others would rush up together. They were brave and fearless, like puppets who were not afraid of pain or death. They would cut down the ghosts with their swords and sabers, not letting them destroy the formation. However, when the ghosts tried to escape into the darkness of the night, they did not care. The purpose of these chess pieces was obvious. They were guarding the 5 elements array. Chu Wanning saw that his disciple was being controlled. He endured for a moment, but he could not stand it anymore. When he was about to get up and rush out, Immerse suddenly stopped him. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Let go. Don't go out. Wait a little longer." "How can we wait? That is Xueming." Chu Wanning was too strong. Immerse could not hold him with one hand. He could only hold him tightly and hold him in his arms. He covered Chu Wanning's mouth with one hand. No matter how hard he struggled in his arms, he did not let go. Immerse whispered in his ear. His hot breath brushed against the back of his ear. "It is too risky to go out now. Don't be so impulsive. Listen to me." Immerse was answered with an elbow. Chu Wanning pried open his hand and gasped. His eyes were full of anger. He said in a low voice, "Under the control of the exquisite chess game, his spiritual power is quickly depleted. There are ghosts here. If there is a mistake, he will die." "He won't." Immerse grabbed his hand. His eyes were burning and firm. "I know the exquisite chess game. You have to trust me." Chu Wanning saw his serious expression. He could not help but be startled. His breathing slowly slowed down. At this time, a strange howl came from afar. They quickly turned around and saw an evil spirit breaking through the air and pouncing on Xueming. Swoosh! Dragon City's scimitar reflected the cold moonlight. Xueming's body was as light as a swallow, and the blade instantly pierced through the ghost. A living person who was hit by the exquisite chess piece would have their spiritual energy gradually depleted. In the end, they would not be as good as before. But he's only under control for a short time, so he'll be fine for now. Chu Wanning turned his head to look at him with a scar between his eyebrows. "Why are you so clear about this?" "What I saw during my travels." The evil spirit fell down and soon turned into ashes. Xueming held the Dragon City scimitar in his hand. Black drops of blood continuously flowed down the blade, dragging a strange and crooked trace on the snow. The moonlight shone on his face. His expression was cold and his eyes were dull. Immerse's heart clenched. Xueming had never been a chess piece in his previous life. Who was it? Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Immerse returned to his senses and said in a low voice, "It seems that someone is coming." Sure enough, 2 people came out of the forest and walked along the frozen lake to the eye of the array. The eye of the array was shining with a green light. One of them was holding a divine weapon in his hand, but because of the angle, Immerse could not see what the divine weapon was. The man broke the ice with his palm and threw the divine weapon into the eye of the array. In an instant, the eye of the array shone brightly. The dark clouds moved away, and the moon showed up from behind the thick clouds. The cold light shone on the ice and completely illuminated the 2 people guarding the eye of the array. One of them was wearing a luxurious robe with golden silk, graceful and bright, but he was wearing a thick coat and a bamboo hat, so his face could not be seen clearly. The other one was barefoot in the cold, but he did not mind the cold. The man raised his head and looked at the endless sky fissure. Immerse suddenly opened his eyes wide. How is it possible? Su Shuanglin? He was extremely stunned and shocked. Su Shuanglin, Elder Shuanglin? He was Yi Wangshi's adoptive father. In his previous life, he used his flesh and blood to protect Yi Wangshi and died under the knife. How could it be him? Chu Wanning did not know that Immerse was shocked. He lightly patted Immerse's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Go." Why hasn't he appeared yet? The man wearing the bamboo hat beside Su Shuanglin spoke. Immerse listened and found that it was Nangong Lu's voice. Nangong Lu's voice was obviously anxious and gloomy. He could not help but curse. "Damn it, did you make a mistake?" Su Shuanglin said, "Let's wait and see. Hurry up, tear the sky fissure wider. I don't know when those guests will send people here. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. I know you're impatient, but don't you know whether the sky fissure can be torn wider? Last time in colorful Butterfly Town, because you were too impatient, the situation got out of hand and attracted the 10 great sects to come here one after another. If you can't stay calm, you'll still fall short." Sigh. Su Shuanglin closed his eyes and said, "Sect leader, it was not easy for you to find these 5 divine weapons with different attributes. They can absorb and accumulate the spiritual energy of cultivators. You've endured for so many years. How could you miss this short night?" "You're right." Nangong Lu took a deep breath and nodded. "I've waited for 5 years. No, it's not just 5 years. From the day I became the sect leader of Confucian Wind Sect, I've been waiting." He rubbed the thumb ring in his sleeve, and his eyes flashed with a dark fire. Nangong Lu murmured, "I've been waiting. Don't wait." Suddenly, a fierce and strict male voice sounded on the empty lake, like thunder breaking through the clouds. The 2 people on the lake were shocked and looked at each other. The moon was bright in the sky, and the thousands of pine trees were rustling. A slender man stood on the treetops. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes, and his white robe billowed. The dark color of his robe made his face look like a frozen jade, and there was a bone-chilling coldness in his handsomeness. "Nangong Lu, it's over." Nangong Lu was shocked, and then he gritted his teeth and said, "Chu Wanning." Heaven's Inquisition exploded with golden light, reflecting Chu Wanning's gloomy eyes, and his whole person looked more and more dangerous. "Wanye Yuheng, venerable Northern Dipper, why didn't I let you die after suppressing the rainbow butterfly? Now you're here to ruin my plan, evil creature." Chu Wanning was stunned. He lowered his eyebrows and said sternly, "So the disaster 5 years ago was caused by you?" Nangong Lu saw that the matter was exposed, and he had no intention to hide. He sneered and said, "So what?" Chu Wanning raised Heaven's Inquisition, and his fingers swept over the willow vine. The vine whip was polished on his fingertips inch by inch, and the light was almost platinum. His eyes were like a hawk's. "Back then, when you asked for a sword in Jincheng Lake, the spirit in the lake wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus in exchange. You ordered people to cut open her heart and threw it into the lake. At that time, I was disgusted to the bone, and I hated you so much that I wanted to kill you. But you told me that Nangong Si is still young and can't be without a father. You said that you were obsessed for a moment, and you regretted it. You also said that from now on, you will be a righteous scholar and not do evil again. The willow vine touched the last tip, and the golden light burst out. Chu Wanning gritted his teeth. "Nangong Lu, you are so evil and so vicious. Blame me?" Nangong Lu suddenly laughed in a low voice. "Grandmaster Chu, why don't you blame yourself for being young and naive? At that time, you were still a 15 or 16-year-old boy, right? You were so naive, and after a few words from me, a few tears, and using seer as a cover, you let me go mercifully. Ah, Grandmaster, why don't you think about it? What I am today can't be separated from your leniency." Before he finished speaking, the wind had already arrived. Heaven's Inquisition cut through the dark night and slashed towards the place where Nangong Lu was standing. In an instant, the dragon light danced, and flames broke through the sky, splitting the entire frozen Lingshui Lake in half, and the ice shattered. Nangong Lu shouted, "Rise!" The group of puppets that had been walking around Lingshui Lake suddenly had a flash of light in their eyes. They all turned around and surged in Chu Wanning's direction. Xueming's battle prowess was the strongest, and she actually took the lead. Clang! Dragon City and Heaven's Inquisition collided fiercely. Chu Wanning was afraid of hurting Xueming, so he retreated in time and moved back a few feet. With a ruthless expression, he said, "Nangong Lu, you used others as a wedding dress. What kind of ability is that?" "Ha! I made you unable to attack, and you can't kill me. This is my ability." Nangong Lu laughed. "Go ahead and hit them. They are all living people. They just got hit by my precious black stones." Chu Wanning, this young Master Xue is your disciple, right? Can you bear to do it? You are helpless. You are waiting for death. You are the same as more than 10 years ago by the Jinqing pool. You are powerless. You can only let me go. You. He suddenly stopped, and the smile on his face was like a basin of cold water suddenly poured on him, and the ash-black fire was still smoking. Chu Wanning's eyes were too calm. He stared closely at Chu Wanning, and the calmness on that person's face made him suddenly feel uneasy, and he shuddered. Nangong Lu's lips moved, and he seemed to have a guilty conscience. "What do you want to do?" Chu Wanning didn't want to talk nonsense with Nangong Lu. His eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to wave Heaven's Inquisition and shouted, "Heaven's Inquisition, 10,000 coffins." Dozens of golden vines rose from the ground, trapping the puppets that were hit by the precious stones. A thick and powerful giant vine rose like a dragon from the ice lake, and ice crystals splashed everywhere. Chu Wanning flew and sat on the ancient vine, his robe fluttering in the wind. He raised a slender and powerful hand and said one word at a time. "Jyoga, summon." Strands of golden light gushed out from his palms and gathered on his knees to form a jet-black guqin. The guqin's tail was curled up like a tree that was still full of vitality. The leaves on the guqin's tail were lush, and the guqin's strings were translucent and icy white. The strings were constantly emitting cold air. Shinwu Jyoga. Heaven's Inquisition's most commonly used skill was Wind, which was a killing move, and Jyoga's most commonly used skill was Song, which was a healing move. Chu Wanning only gently plucked the strings a few times and played a short section of song, and those who were hit by the precious stones showed confused expressions. They were originally struggling under the entanglement of Heaven's Inquisition, but now they looked left and right, as if they were a little confused. Nangong Lu was furious, and he silently chanted a spell. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he fought against Chu Wanning. Seeing that he couldn't hold on, he angrily turned around. "Shuang Lin, go and interrupt his guqin." "Me? Sigh, okay. Su Shuanglin sighed and helplessly wanted to fly to the top of the giant tree where Chu Wanning was. Unexpectedly, a black shadow flashed in front of him. Immerse stood in the wind, raised his whip, and stopped him. "Elder Shuanglin, please advise me." Su Shuanglin blinked and suddenly sneered. "Stop me? You two are really master and disciple. How touching." Chu Wanning fought while saying to Immerse, "Barrier." "It's all set up." It turned out that Immerse didn't appear just now because he was ordered to set up a barrier around the Lingshui Lake. Although this Heaven's Fissure wasn't as exaggerated as the one in colorful Butterfly Town, the abyss of hell imprisoned evil spirits with twisted minds. It would be fine if 3 or 5 of them escaped. But if too many escaped, there would be a rain of blood in the mortal world, and it wouldn't stop for a long time. Immerse and Shuanglin exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. Immerse said, "Elder Shuanglin, don't keep trying to run to my Shizun. The person you should be fighting is me." "What am I doing?" Shuanglin suddenly laughed. "Do you have to force the opponent to fight these days? It's not that I want to say this, but young man, you're a bit too fierce. Uncle is old, and I'm afraid I can't handle your violence." Immerse was speechless. "If I come with you, I'll be ruined." He giggled. "Little brother, spare me. Let me go a little and let me play with your Shizun, okay?" Immerse actually didn't know how to face Su Shuanglin. In his previous life, He had witnessed Su Shuanglin's death with his own eyes, so he knew that he wasn't a bad person. Who would have thought that in this life, besides Nangong Lu, he was also the mastermind behind the scenes? For a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he remained silent and focused on exchanging blows with him. Go Si had the same interrogation ability as Heaven's Inquisition. As long as he could successfully hold Su Shuanglin, it wouldn't be difficult to get the truth out of him. However, Su Shuanglin's movements were light, and his movements were much better than Nangong Lu's. He floated like a kite on the shattered ice lake. The red light could only hit him, but it couldn't lock him down firmly. Moreover, because he was Yi Wangshi's adoptive father, before things were clear, Mo Ran couldn't help but give him some face. Su Shuanglin suddenly laughed evilly. That's about it. Grandmaster Mo, I'll apologize to you first. Mo Ran didn't know why he said this, so he was startled. What? Because I'm going to bully your master. Su Shuanglin raised his hand, and a light flashed at his fingertips. A white stream of light whistled in the direction of Chu Wanning, who was playing the zither. Mo Ran was the most worried about Chu Wanning, so he was distracted. Su Shuanglin's eyes darkened, and his other hand pulled out the folding fan at his waist. He swiftly and fiercely thrust it towards Mo Ran's throat. Sha! In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Although Mo Ran dodged quickly, his neck was still scratched by the sharp barbs of the fan. Su Shuanglin took back the handle of the fan, which was stained with Mo Ran's blood, and pointed to the ground. A drop of blood fell into the lake, and the bottom of the lake suddenly lit up with a green light. Looking down, it turned out that Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin were guarding the core of the wood element formation. The divine martial sword was immersed in the ice lake, absorbing the essence of the surrounding plants. At this time, because of Mo Ran's drop of blood, which was full of spiritual energy, the divine martial sword suddenly burst out with a dazzling green brilliance. The earth trembled, and after a few moments of silence, a fierce black blade broke out of the water, shining brightly. Su Shuanglin shouted to Nangong Lu, "The forbidden spell has been activated. He's coming out. Quickly go under the sky fissure and fight." Fight? Fight? They summoned someone from the abyss of hell. Was it just for a fight? But this thought only flashed through Mo Ran's mind. When he saw the divine martial sword floating in the air, he didn't think about anything else. His whole body was like being whipped, standing there stiffly, unable to say half a word. Because the weapon that gathered the wood element formation core was actually Emperor Ta's fierce blade, divine martial sword. Mo Ran suddenly felt a dull pain in his chest, and his vision turned black. There seemed to be some kind of ravings that he couldn't hear that kept repeating in his ears. He couldn't breathe, and only felt that the blood of his previous life came from the night, soaking him. He felt sick, dizzy, and his heart was beating fast. Seeing that Su Shuanglin wanted to do something with the divine martial sword, Mo Ran didn't have time to think. He raised his hand, wanting to call back the divine martial sword. But as soon as his spiritual energy reached out, he heard Chu Wanning's zither music suddenly stop. He suddenly felt that something was wrong, and endured the inexplicable suffocation, turning his head. His pupils suddenly shrank. Master! How could he forget? Chu Wanning's spiritual core was very weak. As early as the Xinyuan Society, there was a doctor who said that the divine martial sword seemed to have some kind of repulsive force with Chu Wanning. It would backfire on Chu Wanning, and it would make Chu Wanning's already weak spiritual core even more unable to bear it. How could he forget? Mo Ran suddenly cut off his connection with the divine martial sword and flew onto the giant vine. The moment the divine martial sword was exhausted, he jumped up and hugged Chu Wanning, who was in so much pain that his face was pale, and landed with him in the nearby orange grove. At the same time, the coffins that Chu Wanning summoned also broke and disintegrated, but fortunately, those who were bewitched were already confused. Although they didn't completely wake up, they no longer listened to Nangong Lu's instructions. One by one, they stood there blankly, with a dreamy expression on their faces. Master! Mo Ran was anxious and regretful. He knelt in the snow and hugged Chu Wanning, who was frowning, and kept stroking Chu Wanning's face. "How are you?" He saw blood seeping out from the corner of Chu Wanning's mouth and felt even more distressed. He hurriedly wiped it for him, but as he wiped, he suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Chu Wanning was also lying in his arms like this, on the peak of the Kunlun Snow Mountain, bleeding from all 7 orifices and dying. And he was the same as now, frantically wiping away the mottled blood. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. It was like an all-piercing into his heart. His eyes were red. "Is it very painful?" Chu Wanning was greatly affected by the divine martial sword. He felt that the divine martial sword was flowing to his chest in an instant, as if it was going to cut his chest open. What was worse was that there seemed to be many broken illusions in front of his eyes, twisting and flickering. He shook his head, trying to shake off those blurry illusions, and struggled to look in the direction of Nangong Lu. But with just a glance, the last bit of color on his face suddenly disappeared. He didn't know where he got the strength, but he suddenly grabbed Imo Rant's arm and said hoarsely, "Over there, be careful." Imo Rant saw that his face was like gold paper, and his eyes flashed with great shock, reflecting the light of the fire. Light of the fire? He turned his head. What came out of the fissure was no longer small ghosts and monsters, but rolling hell's lava. The fire of the earth boiled and flowed down from the sky. Those ghosts and monsters that escaped at the same time were burned to ashes by this turbulent evil fire. They didn't even have time to cry out before they turned into a cloud of green smoke. What kind of strange situation was this? The lava of hell hung in the sky like a magnificent golden red waterfall, flowing slowly and leisurely, licking dangerously and magnificently. When the lava flowed to the Lingshui Lake, the shattered ice and lake water were ignited like firewood and began to burn fiercely. Nangong Lu and Su Shuanglin, who were standing at the front, activated the most powerful water spell so that they wouldn't be engulfed by the fire. Although the flow of the fire was slow, it would soon burn those who were frozen in the exquisite chess game. Imo Rant cursed and raised his hand to make a hand seal, but he wasn't familiar with the water spell. Halfway through, Chu Wanning, who was in his arms, suddenly grabbed his hand and said with a pale face, "You made the wrong hand seal. Let me do it." Imo Rant hugged him and let him sit up, but he stopped his hand. "Don't move anymore. Teach me?" Although Chu Wanning was hesitant, he knew that his spiritual power was temporarily damaged, so he might not be able to cast the spell well. This was a matter of life and death, so he couldn't be careless. So he held Imo Rant's hand and put all 10 of his fingers in the right position. Then he said in a hoarse voice, "Cast the spell." The spiritual power overflowed from his fingertips and quickly formed a barrier in the air, forming a blue wave that wrapped around those puppets who had lost their minds. Chu Wanning let out a sigh of relief. She wanted to praise Imo Rant, but when she looked up, she saw that under the illumination of the light of hell, there were traces of tears on his handsome face. Why was he crying? Because of who? Chu Wanning was a little confused. Shermei wasn't here, Xueming wasn't injured, and Imo Rant didn't know the others. So, could he be so bold and greedy that Imo Rant was crying for him? "Don't cry." Imo Rant came back to his senses and wiped his face in a panic. "You're already so old. What do you look like?" Imo Rant only looked at him with teary eyes and asked, "Does it hurt?" Hearing him say this, Chu Wanning was stunned. Then, the pain in his chest that hadn't subsided suddenly felt a soft warmth like a hot spring stream. Sorrow and gentleness intertwined together, sour and painful, sweet and bitter. For the first time in his life, he had personal feelings related to his life before a great calamity. It wasn't appropriate, but he couldn't stop it. "It's just a small injury. It's probably because I used too much spiritual power to summon 2 divine weapons at the same time. So my old illness flared up." Chu Wanning raised his hand, hesitated, and touched Imo Rant's hair. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt anymore." Then he turned his head and looked at the vast hellfire and the blazing flame-red lotus. His eyes gradually darkened. The pain in his eyes subsided, and his gaze became firm. "You saw what Nangong Lu was going to do and found a good opportunity." He paused, and when he opened his mouth again, he didn't hesitate. Kill him. Chu Wannings's eyes were full of hatred, but there was also regret in them. Nangong Lu was right. At the side of the Jinqing pool, it was him who was 14 or 15 years old. He had just stepped into the mortal world and didn't know much about the world. So he let go of Nangong Lu, who had revealed his evil face at that time. He even took into consideration the stability of the upper cultivation world and didn't let the young Asi know that Nangong Lu sacrificed his wife to get the divine weapon. It was his ignorance and naivety when he was young and too much kindness that led to the current situation. He let the tiger return to the forest and provoked the torrential hellfire of the Red Lotus. What did Nangong Lu want to do? Chapter 164. As if responding to him, a giant skeletal foot suddenly stepped out from the boiling lava. Just its fingernails were as wide as wheels. When this foot stepped into the lake of Gongquan, half of the lake was filled. Immediately after, another foot stepped into the lake, crushing countless orange-colored trees on the shore. A humongous skeleton roared as it stepped out of the fissure. It turned its stiff head and let out a howl that shook the 9 heavens. Then, it held a sharp axe with jingling shackles and fiercely chopped down on the shore with a ha sound. The huge axe fell into the ground, stirring up layers of heat waves. Mud and stones tumbled, and grass and trees were instantly cut. Seeing that the place where Xue Ming was standing was about to collapse, a blue light suddenly appeared. It was Nangong Lu, holding 2 swords, waving all of his spiritual energy to resist the attack. With a loud bang, the 2 forces collided, causing the soil and broken wood to explode. Su Shuanglin, who was on the side supporting the water barrier, shouted, hit between his ribs. Do you see it? I see it. Nangong Lu gritted his teeth and said. Unexpectedly, he threw away his usual submissive appearance and attacked the giant skeleton's ribs. Mo Ran looked carefully and saw that there was a cluster of flames burning on the giant skeleton's chest. In the flames, there was a human figure that was tied up. He wanted to see more clearly, but because of the flickering flames when the giant skeleton and Nangong Lu fought, he couldn't see clearly. Logically speaking, Nangong Lu had spent a great deal of effort to summon this demon god from hell. No matter how one looked at it, she should have ordered it to do harm to the human world. Only then would it be easy to understand. But looking at Nangong Lu's current posture, it seemed that he was going to risk his life to fight this thing. This was really strange, but Mo Ran didn't have time to think about it. Xue Ming and the others were still standing in the same place. If they continued to fight like this, they might be affected. Mo Ran recalled Chu Wanning's hand gesture and shouted, damn it, 10,000 coffins! Dozens of red willow vines rushed from all directions like flying snakes, wrapping the chess pieces on the shore and then retreating to the periphery. Good, you used it well. Chu Wanning's words made Mo Ran's chest warm. At this moment, the person he liked was next to him, and the people he wanted to protect were also under the protection of the divine martial ghost. This time, Mo Ran watched them fight, and his mind was much calmer. He found that although Nangong Lu's offensive spells were not up to par, her evasion and defense were first class. He didn't know if this person had a preference for this kind of spells since childhood. It was no wonder that when he massacred the Confucian Wind sect in his previous life, this illustrious sect leader had fled faster than a rabbit. Although the giant skeleton's attack was fierce, because of its large body, its movement was slow, and it didn't hurt Nangong Lu at all. Nangong Lu moved higher and higher along its skeleton. His robe fluttered, and the bright red tassels of his bamboo hat fluttered. He stood on the giant skeleton's ribs, and through the white bones, he could see the person hanging on the skeleton's heart. Nangong Lu first shouted loudly, like a person who was relieved from extreme suffering. His voice was twisted and ferocious, and then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I found you. Finally. I finally found you. His shining eyes were bloodshot in the depths of his bamboo hat. He shouted angrily and ecstatically, I found you. Wrapped in the flames was a man with his eyes closed. He looked thin and fragile, without any outstanding features. It was a face that was easy to forget. Nangong Lu kept muttering, almost crazy. I found you. I found you. Ha ha, ha. I found you. I found you. He abruptly raised the sword in his hand, which glowed with blue light, and fiercely stabbed at the sleeping man in the core of the giant skeleton. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the deathly silent man suddenly raised his head and abruptly opened his eyes. Su Shuanglin shouted angrily from below, "Don't look at his eyes! I told you not to look at his eyes." However, Nangong Lu was too close to the man. He was almost caught off guard and met the man's eyes. Nangong Lu only had time to see the scarlet pupils of the dog-like round eyes, and then he felt a tearing pain all over his body. He screamed "ah" and fell straight down from the sky, crashing to the ground. If it wasn't for Su Shuanglin supporting a barrier to protect him, he was afraid that he would have broken all his bones and tendons. Su Shuanglin walked over quickly, stomping his bare feet on the ground. "Why are you looking at him? Didn't I tell you that you will feel the pain of his soul when you look at him? You." Halfway through his words, Nangong Lu stood up shakily from the ground. His bamboo hat fell off, revealing his messy hair and a pair of panicked eyes under his messy hair. "Ah, ah." The moonlight shone on his face. His fingers convulsed as he painfully covered his face. However, it was useless. All the skin exposed to the moonlight quickly began to crack and burst open. Bright red tender flesh rolled out, and blood flowed down continuously. "Ah!" Nangong Liuquang screamed and tried to use his sleeves to cover his face. However, this caused his hands and forearms to be exposed in panic. His skin and flesh began to tear apart rapidly, and his flesh was mottled with blood. Mo Ran and Chu Wanning watched from a distance, and they both couldn't believe it. What happened to Nangong Lu? He actually couldn't directly shine on the moonlight? Su Shuanglin took off his own outer robe and threw it over Nangong Lu's face, covering her completely. He himself stood in the middle of the winter night wearing only a pure white undergarment, yet he did not feel cold in the slightest. His robe was slightly open, and his strong chest was rising and falling slightly. When he saw Nangong Lu sitting on the ground like a sieve, he was angry. He kicked the head of the sect leader with his bare feet and said, "Why are you sitting there? Get up. If you still haven't killed it by the time you finish gathering your spiritual power, you won't have a good life." Who would have thought that Nangong Lu, the good-for-nothing, would sit on the ground and cry with snot and tears? "I'm in so much pain. I'm better off dead. Really better off dead. My face is full of blood. My hands are also full of blood. I can't stand it anymore. Shuanglin, I can't stand it anymore. You take my place. I'll take your place, I'll take your place, I'll take your place." Su Shuanglin flew into a rage and kicked his face again. "Why don't you just give me the position of the sect leader and let me take your place? Do you think I don't want to?" Nangong Lu was kicked to the ground and howled. "Do you think I don't want to? I'm tired of it. The curse left by Luo Fenghua has harmed me for a lifetime. He made me unable to get away from this position forever. Come on. I can't wait for someone to take my place. I only hate that I can't take off this ring on my finger." "Luo Fenghua?" Mo Ran whispered. "This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before." That was the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect before Nangong Lu. Chu Wanning listened to the conversation between the two and frowned. After only 2 years, he died of a terrible disease. Mo Ran was stunned. The Confucian Wind sect has been inherited by the Nangong family for generations. How can there be a sect leader with the surname Luo? Shouldn't his surname be Nangong? Normally, the surname should be Nangong, but Luo Fenghua usurped power and became the sect leader of the Confucian Wind sect. Hearing Chu Wanning say this, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that he had read a book about this person in the history of the Confucian Wind sect. However, there wasn't much detail. Because the history of the Confucian Wind sect was very chaotic, there were too many grudges involved. Mo Ran really didn't have any interest in reading this book, so he just casually flipped through it and didn't delve too deeply into it. His eyes widened slightly. The Confucian Wind sect was usurped? Because this matter was disgraceful and involved the current sect leader, Very few people mention it nowadays. Chu Wanning said, Nangong Lu didn't get his position as sect leader easily. When he was young, his father suffered from cultivation deviation and died. Although he was appointed as the successor before his death, Nangong Lu had a younger brother. That younger brother was proud and arrogant, and his magic was peerless. He refused to accept this decision, so on the night of his father's death, he seized the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's ring and replaced Nangong Lu as sect leader. The usurper should also be his younger brother, so his surname should also be Nangong. How could his surname be Luo? Let me finish. Chu Wanning looked at Nangong Lu in the distance, trembling as he crawled up from the ground. He tightly wrapped the clothes that Frost Forest Elder gave him and once again ran towards the flames on the giant skeleton's chest. He continued, Nangong Lu's younger brother is bloody and cruel. In a short 3 months after seizing the position, he killed 2 high lords of the upper cultivation world. He said that it was because during the competition at the Spiritual Mountain Conference, those 2 people made things difficult for him because he was a bastard son of the Confucian Wind sect. They didn't judge the outcome fairly. Later, he even broke the law and captured everyone who denounced him. He dragged them to the square of the Confucian Wind sect and dug out their eyes one by one. I didn't see that disaster with my own eyes, but it was recorded in the book that the eyes he dug out were filled with 3 carriages before they were all transported away. Immo Rand's heart trembled, but he remained silent. At this time, it was normal for him to curse a few words, but what position did he have to curse? In this life, Chu Wanning didn't know what Immo Rand did in his previous life. Immo Rand once killed almost everyone in the 72 cities of the Confucian Wind sect because of a personal grievance. He even used the fruit of 1,000 cuts to hang the city lord of one of the cities and tortured him for a whole year before letting him die. In fact, when Immo Rand came to the Confucian Wind sect this time, he had always tried to avoid meeting that city lord as much as possible. The hatred between him and that person was too deep. He was afraid that if he saw him, he would do something crazy again. Even now, he still had a fierce nature. What qualifications did he have to curse others for being bloody and cruel? On the other side, Nangong Lu approached the core of the giant skeleton step by step and once again raised his sword towards the burning flames. He was getting closer and closer, the sword in his hand glinting with a cold light. Chu Wanning said, as that person's master, Luo Fenghua couldn't tolerate his atrocities, so he rebelled together with Nangong Lu. The 2 of them raised an army one night and smoothly drove that person out of the Confucian Wind sect's sect leader's seat. But under the influence of power, Luo Fenghua held the sect leader's thumb ring, but he didn't give it to Nangong Lu. Immo Rand was shocked. He put it on himself? Correct. Chu Wanning said, every sect's sect leader's keepsake has a powerful spiritual power boost. These keepsakes recognize their master, and the Confucian Wind sect's ring is the same. Whoever wears it will own it. Unless the sect changes masters, the only way to break it is death. That Luo Fenghua died after being in power for only 2 years. Could it be that Nangong Lu killed him in order to take back the sect leader's seat? Chu Wanning shook his head. The official history of the Confucian Wind sect says that Luo Fenghua died of illness. After he died of illness, Nangong Lu regained the sect leader's thumb ring, but no one can say for sure what the truth is. Look at how Nangong Lu tried so hard to lure this monster out to fight, shouting curses and so on. I'm afraid what happened that year is not so simple. Immo Rand also felt that things were not so simple, but he still had a question in his heart. What about his younger brother? What happened to Nangong Lu's younger brother after he was driven out of power? He died. Chu Wanning said, on the night of the mutiny, Luo Fenghua cleaned up the sect and personally took his own disciple's life. It is said that he was hacked into pieces and chopped into minced meat. Immo Rand was speechless. He couldn't help but feel a burst of guilt. He thought to himself, if what I did in my previous life was known by Chu Wanning in this life, then wouldn't his master also want to clean up the sect? Would she also want to chop him into mincemeat and dismember his body into 10,000 pieces? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Nangong Lu's sword had pierced through the man wrapped in the giant skeleton. The giant skeleton instantly grimaced and let out an extremely painful roar. Its huge bony palms stomped on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. It angrily waved its hand, and with one slap, it overturned a large patch of orange trees. The golden fruits rolled all over the ground and were crushed by the giant skeleton. In this strange smell of blood and fruit, the giant skeleton suddenly stopped moving. Then, it abruptly knelt on the ground. Lava splashed everywhere, and its white bones instantly turned into fine powder, disappearing into thin air. Nangong Lu pulled out his long sword and caught the man who fell inside the giant skeleton. He said ecstatically, "I did it. I'm free. The curse is broken. The curse is broken. Ha 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 ha." He flew down with the wind and landed on the ground. At this time, a group of cultivators from the Hall of Poetry who saw that the situation was not right also came to the Gongquan Lake. When the leader of Lone Moon Night, Jiang Shi, saw the rolling magma, his handsome and arrogant face showed a surprised expression. Boundless earth fire? He immediately waved his sleeve and raised his hand, dropping a layer of water spirit powder on the people behind him. Every sect had different defensive spells and skills. Most of them used enchantments, but Lone Moon Knight used spirit powder to resist the scorching sun fire. After doing all this, Jiangshi turned around angrily and asked sternly, "Nangong Lu, what's going on?" Nangong Lu did not answer. He tightly held the man who was pulled out of the giant skeleton. The flames that surrounded the man's body had disappeared, along with his strength and consciousness. He did not open his eyes again, and was no different from an ordinary corpse. He fell powerlessly between Nangong Lu's claws. When Shui Jingyong saw Mo Ran and Chu Wanning, he immediately rushed over and shouted anxiously, "Ranner, Yu Hong, are you okay? Where's Meng?" "Meng. Mo Ran quickly comforted him. "Shui Meng is fine. He's over there." Shui Jingyong looked in the direction he pointed and saw Shui Meng was wrapped in a giant vine. Only his pale face was exposed. He could not help but change his expression and staggered to Shui Meng. Mo Ran pulled him and said, "Uncle, he's only temporarily conscious. He'll be fine in a while. He'll be safer in the vine. Don't go over. You stay with us." Shui Jingyong said anxiously, "What happened?" "I saw a ghost coming from afar, Leader Nangong." He turned around and saw Nangong Lu standing in the lava and the lifeless corpse in his arms. He suddenly stopped talking. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did that corpse look so familiar? It seemed like a long time ago, really a long time ago. He seemed to have seen this man's face. This person's facial features were too ordinary, and it was easy to be drowned in the past. Shui Jingyong could not remember it at the moment, but he felt that something was wrong. Everything was wrong. At this time, he saw Nangong Lu suddenly raise his face. His face was covered in blood, but the corners of his mouth were wide open. Nangong Lu was laughing, and his eyes were shining with a strange light. It was completely different from his usual flattering appearance. In the crowd, there were Yi Wangxi and Nangong Si. Nangong Si murmured, "Father." Yi Wangxi saw Su Shuanglin next to her and said in shock, "Father?" Su Shuanglin glanced at Yi Wangxi and shook his head, hinting her not to come over. In the burning lava, his clothes were slightly open, and his loose white undergarment fluttered in the wind. There was a lazy smile on his face, and he slightly raised his chin, looking at the bustling scene in front of him. The Red Lotus underworld. His bare feet stepped on the ground, and his round toes moved, creating little sparks. Then he lowered his head, as if he was waiting for something. The light of the fire was reflected in his eyes, like a golden-red carp swimming in a dark pool. "Ah!" Suddenly, a female cultivator in the crowd cried out in alarm. Su Shuanglin did not look up and only smiled. Of course, he knew what was happening. He had heard the sound of flesh being chewed. Behind him, Nangong Lu grabbed the man's shoulder. Under the moonlight, he bit open the man's neck, greedily sucking the blood and juice. After that scream, no one said anything, and no one blamed him. For a moment, no one understood what was going on in front of them. Everyone was shocked. The world's #1 scholar, Wind Sect leader, Nangong Lu, was actually gnawing on a corpse like this? How was this possible, father? Nangong Si was the first to break down. He ran crazily towards Nangong Lu. Yi Wangshi could not hold him back, so she ran with him to Nangong Lu. Father, what are you doing? What are you doing? Sect leader. Nangong Lu turned a deaf ear and continued to chew. The clothes he used to cover his face had long been removed. His red skin and flesh were constantly rolling under the moonlight, causing him more and more pain. The more pain he was in, the more frenzied he was to chew on the corpse's flesh and blood, as if it was a sweet spring, a bitter medicine, a relief that he could not get. Some cultivators could not stand it, and the sound of vomiting came from the crowd. Some people moaned weakly, "How could this be? Madman, so disgusting." The moonlight slowly moved and shone on Nangong Lu's body. Nangong Lu first lowered his head and spasmed, saliva and pus flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Then he suddenly looked up, opened his sticky, bloody mouth, and shouted with a trembling voice, "Ah! Ah!" The flesh and blood on his face did not heal after eating the man's corpse. It was still cut into pieces under the moonlight. His face was already full of blood, and only his eyes were still white. He threw the corpse on the ground and stepped on it. He turned around and grabbed Su Shuanglin's lapel, roaring like a beast. "What's going on? Why is it useless? His meridians were bulging, and his hands were trembling non-stop. His eyes were bloodshot, and large drops of tears rolled down because of the severe pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much. I hate that I can't die. I hate that I can't die," he shouted in a low voice, almost desperate. Suddenly, he thought of something and let go of Su Shuanglin. He lowered his head and dug out the man's heart. Spiritual core. It must be that my strength is not enough. I'm going to eat his spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core. Spiritual core. He reached into the sword wound on the man's chest and kept rubbing it. His hands were full of blood, and he was almost crazy. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a sharp claw suddenly pierced into his back and fiercely pierced through his ribs. Blood spurted wildly. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment, as if he had not yet reacted to what had happened. He did not feel the pain, and just looked back in a daze. He opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Su Shuanglin look up with a smile on his clean and refreshing face. "What do you want to eat? For people like you, eating anything is a waste." Chapter 165. The claw, which had been infused with spiritual power, was suddenly pulled back, bringing with it a large patch of bright red. Nangong Lu's mouth opened and closed, then closed and opened again, but he couldn't say a single word for a long time. It seemed like he didn't expect that Su Shuanglin would make a hole in his back. After a long time, he finally spat out a large mouthful of blood and knelt stiffly on the ground. "Father!" Nangong Si's blood-curdling screams tore through the sky. "Sect leader!" Everyone was shocked. Su Shuanglin calmly crouched down and absent-mindedly took out a fruit from his chinkuan pouch. He stuffed it into Nangong Lu's mouth and forced him to swallow it. Mo Rant's eyes were sharp, and his expression immediately changed. Lingqi fruit? The fruit that Su Shuanglin fed to Nangong Lu was precisely the lingqi fruit that had kept the feathermen alive at the Peach Blossom Spring. It was the fruit that made them beg for death. Nangong Lu was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His entire body curled up on the ground like a shrimp as he trembled violently. Su Shuanglin looked at him. The light from the fire reflected in his eyes, making them look very warm. "Sect leader, I pity you. You've lived for most of your life, but in the end, you're still a good-for-nothing who can be manipulated by others." Yi Wangshi said in horror, "Ifu? Father, let go of my father. Let go of him." In the end, blood was thicker than water. Even though Nangong Lu couldn't bear it, seeing him in such a miserable state, Nangong Si still couldn't bear it. His hair stood up in anger, and he attacked Su Shuanglin. However, Su Shuanglin single-handedly blocked him with a defensive barrier. Su Shuanglin rolled his eyes and coldly glanced at him. When the elders are talking, the younger generation shouldn't interrupt. Kneel. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger in the air. Nangong Si only felt that 1,000 caddies had fallen from his back. He couldn't stand up. He clenched his teeth and endured for a moment, but he still knelt heavily on the ground. Si. Yi Wangshi immediately stood in front of Nangong Si. She couldn't point her sword at Su Shuanglin, but she couldn't stand by and watch. For a moment, her expression was both painful and dazed. Ifu, don't hurt him. Who wants to hurt him? What is he? Su Shuanglin turned his gaze back to Nangong Lu. Then, he raised his leg and kicked Nangong Lu's bloody face. After so many years, I can't help but reminisce with this person in front of all the tyrants in the world. Nangong Lu coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Reminisce? Didn't you tell me that as long as I called back Luo Fenghua's soul from the abyss of hell, I'd be able to break the curse he put on me? I'd be able to recover and never fear the night again. You lied to me. You actually lied to me. Hearing this, the young cultivators didn't react, but the expressions of Xue Xingyong's generation all changed. Xue Xingyong abruptly looked at the young man's corpse. Luo Fenghua? It's Luo Fenghua. Lying on the ground was the body of the Nangong brothers' master from many years ago, the short-lived sect master who had once usurped power, the only sect master with a different surname in the Confucian Wind sect, Luo Fenghua. You're dreaming, Su Shuanglin said with a smile. Break the curse? You killed him with your own hands back then, and now you drank his blood and ate his flesh. You're so cruel, but you still want to break the curse? You're really naive. Don't tell me I shouldn't drink his blood and eat his flesh? Although I tried to seize power and sent him to an early death, he left a curse on the sect master's ring before he died. After I put it on, it's been more than 10 years. There hasn't been a single day, cough, cough. There hasn't, not a single day, that I've been able to live a normal life at night. Don't tell me. I shouldn't. You should. Su Shuanglin expressionlessly expressed his agreement. You really should. Suddenly, his face twisted into a smile. He simply squatted down, lifted Nangong Lu's face and said, You did very well. No one can do better than you, be more outstanding, and be more obedient. Sect Master, no one can be more stupid than you. With a sinister smile, he concluded, Trash. After Su Shuanglin finished speaking, he slowly stood up. Unexpectedly, with a solemn and gentle smile on his face, he spread his arms and said cordially to everyone, Honored guests, the banquet is over. I still have some desserts here that I'd like to invite everyone to taste together. Someone angrily shouted, Su Shuanglin, what do you want to do? Actually, it's nothing. I just want to ask everyone to share some interesting stories. Confucian Wind sect has disdained the cultivation world for 100 years, and its stinking scandals are too many to mention. But among them, there's one thing that I've been waiting for more than 10 years. Today, I'm going to announce it to the public in front of the whole world. As he spoke to this point, his voice turned from high-pitched to gentle. Then, he softly said, I'm afraid this is the last secret history of Confucian Wind sect. When Nangong Lu heard him say this, a strong fear suddenly welled up in his heart. He rapidly stammered, and his lips trembled. He almost couldn't speak, but his eyes were fixed on the person standing above the lava. You, who the hell are you? Su Shuanglin turned his face and smiled, but he didn't answer. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in his hand, and a dagger appeared in his palm. He gripped it hard and cut his skin, causing blood to gush out from the palm of his hand. He dipped it in the blood and drew a formation on his arm. Then, he gently blew on it and said, The small boat at the west window brings you into dreams. Then he turned his head and smiled. Sect leader, if you want to know who I am, you'll know everything after you see these things. Mo Ran wanted to stop him, but he was gently stopped by Chu Wanning. Shizun? It's not an evil curse, it's a dream recall enchantment. It's very similar to the magic technique of the Peach Blossom Springs Feathermen. It's a magic technique that allows everyone to see his memories, Chu Wanning said. Wait a moment. Let's see what he wants to say. The brilliance of the formation that Su Shuanglin blew into the wind flowed. It flew higher and higher, continuously expanding. In an instant, the entire Lingshui Lake was enveloped by the formation. The fragmented memories were like sand powder, slowly falling from the sky. The surface of the lake was quickly covered by Su Shuanglin's memories. It was as if the snow had replaced the ground with a new layer of snow. As the power of the formation continued to overflow, the scene changed. Although everyone was still standing around the Lingshui Lake, the vegetation and lava in front of them were fading away. In the end, it turned into the appearance of the Confucian Wind sect's Flying Jade Pavilion. In this illusion, the Flying Jade Pavilion was empty. There were only two people, one standing and one sitting. The one standing was barefooted and dressed casually. His hair was not combed properly, and the crown on his head was even a little crooked. He was Su Shuangli. The one sitting was wearing a dark red robe and had a pale face. He was Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu stroked the sect leader's thumb ring that was inlaid with a dark green jade. His face flickered with an excited and anxious light. Then, "Are the 5 divine weapons ready?" Su Shuanglin lazily said, "You've already asked me for the 9th time. If you ask me for the 10th time today, I'm going to quit." Nangong Lu was unable to control his emotions. He couldn't help but shake his legs. Okay. Then let's wait for all the guests to arrive. Let's wait for the day of Seer's wedding. Let me take a look at the list of sacrificial offerings. I want to see how many of the people on the list haven't arrived yet." Su Shuanglin threw him a book, and Nangong Lu immediately flipped through it impatiently. His gaze was fanatical, like a thirsty person drinking water. He flipped through the book until the sound of hua hua could be heard. He counted once, but he was still worried, so he counted a second time. His finger poked at the pages as if he wanted to poke a hole in the book. "They're all here." Su Shuanglin saw that he was crazily chanting and said, "There are more than 20 people with pure 5 elements. In addition, you've organized the 5 elements spiritual force guards over the years. With the power of these people's spiritual cores and the help of the divine weapons, although the power is not as strong as directly using the essence of spiritual bodies, it's enough. I guarantee that we can open the gates of hell." Nangong Lu clenched the book and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, but this is the last good opportunity. If you mess it up again, I'm afraid it'll be even more difficult for you to break the curse." "You can't mess it up," Su Shuanglin lazily said. "You should say you won't mess it up." Okay. I won't mess it up. Nangong Lu paused and said, "Shuanglin, I'm still worried. Let's go over the plan again." "Big brother, you've already done it 10 or 20 times. Nangong Lu didn't care. "A few more times. It's always better to be cautious." Su Shuanglin looked a little helpless. "Okay, as you wish." Nangong Lu calculated and said, "On the eve of Seer's wedding, all the guests will come to the poetry stage. I'll arrange to draw lots and draw the 21 pieces that have been marked in advance." He looked up at Su Shuanglin. "Then it's your turn." "Okay, I'll ask to go with you." Su Shuanglin had no choice but to agree. "After entering the jungle, I'll lead the sacrifices to the Gongquan Lake and plant the precious chess pieces on them. They'll be obedient and give their spiritual power to the divine weapons. After this is done, I'll manipulate everyone to shoot the fuse into the sky and tear open the crack of hell." Good. Unlike Su Shuanglin's laziness, Nangong Lu seemed to be very excited. He talked about strategy on paper. "After seeing the fireworks, I led 5 groups of guards and rushed to the hunting forest to meet up with you in the name of quelling the sky-splitting chaos. After that, we will make the 5 groups of guards into exquisite chess pieces and sacrifice them." Su Shuanglin nodded and concluded, "There shouldn't be any mistakes." "There can't be any mistakes." Nangong Lu clenched his thumb ring, and his face turned blue. I've had enough. He muttered for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked Su Shuanglin, "Shuanglin, Is it really okay to not use the essence of the spiritual body? What if the power of the divine weapons is not pure enough? Don't worry, these 5 divine weapons are the best of the best, the peak of the peak. They have the ability to move mountains and fill seas. After absorbing the spiritual power of the sacrifices, they will succeed. What if? I'm saying what if? What if the gate of the infernal hell can't be opened? What if, like in colorful Butterfly Town, someone comes out to stop us? Look at that Chu Wanning. Nangong Lu spat. What Wanya Yuhung? What a busybody. Last time in colorful Butterfly Town, I killed him by a stroke of luck. It was supposed to be a good thing, but who knew that old bald donkey Huizue had the ability to bring him back from the dead? Hateful. When Imo Ran saw this, he was furious. Back then, when colorful Butterfly Town was in chaos, Confucian Wind Sect sent a large number of cultivators to quell the chaos. More than 100 Confucian Wind Sect disciples died in that chaotic battle. These 2 people knew it very well then. Who was the fake Gaochen? Was it Nangong Lu or Su Shuanglin? Chu Wanning's life is not meant to end. Su Shuanglin said in The Illusion, he's a capable person. It's a pity that he died so easily. So what if he's capable? I just can't stand that arrogant face of his. Oh, now that you mention it, I remember now. Sect Master Immortal, you saw Chu Wanning a few days ago, right? How was it? Since he came back from the dead, was his spiritual power damaged? I don't know about his spiritual power, but his temper didn't decrease in the slightest. Nangong Lu said resentfully, he's high and mighty, and he considers everyone beneath him. In front of him, I'm like a F** king dog that rolled in the mud. Su Shuanglin laughed. That's an interesting analogy, Sect Master. It would have been better if you didn't mention it, but now that you mention it, I'm full of anger. I'm the Sect Master of the number 1 sect in the world. Not only do I have to nod and bow to Chu Wanning, but I also have to look at his disciple's face. That disciple of his is amazing, Grandmaster Mo. He has no rules, and his temper is worse than his master's. He took a deep breath, and a malicious glint flashed in his eyes. What a good wood essence spiritual body. I hate that I can't abandon Shinwu and use his flesh as a sacrifice to the heavens, just like my original plan. I'll tear open the gates of hell. Jin Shengqi, the peach blossom spring, failed twice. Su Shuanglin said. Later, he traveled alone for 5 years. During those 5 years, we couldn't find his whereabouts. The only time we could lure him into a trap, we succeeded in making him seriously injured by the Yellow River Serpent. However, that kid was lucky and was saved by Jiang Shi, who was passing by. Now, Imo Rant's wings are fully grown, and he's no longer the 16 or 17-year-old boy. None of us can touch him. Using the wood essence spiritual body won't work. Just wait and see. Nangong Lu said angrily, when I break the curse, my power will increase greatly. At that time, whether it's Grandmaster Chu or Grandmaster Mo, they'll have to kneel in front of me and listen to my orders. When Su Shuanglin heard him say this, he just smiled and didn't say anything. Nangong Lu was angry for a while, and gradually calmed down. He stared at the ring on his hand and suddenly said, Shuanglin, 5 years ago, you gave up looking for the wood essence spiritual body. It wasn't just because Imo Ran left the mountain to travel and disappeared, right? Slowly looking up from the ring, Nangong Lu said, it was also because you continued to investigate and found that the earth essence spiritual body was Yuangshi, right? You were reluctant to give up your adopted daughter. She's your only family in this world. I have no family in this world. Su Shuanglin interrupted him expressionlessly. What's more, sect leader, you know that the fire essence spiritual body is your son. Even if I was willing to give up Yuangshi, would you be willing to give up Si? Forget it. Nangong Lu waved his hand and said with a sad expression, since Shunwu can be replaced, what else is there to say? Let's not talk about it anymore. What if Shunwu can't be replaced? Nangong Lu was shocked. What do you mean? Didn't you say that there would be no mistakes? Sect Master, there's no need to be so nervous. I was just suddenly curious. If in this world, The only way to successfully open the seamless gate was to use those 5 living spirits and see her as a sacrifice. What choice would the Exalt make? Would he continue to endure the pain of the curse, or— There was a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and he didn't say anything else. Nangong Lu didn't answer. After a long time, so long that everyone thought this memory was going to end, Nangong Lu softly said, "Every man for himself, and the devil takes the hindmost." Hearing him say this, everyone's face changed, especially Shui Jingyong, who loved his son as much as his life. He couldn't understand Nangong Lu's choice at all. He said angrily, "Ridiculous. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its own son. In order to live, you're willing to sacrifice your own son? This is ridiculous." Nangong Si stood stiffly in the same place. There was a blank expression on his face. Other than that, he didn't have any other expression. His eyes were empty. The scene turned black. Those sparkling memory fragments flipped and flipped again, making the tinkling sound of wind chimes colliding. When the illusion lit up again, the sky was high and the clouds were vast. The towering snow mountain reflected a dazzling white light. Someone exclaimed, "Is that Jin Shengqi?" Chapter 166. It was the Jincheng Pool. The inscription, imitating the path of difficulty, on the side of the pool was written in bright red. There were only 2 living people in the scene, Nangong Lu and Su Shuangli. The reason why it was said that there were only 2 living people was because there were countless dead people lying on the ground. Or it could be said that there were dead flood dragon people. Hurry up. If we seal the path and don't let other cultivators go up the mountain, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion. It's almost done. Su Shuanglin stuffed a black chess piece into a flood dragon person's mouth and then silently chanted a spell. The flood dragon person stood up shakily from the ground and bowed to the 2 of them. With a plop, it jumped back into the Jincheng pool floating with ice shards. Su Shuanglin said, "I'm not familiar with this forbidden technique yet. When I'm more familiar with it, I don't need to feed them chess pieces one by one. I just need to point in the air, and they will receive my orders and be at my disposal." It's that powerful? Otherwise, how can it be called a forbidden technique? Even if you cultivate to that level, it's just the tip of the iceberg. I've seen people. Su Shuanglin suddenly stopped talking and smiled. I've seen records and books about people who can keep all the consciousness of living beings and make them listen to their orders willingly. That's called powerful. At my level, I can only control the body, but I can't control the mind. I'm still far from that. Nangong Lu nodded. You don't need to cultivate too well. It's not a good thing to attract attention. You're right, Lord. But it's good that you thought of this method. To break my curse, you need to open the infernal gate. And to open the infernal gate, you need to have the spiritual power of the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It's not easy to find the essence of spiritual bodies in this world. We can't test them one by one, but you have the ability to change the Jincheng pool. Those cultivators who come to ask for the sword will all tell you what spiritual core they have. It's really a good thing to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work. As he spoke, he took out an orange from a pouch on the horse beside him and peeled it. As he ate, he praised, "Shuanglin, those monsters in the Jincheng pool can't even defeat you. You're really capable." Su Shuanglin smiled. Although the Jincheng pool is an ancient ruin, after hundreds of millions of years, the divine power of the Gochun Upper Palace has been weakened. Or else, with my ability, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Lord, you're praising me. Nangong Lu laughed out loud. Tell me, how do you want me to reward you? I don't want anything. Sigh, no, I have to say one. Lord, give me half of the orange. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment before she smiled and said, "This is nothing." However, she still peeled the orange and handed it to Su Shuanglin. "I'll give you the whole one." "You're such a strange person. Then I'll give you half," Nangong Lu said and handed the orange meat over. Su Shuanglin's fingertips were blood-stained, so it was inconvenient for him to take it. He directly ate it from Nangong Lu's fingertips and said brightly, "It's sweet and juicy. It tastes good." At that moment, Su Shuanglin's smile seemed a little scary under the sunlight. The orange juice stained the corner of his mouth and was licked off by his tongue, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Nangong Lu suddenly felt a little scared and immediately took back his hand, but then his face showed an annoyed and confused expression, as if he didn't understand what he was afraid of. Su Shuanglin suddenly said, "Look at that." "What?" Nangong Lu looked over. After a while, his eyes suddenly widened. His slightly chubby face showed an extremely complicated expression. It's man-eating pomfret." Su Shuanglin picked up the dead pomfret and threw it on the sandy beach. He leaned over and looked at it carefully. The monster with a lion's face and a fish's body bared its teeth, revealing blood-stained canine teeth. Its pair of gray and black eyes were bulging, and there was no light in them. Su Shuanglin dipped a little of its blood and smelled it. He subconsciously rubbed his bare feet and frowned. "Ugh, it stinks." He stood up and kicked the pomfret. This should be one of the rare evil beasts in the Golden City pool. Although the beasts that the North Star left in the pool to guard Shinwu were all auspicious beasts, a long time is enough to change a lot of things. Ghosts can transcend, gods can fall, let alone a mere divine beast. Nangong Lu murmured, "It was it that wanted me to offer the Rong Yan's heart." Everyone outside the illusion was horrified. Except for Chu Wanning, who already knew the truth, the others were even more surprised than before. "What? Rong Yan? That's... Some people murmured, and some people had already turned to look at Nangong Si with astonishment and pity. "That's his." Nangong Si was stunned at first, and then his whole body began to tremble. He staggered back and fell to his knees. His face was paler than a dead person and more terrifying than a ghost. "Mother? Impossible. Impossible." Yi Wangshi held back his tears and said, "Ah, Si. Impossible." Nangong Si was on the verge of insanity. His handsome face was distorted by fear and anger, grief and shock. His facial features were almost dislocated. He couldn't listen to anyone's words, and he couldn't hear anything anymore. "Impossible. My mother died when she was killing a monster. Father told me that her heart was pierced through when she was killing a demonic beast." Then he suddenly shook and murmured to himself, "Without a heart. She died when her heart was pierced." He didn't cry. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs were about to burst. He kept repeating in a hoarse voice, from murmuring to shouting, from shouting to roaring, from roaring to crazily roaring, "Pierce the heart. Pierce the heart." His memory suddenly flashed back. That year, he was still very young. His parents and a group of people set out together to Jinsheng Lake to seek a sword. He remembered very clearly that the night before, because he wanted to play, he and Nao Beijing went crazy at the back of the mountain until very late at night. Lu Kong sneaked back to his room in the middle of the night and wanted to pretend to be reciting a book. However, he didn't know that his mother had come to find him after dinner and wanted to give him a newly embroidered quiver. In the end, after looking around, she didn't see him in the young master's mansion, so she knew that he sneaked out to play again. Rong Yin was a woman with a very cold temperament. Unlike other mothers, she didn't dote on Nangong Si intimately. When she came to Nangong Si's bedroom again, Nangong Si was pretending to hold a scroll of the Wandering Free and Unfettered, shaking his head and reciting it. Rong Yin asked him to stop and asked him, "What did you do after dinner?" Nangong Si didn't know that Rong Yin had already found out that he was slacking. He put down the book, scratched his head, and said with a bright smile, "Mother, I was reciting a book." "You were reciting it the whole time?" The child was afraid of being punished, so after stuttering for a long time, he still nodded. Rong Yin slightly raised her elegant neck and raised her chin. She lowered her eyes and looked at him with disdain. Her eyes were sharp and cold. "Liar." Nangong Si was startled. His face turned red. "I didn't." Rong Yin didn't say much. She took his bamboo scroll and closed it, asking, "What's the first sentence? What's the first sentence?" And the whole world praises it, but not persuades. Rong Yin frowned. She slapped the bamboo scroll on the table and sternly said, Nangong Si, what did mother teach you? It's fine if you play outside until late at night, but now you've learned how to deceive people. Mother, don't call me. Nangong Si saw that his mother was angry, so he couldn't help but panic. Compared to his amiable father, he was actually more in awe of his mother, who was always dressed in military attire and had a heroic spirit. You're too unreasonable. The little child's eyes reddened. He was afraid that his mother would scold him again, so he tried to argue. I didn't come back too late. I just played outside for a while after dinner. Rong Yin glared at him. His mother, who was originally not so angry, became more and more disappointed and angry as her son racked his brains to argue. I'll come back as soon as it's dark. Slap. A loud slap interrupted Nangong Si's words. Rong Yan's chest heaved up and down. She still maintained her posture of raising her hand. She angrily shouted, Nangong Si. Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that a scholarly gentleman mustn't do. Where did you learn these words? Do you want to continue lying to your mother? Nangong Si was stunned by her slap. After a while, he came back to his senses. Tears filled his eyes. He felt wronged and shouted, If you weren't so fierce, why would I lie? You hit me and scolded me. You don't treat me well at all. I don't like you. I like father. As he said this, he ran out to find Nangong Lu. You, stop right there. Rong Yin pulled him back. Her face was extremely ugly. She pointed at the tip of her son's nose with a red cardamom finger. Her eyes were burning with anger. Why are you looking for your father? Your father is always a yes man and flatters. He's just a piece of trash. Don't tell me you want to learn from him. Sit down. I don't want to. Rong Yin gritted her teeth and dragged the struggling Nangong Si back to his seat. But as soon as she let go, Nangong Si tried to run again. In the end, Rong Yin had no choice but to raise her hand and release a restriction spell, binding him. Nangong Si knelt on the ground. He was humiliated and angry. Like a caged beast, he couldn't stop gasping for breath. Let me go. I don't want a mother like you. You've never talked to me properly. You've never cared about me. You only know how to scold me. Rong Yan's face turned red and white. Her lips trembled slightly. After a while, she said, You stay in the room obediently. Recite the entire Carefree Travel Manual. I'll check it tomorrow. If you continue to be naughty, I'll... As she finished speaking, she was at a loss. What would she do? What she didn't know was that she had always been iron-blooded and fierce. Even when facing her cowardly husband, she would not hesitate to reprimand him in public. But Nangong Si, what could she do? She stood in the same place for a while. She felt sour, resentful, sad, and helpless. Under the attack of anger, she couldn't help but cough violently. She was someone with an old illness. As she coughed and coughed out a mouthful of blood. But she didn't care. Before Nangong Si could see it, she wiped it with a handkerchief. Then, she opened her mouth in a hoarse and gloomy voice. Seer, you're still young. In this world, right and wrong are often not things that can be seen clearly with your pair of eyes. Sometimes, people who are tolerant to you may not necessarily wish you well. People who are harsh to you may not necessarily wish you ill. Your father is weak and incompetent. Besides, she paused. She didn't immediately continue speaking. After deliberating for a while, she gave up on this sentence and changed the topic. Mother doesn't want you to become a cultivator like him in the future. I don't want you to become a sect leader like him. Nangong Si bit her lip and didn't say anything. You're naughty and mischievous. You don't pay attention to your studies. These aren't important matters. But how did you learn to lie and deceive people? Our Confucian Wen sect has a glorious foundation of 100 years. It's only because we've always adhered to the character of a gentleman that we have the face to stand at the peak of the immortals. Your father has never seriously taught you these principles. But I'm your mother. He doesn't want to tell you. So, I'll be the one to give you advice and repeat it to you again and again. Even if you don't listen, even if you think I'm harsh, even if you hate me. Father doesn't want to tell me. That's because he treats me as seer. If he makes me happy, he'll be happy. What about you? Nangong Si angrily said, What mother? You only treat me as the young master of the Confucian Wind sect and as the future sect leader. When I'm with you, I don't even have half a day of good days. I won't listen to you. Rong Yin was extremely angry. An abnormal flush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. She covered her face with her handkerchief and coughed again. After gasping for breath for a long time, she sternly said, Fine. If you don't want to listen, I'll keep talking to you. I'll talk to you until you finally understand one day. The child was extremely stubborn. He simply covered his ears with his hands. Rong Yin sat on the chair and slowly calmed down. However, her heart was still throbbing with pain. She remembered the injury she received when she killed a demon in her early years. Although she was on an intravenous drip of medicine every day, it still turned into a serious illness. Her illness was getting worse and worse. She looked up at the child's rebellious appearance under the candlelight and couldn't help but close her eyes. After a long time, her tone softened and she said, Seer, mother can't accompany you for a lifetime. There will be a day when I can no longer watch over you. I can no longer warn you. I only hope that you can understand in the future. She suddenly stopped talking. That was because she saw Nangong Si squatting on the ground, his little body curled up into a ball. He was crying inside the forbidden spell that she had cast. Her child, Seer, who had always been happy and cheerful, was choked with sobs as she scolded and beat him. Rong Yin was stunned for a long time. She slowly stood up and walked to the forbidden spell. She raised her hand and wanted to undo it. She wanted to bend over and hug him. She wanted to caress his red and swollen cheeks and kiss his forehead. But she endured. In the end, she still stood there fiercely. She slowly finished the second half of her sentence. You have to understand. Greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder. These are the 7 things that I, a scholar, cannot do. I don't understand. I don't want to understand. I. Nangong Si raised his teary eyes and shouted at his mother outside the forbidden spell. I hate you. I don't have a mother like you. At that moment, outside the forbidden spell, Rong Yan's face was so pale. Her usually cold and resolute face looked as if she was heartbroken. That face, for the past 20 years, had appeared in Nangong Si's dreams many times. When he woke up, his pillow was already wet. At that time, he was like a poisonous scorpion, waving its pincers and stabbing its poisonous juice into his mother's heart. Pain. It was really painful. Even after a lifetime, he would never be able to release it. He would never be able to reconcile with himself. On the 3rd day, Rong Yin did not come to the mansion to see him. She only asked a maid to bring him a quiver embroidered with camellias and a letter. In the letter, his mother's handwriting was neat and solemn. There were not many good words. She only said that she knew that Nangong Si was practicing martial arts and liked bows and arrows, so she embroidered a knapsack for him to carry. She also said that she was going to go to the Jinsheng pond with his father. When they came back, she would take a good look at the carefree travel. She hoped that he would not be playful and capricious again. What about him? What did he do? His anger had not yet subsided. His heart was full of resentment. He took a knife and cut his mother's quiver into pieces. He threw his mother's letter into the fire pit and burned it to ashes. He tore up the free and unfettered tour on the table, and the young child felt very happy in the midst of all this. He took revenge on her. He hated her. He wanted to let her know that he would never listen to the teachings of such a terrible mother. He would never compromise. He grimaced in viciousness. He racked his brains to build a high wall. He was waiting for his mother to lower her head to him, to admit her mistake. Or perhaps, at that time, he was only using his pitiful malice to exchange for his mother's soft words and a hug. But he did not get anything. It did not matter if she admitted her mistake, hugged him, regretted it, or was gentle. He was ready to fight. immensely proud of himself. He was waiting for the woman to declare war again. And then, he had been waiting for her bones to arrive. Confucian Wind School's sect leader was attacked in the forest at night. His wife protected him with her own body. Her heart was pierced through, and she died. When the coffin was brought back, Nangong Si stood blankly on the edge of the Confucian Wind School's towering city gate tower. White silk and paper money were scattered all over the place. As the only legitimate son, he stood in front of the crowd, waiting. According to custom, when the elder knocked down the basin, his wife's coffin would cross the fire pit and be carried back to the school. At this time, the legitimate son would kneel down and cry bitterly, kowtow to the ground to welcome the return of his mother's spirit. But Nangong Si could not cry. He felt that everything was so absurd. Everything was so fake, as if it was not real. The sun shone on the ground, reflecting a dazzling white light. He felt dizzy and nauseous. It was not real. It was not real. If it was real, what should he do? How could he accept? In this life, separated by life and death, the last thing she said to him was, greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things that I, the Confucian Wind School, cannot do. But what was his answer to her? He did not want to remember. But that day, his hatred was so deep. He shouted so deeply. Outside the barrier, his mother's face was so painful and sorrowful. Pain. It was really painful. He said that in this life, the last thing he said to his mother, he said, I hate you. I don't have a mother like you. The coffin was carried over. The elders beside it broke the porcelain basin. Thousands of people knelt down and wailed. His father had long been sobbing beside the coffin. Nangong Si just stood there. In his hand, he tightly grasped the camellia quiver that he had cut into pieces. Bright red petals, yellow stamens. The flowers were covered with snow. They were born proudly in the snow. It was as if her warm fingertips had just touched the surface of the silk, opening up this beautiful purple and brilliant red. He did not know if it was because she had a premonition before she died, or if it was just a coincidence, but she embroidered very carefully. The flowers were vivid and lifelike. It was as if she wanted to embroider the love that she did not say, as well as the rest of her life's exhortations and instructions, into every stitch and thread, locked in this small quiver. Nangong Si tightly grasped the quiver. That was the last thing that his mother, left for him in this life. Chapter 167. The illusion would not disappear because of Nangong Si's pain. It continued cruelly, revealing the truth of the bloody past to everyone one by one. Beside the Jinqing pool, Nangong Lu crushed the face of the man-eating pomfret with his foot, looked around and said, Beast. The beast wanted your wife's spiritual nucleus. The Lord didn't have to give it to him. Su Shuanglin said, but the Lord still sold your wife for the divine martial arts? What do you mean by selling? Don't make it sound so bad. Senior Sister Rong's body was already weak. I invited the best doctor in Linling Yu to see her, and they all said that she didn't have much time left. If she was healthy, how could I be willing to give her to this evil beast? Su Shuanglin raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't say anything. Nangong Lu stared at the man-eating pomfret for a while, and suddenly became angry. He complained angrily, Fate is unfair. It seemed that he didn't expect that a person with both fame and fortune like him would criticize fate. Su Shuanglin was a little surprised and actually laughed. What? I said, fate is unfair. Why is it that when others ask for the divine martial arts, those auspicious beasts ask for things like breaking flowers and singing songs? When it comes to me, I summon an evil beast that wants my wife's life. What can I do? What else can I choose? Nangong Lu looked very angry. When I asked for the divine martial arts at the Jinqing pool, you also saw it. The attendant was silent, and the Grandmaster criticized. That Chu Wanning. Damn, a 15 or 16-year-old boy dares to offend me like that. He talks so much about benevolence and morality. It's easy for him to say that. I don't believe that if he had to make a choice, he would choose between a dying wife and a powerful divine martial arts. Su Shuanglin laughed. That's really hard to say. Don't look at me like that. I'm serious. You can never guess what they are thinking. What else can they think? It's nothing more than being famous in history. How can I not know them? The more Nangong Lu thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He cursed and kicked the pomfret. Ever since I became the sect leader, I've really suffered a lot of grievances. Not to mention the curses, I still have to smile and greet people all day long. It's fortunate that I was able to swallow my anger and endure the humiliation of kneeling. Otherwise, I'm afraid that when I asked for the sword, I would have died at the hands of Chu Wanning. You're right. Su Shuanglin was still smiling. I also think that Chu Wanning really wanted to kill you back then, but I didn't expect that you would actually be able to persuade him. Not only did you escape death from his Heaven's Inquisition, you even sealed his mouth so that he wouldn't reveal what you did beside the Jinqing pool to the public. If we're talking about survival skills, I'm quite impressed by sect leader Immortal Lord. He also knows that the Confucian Wind sect can't fall into chaos. So what if he's angry? Nangong Lu said, besides, I still have Seer. Letting him think that his mother was seriously injured and died, while killing a demon is a lot less irritating to him than the truth. Su Shuanglin sighed. Surprisingly, he nodded impartially. No wonder he wanted to leave. If I were him, I would also disgust you. Do you think I want to? Do I have a choice? I already said. Nangong Lu said, fate is unfair. Seeing this, someone quietly looked in Chu Wanning's direction and muttered. So Grandmaster Chu actually knew about Madame Rong's matter? He knew, but he still helped Nangong Lu hide it. He actually didn't tell the world. He's probably afraid of trouble. At that time, he was only 15 years old. If he really offended the Confucian Wind sect, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Someone softly spoke up for Chu Wanning. I don't think so. He's just worried about losing the big picture. Didn't Nangong Lu say that Grandmaster Chu didn't tell the truth because he was afraid that Nangong Si would be sad if he found out? But he can't tell the severity of the matter. Is a child more important, or is the integrity of a sect leader more important? Alas, if he told the truth earlier, the Confucian Wind sect wouldn't be in this situation now. You can't say that. If he really told the truth back then, I'm afraid the upper cultivation world would be in chaos. In short, everyone has their own choices. If you were in his shoes, you might not necessarily be willing to stand up. Oh, that's not necessarily true. If I were in his shoes, I would definitely immediately expose Nangong Lu's true colors. In this kind of matter, if you just stand by and watch, you'll be an accomplice. Although their voices were low, Imo Rant's hearing was good. When several words reached his ears, he immediately became angry. Just as he was about to speak, someone pulled his sleeve. Master! Chu Wanning's expression was indifferent as he shook his head. There's no need to say more. But it's not like that at all. Didn't they understand? In that kind of situation, how could you make the matter public? Who can't tell the severity of the matter? It's obviously. Chu Wanning said indifferently, angry? Imo Ran nodded. Chu Wanning said, do you have to do something? Imo Ran nodded again. Chu Wanning said, okay, then help me cover my ears. I have no intention of arguing with them, but I don't want to listen either. Help me cover my ears. When they stop talking, you can let go. Imo Ran really walked behind Chu Wanning, raised his hands, and covered his ears. He lowered his eyes to look at the person in front of him. He only felt resentful and distressed. He really couldn't understand why there were still people dissatisfied when Chu Wanning did everything so well. This person seemed to have lived for others for both of his lifetimes. He had never been selfish for even a single day. Why was it that as long as something was controversial, as long as something was not so black and white, he would be criticized by so many people behind his back? It seemed that things were always like this. People were often used to being grateful to the good deeds of the bad, but would not let go of the bad deeds of the good. In his previous life, the Emperor Ta had killed countless people. One day, he took the wrong medicine and gave each of the masters of Wu Bei Temple 10,000 taels of gold. Because of this, He was praised and said that the Emperor Ta had become a Buddha. During that time, the Emperor Ta that people talked about, because of this small act of kindness, was practically shining brightly from head to toe. But what about Chu Wanning? Chu Wanning was an indisputable grandmaster. He was the most benevolent immortal in the world. So as long as he did something wrong, he would be maliciously speculated by people. It was so many times. When Chu Wanning did things ruthlessly, people would angrily scold him for being cold-blooded. When Chu Wanning did things softly, people would suspect that he was afraid of trouble. Mo Ran even heard people talking about the incident of Counselor Chin in colorful Butterfly Town during his 5 years of traveling. There was actually a voice saying that Chu Wanning was just trying to impress people, so he whipped his employer and hurt ordinary people. He's just a heartless blockhead. Otherwise, look, which normal person doesn't have a few friends? Look at this Chu Wanning. He betrayed Huizue at the age of 15 and has been alone ever since. In this big world, who would be willing to be his friend? Yes, that Counselor Chin in colorful Butterfly Town. No matter how wrong he was still an employer. Chu Wanning was so heavy-handed. He didn't care about the face of the sect and didn't care about the rules of the immortal sect. I think he has been alone for a long time, so his heart is a little twisted. Twisted heart? Who was the twisted one? Didn't this person give enough? Did he really want to squeeze his blood dry, chew his flesh, and even sacrifice his bones? Was this the right thing to do? Was this the right thing to do? Was this the right thing to do? Was he worthy of the name Grandmaster Chu? Mo Ran covered his ears. Chu Wanning's figure was tall and slender, but when he stood in front of Mo Ran today, the top of his head only reached his chin. Chu Wanning wasn't a weak person, but when Mo Ran looked at him with lowered eyelashes, he suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. He couldn't help but feel infinite love and tenderness. He wanted to hug this person more than ever before. There was no lust. He simply wanted to hug him. He wanted to use his flesh and blood to give him warmth in this hard world. That was all. Regarding these doubts that came out of his mouth without thinking, as well as the words, "If it were me, I would do and do and do and do," Chu Wanning was much more used to it than Mo Ran, so he appeared very calm. At this time, Jin Shengqi's memories also ended. The memory fragments collapsed and reformed. Chu Wanning moved his gaze away and fell on Nangong Si. Nangong Si had his back to him. He kept kneeling and didn't stand up again. Chu Wanning sighed softly. Although he and Nangong Si weren't master and disciple in name, they were master and disciple in reality. If possible, he really hoped that Nangong Si would think that Rong Yin unfortunately died while killing a monster. But things didn't go as he wished. After so many years, the paper was penetrated by flames and burned to ashes. In Chu Wanning's gaze, the kneeling Nangong Si and the child kneeling in the morning hall in his memories suddenly overlapped. That child was clumsily carrying Xiao Yao Yu, but his recitation was very jerky. He couldn't connect the words together. While wiping his tears, he slowly recited to his mother. "There is a fish in the North Sea. Its name is Kuan. The Kuan is so big, I don't know how many thousands of li it is. It turns into a bird. Its name is Peng." He stumbled. Every time he stopped, his young and tender face showed a pain that shouldn't be experienced at his age. And the world praises it, but does not advise 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 it, but does not insist on it, but does not insist on it, to insist on the distinction between inside and outside, to debate it. The child's soft voice came to an abrupt stop. He didn't recite it. His small body trembled slightly like a willow tree in the wind. In the end, he covered his face. Unable to hold it in any longer, he burst into tears. "Mother, I was wrong. Seer was wrong. Please wake up, Mother. I won't be playful anymore. Please wake up and teach me again. Okay?" Later on, Xiao Yao Yu became Nangong Si. Every morning class, he would copy the scriptures from memory. He accompanied him from a young child to a high-spirited scholar. Madame Rong left. She couldn't teach him anymore. Not long after, Chu Wanning also left. He didn't look back. Nangongsi didn't have a teacher. He relied on this patched-up quiver of arrows and that sentence: greed, resentment, deceit, murder, rape, and plunder are the 7 things a scholar should not do. In the end, he grew up in this world's #1 sect. He grew up to be a righteous hero who was completely different from his father. At this time, nearly 15 years had passed since Madame Rong's death. The illusion gathered again. This time, what appeared in front of everyone was Nangong Lu's sleeping chamber. It was a full moon night. Nangong Lu was curled up on the bed. The bed was covered with a mat and Madame Zhu was placed on it. It was obviously summer. However, Nangong Lu was wrapped in several layers of thick mattresses. He was trembling incessantly and his lips were purple. Chu Wanning patted Imo Ran's hand. "Let go. I want to continue watching." Imo Ran said, "You don't have to watch. I'll tell you." He still didn't want to let go of his hand that was covering Chu Wanning's ear. However, after being patted twice by Chu Wanning, he knew that he couldn't change his mind. He had no choice but to let go of his hand. At the same time, he gloomily swept his eyes around. He thought that if anyone said anything bad about Chu Wanning, he would secretly remember it in his mind. Later on, he would deal with these people alone. In the illusion, Su Shuanglin walked in from the door and saluted in a crooked manner. He didn't follow the rules at all. However, Nangong Lu seemed to be used to it. He didn't care. His eyes were bloodshot. He trembled as he asked, "Shuanglin, where's the medicine? Where's the medicine?" It was mixed. It failed. Nangong Lu cried out. He was so scared that his snot and tears flowed out. How could you clearly said it could? I can't take it anymore. It's like all the bones in my body have grown thorns and are pricking me. You, hurry up and help me close the windows tightly. Don't let any light in. Don't let any. It's already closed tightly. Today is the full moon. Even if you don't go out, you will still feel pain. Su Shuanglin said, "It's useless. You can't escape." No. Where's the medicine?" Nangong Lu was a little crazy. "Where's the medicine? Where's the medicine? You said it could be mixed. I believe you. Where's the medicine?" "I reread the scroll. I couldn't mix it. The curse on your body is too vicious. You need something to break it." "What?" "I can give you whatever you want. Just give me the medicine. Give me the medicine." Su Shuanglin said, "I want the spiritual nucleus of the person who cast the curse." Nangong Lu's face instantly turned pale. "Spiritual nucleus? You want his spiritual nucleus? Do you have it? How could there be more?" Nangong Lu roared. His hair was messy, and saliva was dripping from the corner of his mouth. "You also know who cursed me. My good teacher, that trash, good-for-nothing, gentleman, Luo Fenghua. He usurped my position. When I drove him off the throne, I had already cut him into pieces. I even buried his ashes in the dangerous blood pool and sent his soul to hell, never to be reincarnated. Now, his bones have rotted away. You still want me to find his spiritual nucleus? How can I find it? How can I find it?" Su Shuanglin was silent for a while. When Nangong Lu finished roaring and gradually fell into despair, he slowly said, "I still have a way, but it's very difficult to do. Do you want to hear it? Tell me quickly. Although Luo Fenghua is dead, you should know that it is recorded in the record of the dead that ghosts who fall into hell, although they can never be reincarnated, they can gather the 3 souls and 7 spirits, giving birth to the same skin, bones, and flesh as when they were alive, forming a ghost fetus. The more tragic the death of the ghost fetus, the stronger it will be. Some will even grow a giant skeleton outside of the ghost fetus to protect the soul from dissipating. So what? I can't just go to the Avicii hell and dig up his corpse. You can't go, but he can come." Su Shuanglin smiled slightly. His expression was very peaceful under the candlelight, as if he was talking about which friend he would be going to for tea tonight. The ghost realm and the mortal realm are separated by a barrier. As long as you gather the 5 pure spiritual energies, you can tear open a gap in hell. Tear? Open a gap in hell? Su Shuanglin smiled and said, yes, tear open a gap and lure Luo Fenghua's ghost fetus out. The ghost fetus will have the same physical body as when he was alive, and it also has a spirit core. You can eat his flesh and take out his spirit core. Then you don't have to worry about the curse not being broken. He paused and said, it's just that it's a little difficult to gather the 5 spiritual energies. It's best to need a good essence spirit body. Don't worry, let me think of a way. Nangong Lu opened his mouth to say something, but what came out was a terrible wail. His tears and snot flowed, and he lay on the bed trembling violently. Is it really that painful? Su Shuanglin sighed. Your master must have hated you for killing him. He actually put such a cruel curse on the ring. It's really pitiful. Wu, all right, just bear with it. It won't hurt when the sun comes up. As Su Shuanglin spoke, he sat down on the edge of the bed and crossed his legs. He supported his cheek with one hand and scratched his foot with the other. I'll accompany you. I'll talk to you and distract you. You won't be in so much pain. Nangong Lu's whole body was buried in the depths of the quilt, and he couldn't stop panting. Su Shuanglin said, hey, what are you talking about? Why don't we talk about it? He's also a child who didn't have it easy. He was born with a tyrannical spirit core, and it's easy for him to go berserk. This seems to be a chronic illness of the Nangong family. I heard that his great-grandfather also had this illness. Nangong Lu shrank under the quilt and swallowed his saliva. Yes. What are you going to do? What do you mean? Nangong Lu's voice was trembling. His illness is better than mine. It's much easier to deal with. In the future, when he marries a wife, they'll all be able to suppress the spirit flow through dual cultivation. You'd better worry more about my curse. Haven't I always been worried about your curse? But the more you think about it, the more pain you'll feel. Su Shuanglin thus changed the topic. He scratched his toe and said with a smile, but wouldn't this kind of dual cultivation be too good for a Dao companion's body? I heard that Si Er's great-grandmother passed away at a young age. Duh. Oh, I was just casually asking. I didn't expect that she really died early because of dual cultivation. Su Shuanglin sighed. The Confucian Wind sect is really deep. Sect master actually wants to use his wife's life to help him get through this tribulation. A woman's life is useless. Su Shuanglin laughed. You look down on women so much. It's not like you don't understand the teachings of the Grand Sect Master. I don't understand. What did the Grand Sect Master say? The Confucian Wind sect should be led by a gentleman. That's right. What's a gentleman? It's a man. Do you understand? Buffed. I'll say something disrespectful. Sect Master. I'm afraid you're going to make the Grand Sect Master come back from Hero's Mound in anger. Nangong Lu said with a trembling voice, you haven't married a wife, so you don't understand. Women are useless. Only carrying on the family line is their responsibility. Grandmother is willing to sacrifice herself for grandfather. Willing? Su Shuanglin laughed. Then shouldn't you also find someone for Si, who is willing to dual cultivation with him and give up her life for him? I've already found someone. Su Shuanglin was stunned. What? Who? He seemed to be very gossipy. He crawled deeper into the bed and almost wanted to pull Nangong Lu out of the quilt. Okay, you even have a candidate in mind for the young master of the Confucian Wind sect. Then tell me quickly. Nangong Lu wrapped himself in the quilt and moved deeper into the bed. After enduring the pain for a while, he said in a hoarse voice, your adopted daughter, Yi Wangxi. Chapter 168. In the picture, Su Shuanglin's eyes suddenly widened. At the same time, most of the people outside the picture were also stunned. When Imo Ran saw this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He was a person who had lived 2 lives. This conversation and some things in his previous life were linked together, allowing him to figure out some thought-provoking details. He knew that Yuangshi's friendship with Nangongxi was not only because Yuangshi had asked to be buried with Nangongxi before she died, but because in the previous life, Yuangshi's female identity was made public to the world very early on. Nangong Lu personally chose her and let her marry Nangongxi. Now it seemed that this section was completely a father looking for a double cultivation furnace for his son. However, not long after the two people made the marriage agreement, Nangongxi suddenly died, and Yuangshi was able to survive. Mo Ran couldn't help but think, was Nangongxi's death really just a coincidence? He didn't think so. In the picture, Su Shuanglin's fingers were clenched into fists. Although his face was still smiling, his tone was a little cold. You want little Yuangshi to marry Asi? Well, she's the most suitable. How is it suitable? Su Shuanglin laughed. You originally wanted to cultivate her to be the commander of the Shadow Guards, but you made her look neither male nor female. Now you say that you want to marry her to Seer. Aren't you afraid that Seer will dislike her? He was really unhappy. I saw that he often talked and laughed with Yuangshi and treated her well. I thought that he would be able to accept it more or less. But when I told him about the marriage, he was furious. He said that he didn't like Yuangshi at all. The reason why he took care of her was because she was a girl, and it wasn't easy for her to survive in Anqing. He refused to accept the marriage. Su Shuanglin, how could I compromise? He had a big quarrel with me, saying that I didn't respect his decision, that I casually handled his most important matter in life, and that I couldn't avoid Yuangshi, that I was cold and distant. The more I told him, the worse his attitude became. In the end, he even thought that I was biased towards Yuangshi. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Nangong Lu scolded. Isn't it because he thinks she's not pretty? Su Shuanglin was quite fair. If the previous sect leader suddenly asked you to marry a woman you didn't like, would you be willing? I don't think it's a matter of good looks or not. You really don't respect him. He's shallow. One has to marry a useful and virtuous wife. If he likes pretty girls, does that mean he can't take concubines after his health stabilizes? Nangong Lu sighed. Sigh, this is also my fault. Back then, cough cough, I didn't see Yuangshi's feelings for Seer in time. If she was still the same as before, Seer would definitely like her. You're too preposterous, Su Shuanglin said. Seer won't accept it unless he doesn't want his life anymore. Dual cultivation with a person with a violent spiritual core like him is extremely painful. If he marries an ordinary woman, I'm afraid she won't be able to bear it. Nangong Lu gasped for breath. Yuangshi likes him. If she's willing, she'll be able to bear it. How could she possibly be willing? I've already asked her. What? I've already asked her. I've already told her about this matter. Nangong Lu said, she's more afraid that something bad will happen to Seer than she's afraid of dying. Su Shuanglin didn't say anything. He lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said, she's really a fool. Seeing this, Mo Ran was almost certain, in his previous life, Nangongxi didn't suddenly die of a disease. In all likelihood, it was Su Shuanglin who killed her personally. With Nangongxi dead, Yuangshi could live on. The reason why Nangongxi was still alive in this life was probably because of the incident with Song Qiutong. Song Qiutong was a beauty with a bone in her body, which was extremely suitable for dual cultivation. With her marrying Nangongxi, as a father, he naturally had nothing to say. He even felt that a meat pie had fallen from the sky and wouldn't force Yuangshi to marry Nangongxi. Since Yi and Xi's engagement was annulled, it was completely reasonable that Su Shuanglin wouldn't harm Nangongxi in this life. However, there was still one thing that Mo Ran couldn't figure out. Su Shuanglin looked like a deranged devil now. But why would such a devil value Yuangshi so much? She was clearly just an adopted daughter. What was that treacherous, terrifying, and unpredictable person obsessed with? What exactly was it that he wanted? This memory was not long. It ended very quickly. When the illusion lit up again, it was a lot earlier. Nangong Lu obviously looked younger than he was now. He didn't even put on weight yet. He was holding a small object in his hand that was flickering with green light. Everybody looked carefully and found that it was Confucian Wind School's sect leader's ring. Once this ring was put on, It couldn't be taken off. Until the day of his resignation, Nangong Lu still hadn't put it on. Therefore, it proved that at this time, he still hadn't become the true master of Confucian Wind School. An attendant came in and knelt down to salute. The attendant's Taoist robe was stained with blood. Apparently, he had just fought a fierce battle. This memory should have happened on the night when Nangong Lu killed his Shifu and regained the sect leader's thumb ring. Sect leader, what should we do with Luo Fenghua's body? Nangong Lu turned the ring in his hand, thinking, bury him in the hero's mound? For better or for worse, he was my Shifu. I'll leave him a decent place to return to. Yes. The attendant withdrew. Mo Ran slightly frowned. He felt a little strange. According to the memory he saw just now, the Nangong brothers' Shifu, Luo Fenghua, was clearly chopped into 10,000 pieces by Nangong Lu, sank into the corpse blood pool, turned into a malicious spirit, and fell into the infernal hell, never to be reincarnated. But why did this memory say that Nangong Lu buried his Shifu in the hero's mound? In the illusion, Nangong Lu gently stroked the sparkling green sect leader's ring. His eyes flashed with a complicated and strange luster, as if he was a little scared, but also full of desire. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Finally, he slowly raised his hand. Under the candlelight, he solemnly put the ring on his thumb. He stared at his hand, looking back and forth. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up, as if he was about to burst into a brilliant and happy smile. But before the ripples of his smile spread out halfway, he suddenly stopped. Nangong Lu shouted and suddenly fell down from the sect leader's throne. His whole body was convulsing and trembling. Sect leader. Sect leader, what happened to you? His left and right rushed to support him. Unexpectedly, when Nangong Lu raised his head, his face was full of blood. His face, which was fine just now, suddenly had countless small wounds. Those wounds immediately healed, and then immediately tore again. Blood kept surging out of those strange scars. What's going on? Nangong Lu was at a loss. Pain. So painful. How could this happen? What's going on? The sound of footsteps came from outside the door. A man with a pair of smooth, bare feet stepped on the cold bricks against the moonlight. He came in front of Nangong Lu, lifted his robe, and half knelt down. This man was Su Shuanglin, who was younger than he was now. He bent down and pinched Nangong Lu's face to examine it carefully. Nangong Lu was gasping for breath and struggling. Tears, snot, and blood mixed together. Su Shuanglin seemed to be a little disgusted. He frowned and then asked, "Why did this happen all of a sudden?" "I don't know. Dao. I don't know. Mr. Shuanglin. Mr. Shuanglin, please save me." At this time, Su Shuanglin was just a counselor who assisted Nangong Lu. So Nangong Lu called him Mr. Shuanglin instead of elder. After some investigation, Su Shuanglin grabbed Nangong Lu's right hand and looked at the shining ring. Suddenly, his expression changed. The curse of 10,000 calamities is attached to this ring? After hearing this name, the people gathered around all gasped. Only Nangong Lu was muddle-headed. He didn't know what the curse of life and death was. He only raised his head blankly with tears. Crystal snot kept flowing out of his nose, dripping on the tiles together with blood. What is that? The curse of death. Su Shuanglin's expression was very bad. This ring was cursed by Luo Fenghua. After he cursed the person who wore the ring, as long as the moonlight shone on him, his skin would be chapped and he would suffer a fate worse than death. Every night, it happened. What? It's more than that. Su Shuanglin's hand stroked the jade of the ring. He closed his eyes and felt the turbulent spiritual current there. On the 15th day of the full moon, even if you don't go out of the house and the walls are sealed, you will still feel the pain of being cut into pieces and there is no way to escape. He opened his eyes and looked at Nangong Lu, who was curled up on the ground miserably, and whispered, "Until death." Under the thick stench of blood, Nangong Lu's pupils suddenly constricted. She looked like a large rat that had lost its head in panic, but also like a venomous snake that had stuck its head out of a dark cave. He twitched comically and muttered, "Won't rest until death?" "Yes." Can't. Can't you break it? Can't break it, Su Shuanglin said. At least I can't think of any way to break it at the moment. I can only. Before he could finish his words, Nangong Lu broke free from his hand and climbed down the stairs while screaming and laughing madly. He dragged a crooked trail of blood on the cold and clean floor tiles. He screamed and laughed at the same time. His voice was hoarse and distorted to the extreme. It was as sharp as a needle. Even many people outside the illusion couldn't stand it and covered their ears with their hands. Ha ha ha. Curse me? You curse me? Luo Fenghua, you took the position of the head of the Nangong family. I kicked you off the stage and left your body intact. It's already justified. You actually curse me? How can you bear? How can you? Because of your teaching, I buried you in the hero's mound. Ha, hero's mound. Yet, you want me to suffer every night until my skin is torn and my flesh is torn apart. Until I die. He roared and moved inch by inch to the entrance of the main hall. He hibernated in the thick shadow cast by the heavy red bronze door of the main hall. His fingers twitched ferociously and suddenly slammed on the ground. He couldn't help but hit the ground heavily. Until death. How can you be so cruel? How can you be so cruel? Beast. Beast. You've ruined my life. Head. The people around couldn't bear it and wanted to help him back, but Nangong Lu roared and shouted as if he had gone mad. This mangled face had always been one of cowardice and incompetence, more so than any other color. But today, it was different. There was a bone-deep hatred on his face. It leaped about in his pupils like a wildfire, burning away his reason and leaving him barren. Nangong Lu screamed hysterically, "Send me!" The first order. The head of the sect. The attendants knelt down and listened to the order. The former head of the sect, Luo Fenghua, has committed a great, evil, unforgivable. Order people to cut his remains into 10,000 pieces, into 10,000 pieces. Su Shuanglin stood quietly on the side. He lowered his eyes and listened, but no expression could be seen on his face. At this time, a new round of tearing came. Nangong Lu couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly collapsed and burst into tears again. But while he was crying, he still finished the first order he gave when he ascended the Confucian Wind sect's throne. He squeezed every word out of his molars. Sink into the corpse, blood pool. You cursed me to be mutilated until I die. I sank you into the endless purgatory, never to be reincarnated. At the end of this illusion, Nangong Lu opened his empty and vacant eyes. His voice was like a tattered pottery sun, extremely hoarse. He muttered, "Luo Fenghua, beast, you beast." The memory fragments began to collapse and reassemble like snowflakes. The bloody secret of the Confucian Wind sect was revealed inch by inch, so that almost everyone present was enthralled. Some people, like Yuangshi and Nangong Si, had no choice but to watch because of their own personal matters. But even more people were inspired by the pleasure of spying on other people's secret. Jealousy was one of the ugliest emotions in the world. Of these people who were invited to attend Nangong Si's wedding, how many of them sincerely worshipped the Confucian Wind sect? How many of them went through the magnificent 3 outbuildings, saw the spiritual stones that were as valuable as gold, and saw the 72 cities under the heavens, and only had admiration in their hearts, without the slightest bit of jealousy? The taller the pavilion, the more it would attract people's attention when it collapsed. Melon seeds were all over the ground, and spittle splattered 3 feet away. The pain of others was always the best topic of conversation on the streets and alleys, and after a meal. Imo Ran was somewhat unwilling to continue watching, but this matter was full of doubts and was of great importance. Although Su Shuanglin's memory seemed to have no problems and could explain the changes in the Jin Chengqi and the Peach Blossom Spring, he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. He always felt that there was something particularly wrong with this memory. What was it? He furrowed his brows as he pondered, but suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that there seemed to be a strange light flashing in the distance. But because there was one illusion after another unfolding here, No one would look outside the forest, so unexpectedly no one noticed it. Ran was stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. He shouted, "Tribulation fire!" Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. Tribulation fire? Where is the tribulation fire? Over there. Over there. No, there's also one here. No one had expected that while they were watching Su Shuanglin reminisce about the past, the 72 cities around the Confucian wind sect were burning with raging scarlet flames. At this time, the flames were still far away, and they were deep in the forest, so if they didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. The tribulation fire was one of the most severe types of fire. Unless there was a heavy rain and sweet dew, it wouldn't stop until the surroundings were burned to ashes. Thick smoke billowed, and the flames were like water splashed on a piece of silk, quickly spreading out in all directions. In the distance, they could see that there were bright meteors flying in all directions from the 72 cities. But if they looked carefully, where were the meteors? They were clearly the disciples of the Confucian wind sect who had escaped from the sea of fire and flew out on their swords. When the people in the forest saw this, many of them suddenly turned pale and shouted, "What's going on?" Some people immediately turned around and ran toward the poetry hall, repeatedly calling the names of their companions. Shui Jingyong's expression also changed, because Madame Wang was still there, and she didn't know the art of sword manipulation at all. Ran, "You Hong, I'll leave Meng to you. I'll go see Madame." Ran was also very anxious, so he nodded and said, "Uncle, go quickly, take Auntie and leave first. With us here, I definitely won't let anything happen to Shui Meng." Shui Jingyong patted his shoulder with force, then flew toward the poetry hall where the flames were rushing. Seeing the sudden chaos, Su Shuanglin stood quietly in the same place. Suddenly, an extremely brilliant smile bloomed on his face. He said with a smile, "What a scene of monkeys scattering when the tree falls." Ran suddenly turned his head and saw Su Shuanglin snap his fingers, causing the fragments of memories to gather in his palm like thousands of snowflakes. The surrounding sea of fire was restored, and the infernal hell's fissure in the sky still hadn't closed. It was still pouring out golden red lava, spreading toward the forest at an extremely slow speed. Ran stared at Su Shuanglin and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. There was something wrong with this person's eyes. Ran was all too familiar with this gaze. In his previous life, when he was at the peak of life and death, when he was in the empty Shaman Mountain Palace, when he looked in the mirror after Chu Wanning's death, what he saw was a pair of terrifying eyes like this, filled with madness and blood, a pair of eyes that had given up on themselves and wanted everyone to be buried with them. "You want to destroy the Confucian wind sect?" Hearing Ran's question, Su Shuanglin's reaction was only to rub his two toes together. Then he smiled. "So what if I do? If I destroy my own home, who are you to care?" "Your own home." Su Shuanglin stepped on the rolling lava and walked to Nangong Lu's side. He grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him up from the ground. He raised his eyes and said, "Yes, my own home." He forced Nangong Lu to look at his face. Then he raised his hand. In front of Nangong Lu, who was hanging by a thread, he raised his other hand. Slowly, inch by inch, starting from the bottom of Nangong Lu's neck, he slowly tore, bit by bit, rip. In the end, there was only a soft sound. An exquisite human skin mask made from the skin of a 100-year-old snake demon was taken off, revealing a face that was no longer youthful. At first, Nangong Lu's entire body shook, and then he began to tremble violently. His breathing was weak, but he was still struggling to squeeze out bits and pieces of sound from his throat. It's you? You didn't die? You actually, I didn't die. You're still alive. How can I die before you?" Su Shuanglin said with a smile, "I'm much stronger than you in every aspect, including my lifespan. Even if you rot into mud, I'll still live well." "What? You and I have met again after a long separation. Are you so happy that you can't say anything else?" He created a cluster of fire and casually burned the human skin mask. The flames continued to spread until it reached his fingertips. He did not care at all and did not feel any pain. He shook his hand and pressed his burnt fingertips to Nangong Lu's lips. He tilted his head and said with a smile, "I'm sorry, Nangong Lu, sect leader, immortal monarch. Long time no see. Or should I call you brother?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.